Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't living here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. This feels like home, yeah. This feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like home. Every time we touch, it feels like home. I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. It's an impossible thing that I'm feeling. The pressure is building inside of my veins. Tell me it's real and you swear that you mean it. Yeah, you mean it. So don't try to deny, don't you try to deny. You know we ain't living here alone. No, we ain't, no, no. When I'm with you, I'm flying. When I'm with you, I am flying. I just want you here, that's all I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got me feeling, got me waiting. I'm lucky when you're by
No, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got no, we never choose. Always wishing for something to come true. What can you do when, baby, you know the love got you? Love got you. Love got love got you. Love got love got you.
Pause, breathe, believe. I'm an OG, you mean? You don't know me, been about before new era, yeah, I'm a G. Them boy not ready, can go shelly. Aim for your face or your belly, your neck back. With your friends act, thought you was the boss, but now you got left back. Should've shown more love to your friends act. Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your head at? Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your bread at? Now you're sitting down, now you can't forget that. Pause, breathe. Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your head at? Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your bread at? Now you're sitting down, now you can't forget that. Pause, breathe, believe. I'm an OG, you mean? Should've shown more love to your friends act. Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your head at? Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your bread at? Now you're sitting down, now you can't forget that. Pause, breathe. Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your head at? Now you're sitting down thinking, where'd your bread at? Now you're sitting down, now you can't forget that.
Our love was what they talk about. Our love was what they talk about. Our love was wild and free. You know everything about me. From your love, never let me go, never let me go, no go.
what a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Welcome to the 2026 OWCS Stage 1, Week 1, Day 2. Zoe here, once again joined by Mr. X, and I guess Johnny showed up today?
Unbelievable.
What
showed up today?
Johnny?
Was I supposed to be here yesterday?
I don't know. I don't make the schedule, good sir.
I don't know if they
How
have
you
room for
doing?
me.
Long time
I'm
no
great.
see.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so happy Overwatch is back. You know, like our entire lives revolve around Overwatch. Everyone, right? Like it's not only me, right? So now when it's the on season, I'm like, wow.
Overwatch, my
I
daughter,
feel alive again.
the rest of the family.
You weren't even here. How could your life revolve around this? And you know, oh, I don't have Wi-Fi on my yacht. I can't cast on.
Well, I did watch yesterday, man. You know, it might have been on the yacht, but still, like I watched the Overwatch.
That's the real commitment. If you're watching when you're on your yacht, which is so relatable to all of our viewers, then you're a real fan. Truth. Those are the facts. Now, we're only on day 2 of what is looking to be a very competitive and fun season. The regular season round robin started yesterday, so we're at the very beginning here of our roadmap, but man, it's just going to be 3 weeks long, right? 3 weeks of play that lead to the playoffs in your respective region. Top 4 are making it. The bottom 2 will move all the way over to the promotion and relegation with their stage 2 lives on the line. Now, the top 4 teams will be fighting it out for a space in the international competition on our live events. We're going to have 3 stages, 3 live events. And the first one will be taking place in Japan. We have the grand finals, the world finals rather, happening in China. Man, we're gonna eat this year.
Johnny was just in Japan, scouting out venues.
Yeah, scouting the locale.
I was scouting out, you know, looking for like all the food spots we can go to, absorbing some of the culture. I went to Kyoto. Kyoto's amazing.
Kyoto is incredible.
I don't know what city, but I don't think it's gonna be Kyoto. But it was amazing. So maybe we go there. Maybe we take the train like the day after the event. So I know all the spots. I can show you that.
I'll say some extra days for sure if we happen to go there as well. Now our teams are fighting for those slots, and I've been to Japan myself. If I were them, I'd be fighting with everything I got, because it may or may not be the nicest location I've ever been to in my life. And I'm from Switzerland, so that means something. Now let's talk about what we saw from the teams yesterday, because quite frankly, I mean, result-wise, no big surprise. But I do feel like this is gonna sound so stupid, but the losses looked competitive. Johnny, what's your take?
Well, I mean, I looked at Twisted Minds and I was like, oh, they are by far the best team in the region. But, you know, maybe you can gather just like a little bit of like hope from those 3-0s, 3-1s we saw yesterday. But for the most part, I think what I'm most excited about for the EMEA region is just like how it's an open race for the number 2 spot. Because as I said, Twisted Minds, they're going to be the number 1 team in this region. These 3 weeks of play we have ahead of the playoffs. And then Virtus.pro, you know, they're the favorite for the 2nd spot, but are they gonna choke? Are they gonna live up to the expectations? I feel like we never know with Virtus.pro. So that opens the door for all of these other teams to snag that number 2 spot. So that's what I'm really excited to see in this EMEA region. What team can step up to the plate here now and perform and maybe take that spot away from Virtus.pro?
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be GK. Like GK, you know, they put together a pretty good roster. I think, you know, when we talked a little bit about them, I have some questions about Haku, but you look at the rest of the team, I mean, it is a roster. Obviously, GK was competing in North America last year, but like Ziad, we were talking about him as like best tank in the region last year. Lab does like tremendous on the hit scan. And then you bring in Alpha E and Finn. Like that's a really strong roster, like top to bottom. So I think if you're looking at anybody that maybe can kind of like, if you're kind of already putting VP in that 2nd spot, I think it could be GK who kind of unseats them. And then, you know, anyone's legend, a lot of players that people will realize from last year, right? Tama, playing a pretty nice tank role in over OWCS last year. Kai Maimon was in NA last year, but then now comes back to the EMEA, and then Crispy and Canale from Gen G. So that roster, I think with the 6 teams, so a lot of like the talent just kind of combining into these smaller, obviously, roster sizes. So it's really going to be competitive.
Yeah, look at Anyone's Legend here. Like, it's such an interesting mix because, a few of these players come from Gen G, and they're probably kicking themselves like, our player disconnected in the Stage 3 playoffs that, ended up being Peps qualifying for the World Finals. You got Canale and Crispy here, of course, but Backbone is, assistant coach for this team as well. And so they got some Gen G pieces here, and now this year they're like, all right, everyone gets stable internet connection, and maybe we can qualify for the major this time around. So I think this is a team that I'm really excited to see, like what their style is going to be, what their identity is going to be. And I do think they're a bit of an underdog here in this region.
Yeah, they're also being coached not just by Backbone, but Yahoo is bringing a lot of experience. He player himself, of course, for Bilibili as well as O2 Blast, then transitioned to coaching. He was with Varel, with Wei, Gen G, as an assistant coach for the later. So there's definitely a lot of experience on this roster. It's just a question of how it's going to come together. Now, the 3 teams and the changes you just saw previously to this graphic on your screen, those are the 3 teams that made it through the open qualifiers. Yesterday, we talked about our partner teams. These are the ones who had to fight for their spots to be here.
Yeah, much tougher road, right? Having to fight through kind of facing the qualifiers and trying to get in to OWCS. But now that they're here, obviously, a fair game for everybody, right? Everybody's going to play, round robin. Man, you do not want to go back into like a relegation, right? There's like roster changes, relegation, like. No, it's only 3 weeks, these like seasons, right? But if you're not in here and you're trying to wake your way back, it is extended process. So everybody going to be gunning for that top 4.
Yeah, and thanks to this format, we can finally bring back the sentence, every map matters. We've been waiting a long time.
Johnny's been telling me the
really
potential's
right?
there for a lot of teams. The talent is
the
there.
talent's there.
I feel like we need new phrases.
There.
It's 2026.
No,
Can we retire these phrases and come up with new ones? I'm happy to outsource it to Twitch chat. Like, just submit a list of phrases that 2026 is going to be all about, and we can retire like every map matters. Leave that in 2018.
Back, I bring back. No. If Flare jeans can come back, I can bring back. You don't know. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. What you need to worry about is today's schedule. These are the matches. Obviously, we're going to kick things off with a banger here. Also, sleeper here. Katsuya versus Peps, based on what we've seen from the teams yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, Peps looked so much improved from last year, right? And they had a tough, obviously, opening match against Twisted Minds. That wasn't theirs to win. Katsuya also really pushed back. There were some good looks. There was a lot of good stuff in their match against VP. So I'm excited to see how they will stack up against each other.
Yeah, they were playing a lot of Domina yesterday with Bestola, piloting that hero, something we didn't see from any of the other teams in the EMEA. But our first game with TM versus GK, we'll obviously get to see TM and GK versus VP at some point in time. But I think this will be a good barometer to tell you where GK is at potentially in the region.
Yeah, totally agree with that one, because I think GK, they have the talent that's there. I hesitated to say that phrase.
We shouldn't say those phrases, but then the first thing you say was it.
You look at the GK roster, and there's reason to be excited about that team. So I'm looking forward to the first match of the day, because I do think that GK could be one of those teams that contend with the top 2 in the region.
Absolutely. Well, we get a first look at them as well as Anyone's Legend today, as both of these teams have not played yesterday. Yesterday, Rack Attack was our co-streamer, our feature co-streamer rather. And today, the Deutsche Hammermann is back. Hardy is going to take to the mic, so make sure to support Hardy's stream as well. Drops are enabled on their stream as well as our stream, on all the streams, so make sure to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch accounts and start collecting now. Right now. Like, literally right now. But also, right now. So it's gonna be a good time. I'm very excited for the matches we have. We have 3 EMEA matches today, so we get the full scope. And let's just dig into our first match of the day, shall we? Twisted Minds, our world champs, at it again. Quite frankly, They didn't skip a beat, all right? Like, they were dominant in the preseason boot camp, and they were even more dominant yesterday. We talked to Funny Astro on his birthday after the win, and he basically told us that they only had 1 week of practice, which is hilarious to me, because we also talked to Psycho yesterday, who was like, yeah, you know, when we're at Twisted Minds, we don't really take regular season games that serious, but now with the format changes, every match really matters, so we really got to lock in. Like, that's him with his team. Now, Twisted Minds, they have not adapted that strategy. They're still just kind of like, oh, well.
One thing that was interesting, so the starting lineup, KSA in today. We have not seen KSA really for a bit, right? TVNT kind of like took over towards the end of last year, and then as played yesterday and then played boot camp. But like KSA coming into the starting lineup potentially could be quite interesting.
Well, it's kind of crazy because they have 2 tanks that kind of play the same thing as well. So like, I don't think we're gonna see some big strategic kind of like change up here from them, because they can't play the Ram, the Diva. The first thing that comes to mind to me is Mauga, because if you didn't watch OWCS in 2024, some 2025, there's a lot of Mauga at times. And KSA was that guy. So I don't think they're going to bring out the Mauga, because it's not really a hero that's relevant in the meta right now. But you never know.
But, you know,
You never
yeah,
know.
they have wiggle room to play with. They're going to be the favorite in this matchup, so maybe they're just trying out a few things. We don't know. Yesterday was good look. They went for that Emra, Vendetta. We had Diva and Zarya in the mix, Kiri Lucy backline. Now, we don't know what to expect yet from GK. As we said, we haven't seen them play yesterday. We know there was a lot of pre-existing synergy, of course, with the 3 Saudi players, which were the runner-ups at the World Finals last year. And they also have played together, of course, in the Saudi E-League, as well as in the Overwatch World Cup. Now, Alpha Yi, Finn, also big names. These 2 Korean players have been playing in mixed rosters previously as well. Now it's just a question how they match together.
So there's something scary about a team that know who they are. And if you look at the leftmost hero that they picked for themselves, it's all like Diva, Lucio, Sojourn, Tracer, Kiriko. Like, I think this team, they're very mechanically talented, a great group of players coming together, and they're just gonna like one trick the Lucio Kiro composition as much as they can. This team, they know who they are, and they're not going to overcomplicate things. Because something we see teams are like, oh, are we gonna play Symmetra here? Or we're gonna play like Ana, Ilari, like really complicate the backline and the strategy. This team, I think, is all mechanics. Siad and Labda, amazing players from last year. Alpha Yi slots in here as a great flex player, historically, Hangzhou Spark, but also Stella Division most recently. I think this team, they are really potent, really scary when they play their default go-to composition, which is going to revolve around Lucio Kiri. And so now it's just a matter of like, how can they navigate around that, I think. So I'm really looking forward to see this series. What kind of compositions we'll see from them. See how they perform.
And now that now that you hyped them up, would you give them a map victory over Twisted Minds?
Yeah,
No, I would not.
If I ask you for predictions, absolutely not.
No.
Cool, very nice, good chat.
It sounds more about Twisted Minds than GK, so I'm sorry, but
That's fair. Matt, if I'm asking you for predictions, do you feel like there is an in here somehow, some way?
Well, like, yeah, there is a realm of possibility where they do kind of do this, but I would say we're not there right now. I would still say Twisted Minds.
Realms of possibility.
Yeah, we're not living in that one. I would say Twisted Minds probably, obviously, should be the favorite in this one. And I would say, could we see another 3-0 from Twisted Minds? I think that's probably likely. I think this is like pretty close and competitive though on like every map. I don't think it's kind of like yesterday's game.
Well, we're about to find out. The teams are ready, and so are we. So gonna hand it over to you guys for the map set as well as our hero bands.
Yeah, thanks so much. So is me and Johnny will jump into this one. Is first map will be Busan, and right away we see a Vendetta ban right off the rip. This has been a hero, Johnny, and EMEA at least for our first day, really has stood out as like kind of the go-to DPS.
Yeah, it is the go-to damage for those flex players, right? Like historically, the Tracer players, now they've had to pick up this new hero, which is really good, and you can confirm both in the pro scene, but also the official stats from ranked, right? Like, way above 50% win rate is Vendetta. It's just a really potent hero. But now going into pro play, Matt, I feel like some of these teams, they're probably reflecting on day one and, some of their scrims, and they're thinking like, oh, we can't compete on the Vendetta. We gotta like navigate around it. And I think that's what you're seeing here from GK. It's just like, all right, like we know Vendetta's the strongest hero in the game, but that's just not how we win matches. Like this is not the hero we're going to be super comfortable on.
I mean, yes and no. It feels like you're only going to be able to get rid of the Vendetta once throughout a series that it feels like eventually you're going to have to deal with it. We saw some teams try and play like, you know, I think with Psycho yesterday, we saw play like some Pharah into some Vendetta, and that actually kind of worked out for a little bit, but then eventually it just kind of, you know, devolved into Vendetta versus Vendetta in terms of those matchups. So I don't think you can avoid it forever. I think you're going to have to kind of deal with it and play it. They get rid of it here in map number 1, potentially just trying to, you know, throw Twisted Minds off a little bit, because Jaewoo was unbelievable on it yesterday.
Yeah, so this map becomes really important for GK then, because they're using one of these pivotal bans early on. And if you're not too familiar with Overwatch Esports, like with the integration of bans, that's how these series kind of play out, right? You have a couple of bans that are more valuable than others, and that puts extra pressure on you as a team to snag these individual map wins where you use one of those really important bans. So as you say, GK choosing to use the Vendetta ban early here, this now kind of becomes a must-win map for them.
Yeah, hey, maybe you were right. It could look like KSA was hovering that Mog in the spawn, but now going to go over to the Zarya. So it'll be a Zarya versus D.Va as Ziyad. We know he wants to play the D.Va as much as possible. Don't think we'll see a sim. Yeah, it'll be a Tracer matchup. And then Emre versus a Sojourn. So Emre, one of the newer heroes to Overwatch, has been really impactful. The ultimate Override protocol is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Emre's primary fire is just so consistent. And you're already seeing taking down Finn early. It's not going to be a man advantage. But love that, though. Fire's back. There's some trades going back and forth here, man.
Yeah, but I mean, you see at range, though, Quartz able to find the other support there. So DK gonna lose both supports, and it'll be Twisted Minds in control of the point first. For me, that's the one worry I have with DK. Like, I think you can trust Ziyad, Lambda, and Alfie to kind of like perform at a tip-top level. It's like, if this backline can kind of step up, that's where I think they can really kind of hit that next level of team. As looks like for GK, gonna wrap around this left-hand side of the point here, see if they can kind of take it from this position. Want to avoid all of that fire potentially from Quartz up on the high ground.
Yeah, just putting some point pressure for now, and Finn actually finds a pick onto Jaewoo. It's going to be the Twisted Minds, not going to be able to go for a contest here onto the point. Going last-ditch effort here. Ziyad dropped a lot of health here, Matt. Gotta stay alive in this mech.
Well, they can't exactly kind of stand there and fight that Zarya head on. They do finally end up flipping the point as KSA has to back up, needs to stay alive with all of that energy. They do a nice job, though, here of GK chasing him down, but you're gonna have a trade, a 1-for-1 here as Quartz still kind of controls this high ground. Doesn't look like Twisted Minds wants to back up here, Johnny. They want to push on forward. The nades coming in from Quartz here, just trying to force some players out as Ziyad will finally get demeched. So now you might actually be able to flip this right back here if you're Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I think this is a really tough spot for GK as one after one they're going to fall and Twisted Minds are going to capture the point here, but a lot of pressure on the damage players of GK to get these individual picks and then work their way up into a good position to hold that point, because as you saw, Twisted Minds took a very slow approach and Quartz can just sit on that high ground on the Emre and just secure pick after pick. GK, they gotta find some picks, but also the ground, and Alfie opens things up with a push bomb.
Yeah, he actually finds Quartz coming off a spawn. That is huge because a lot of key ultimates in this fight will be Kitsune Rush is used for both teams here. KSA a little bit farther away from a grab. It's going to be Sound Barrier here used first by Twisted Minds. It's going to be a later one here for GK. Self-destruct's going to allow Ziyad to get right back into mech. As now we have Quartz with a living weapon up top, just trying to find anybody here. It's doing a nice shot from GK, just kind of kiting this.
Overclock from Lada finds one onto Simple and Alpha E as well onto Quartz. There's going to be GK cleaning things up here, remaining competitive in a very ultimate heavy fight, coming out on top. That's going to allow them to stay alive in this round. But that was a lot of ultimates used there, Matt. And now they're facing the Graviton Surge of KSA.
Well, do they have enough to even kind of get through this next one, right? With a Grav plus Pulse Bomb coming in here from Twisted Minds. They need to find a pick here early, does GK, as TM looks like they're going to kind of wrap around. I think this is a good idea. This is where you kind of want to fight with that Zarya. A little bit close quarters here with the D.Va. Take away, the D.Va's ability to escape. Make the D.Va kind of fight on the point as Ziyad, you see up on the high ground. Nice grab there that comes through. Suzu's going to keep a few players alive, but eventually just going to kind of crumble under the pressure. It looks like kind of still working on Ziyad's mech. He's going to jump off the side. That's going to give us like one more fight here potentially for DK to flip it.
Recall forced here. Alfie's dead, and he
Oh,
needed to be the one to
brutal.
touch the point. Yeah, Haku's not even alive yet. I don't really think anyone can make it here, man.
Yeah, it's going to be Ziad going over the wrecking ball here, seeing if he can get there and get a touch, and he's not going to be able to make it. A pretty competitive back and forth first round, though, that Twisted Mind's able to come out on top in.
Yeah, they looked very comfortable. I mean, they didn't really have to do that much. It felt like GK instead was a team struggling to get into a good position, take space onto the mat, and there's where Alpha Yi needs to come in clutch on this Tracer. Try to battle it out against Jwoo, you know, force a recall early on Jwoo. That allows you to get some ground, right? But it feels like GK just on the back foot that entire round, and Twisted Mind's gonna come out on top.
Well, it's a pretty hard comp as well for GK, right? To kind of like play that Diva into the Zarya consistently. Like, we do see teams obviously have success. It's not like how it's ranked, you get gonna get yelled at and bullied off of it when you see that kind of matchup come in.
Dude, I swapped immediately. I'm like, all right, like I'm not doing this counter. I'm doing the counter.
You're one of those unhigh ranked people that Jake was talking about yesterday who do it. That's kind of interesting. But yeah, you can play it. It's just a much harder. And I think what Twisted Minds does, they do a great job of like forcing Ziad into positions where he kind of has to stand there and fight and has to stay in contest and fight. And that's where the Diva obviously doesn't excel against the Zarya in that head-to-head matchup. So Labda off on a side angle here, just trying to find anything. Is both teams, Twisted Minds taking the side with the staircase. Is Finn finds a pick here onto Jwoo early. So that's like 2 fights there where Finn, the second fight in the first round, and then here early on, as Finn finds a second one, he's able to come up with some huge picks.
That's what you need from your damage players. You saw that Ziad was struggling on the Diva onto the point, a lot of armor knocked down, but Finn opens things up there with a nice kunai onto Jwoo. Now GK here in control. So, like you said, this Zarya is obviously going to be really difficult for Ziad. So I want to see now GK, how did they choose to take this fight as Twisted Minds start taking space, walking up towards the point? Can you hit a side angle? Alfie is coming up on that pulse bomb. But first of all, I think they look towards Finn, building this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Finn dangerously close after those 2 picks in that first fight. It looks like, though, for Twisted Minds, you're going to just allow like a few players to kind of step out, take some damage, allow Simple to end up with that Kitsune Rush early on. I think in that fight, Johnny, you definitely like having that Zarya while within the rush here. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush from both teams, as Jwoo just basically finds Labda instantly, and this is where Twisted Minds can gain a slight advantage as Alfie just kind of like searching in the backline, trying to find anything. Nice help there from Quartz, protecting his backline as the self-destruct goes up in the sky. It's going to allow Ziad to get back into mech. And you do have a sound barrier from Haku, but the sound barrier comes down at a point, Johnny, where Ziad doesn't get the benefits of it.
Yeah, it doesn't get the benefit of it, and that can mean that Funny Astro doesn't need to use his sound barrier here unless they feel forced to. No, they're not. So that's actually a huge advantage for Twisted Minds here. The rest of the round, Haku dropping the sound barrier, not able to keep Finn alive in that one. So GK with 75% on the board here. Really good percentage here. But still, that's an ultimate they really want back now, because the Twisted Minds might get started rolling here.
And also, I mean, when Ziad actually uses the self-destruct and he's like remeching, he actually doesn't get like the kind of the benefits of it when the sound barrier is coming down. So Ziad not able to kind of stand there and still fight KSA, who at that point is so charged up, right? Because we've had an entire fight. The point was in control for GK the entire time there, though. So they do end up getting 75%. So a really substantial amount of time. It's going to be an overclock here from Lab. The response is going to be Funny Astro using that sound barrier, but GK, they just kind of back up. I think I like that trade for GK. If you can just use your overclock, force them to use B, that puts you at a better spot.
Yeah, that's a great trade here. As Quartz pops into the sky here, looking for individual picks. So this is great. You're actually draining the ultimate bank here off Twisted Minds. See, Alfie, they're chasing him down. That's going to be a pick, actually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that stings, but you can wait for him.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to wait for him, right? But now this allows Twisted Minds, you can push up a little bit. You can actually, they're going to have another Kitsune Rush here. You're in a pretty good spot for Twisted Minds to at least tie the game, right? Potentially even take the lead off of that. So, see, I mean, a lot of players here from GK just kind of trying to wrap around, but don't want to push directly into KSA. As I also think for GK, you probably have a good idea here. That Simple is potentially farmed up towards another rush. You kind of have to kind of hold on to your own. Lad that gets dangerously low, need to keep him alive, or else everything starts to crumble. So they'll be Simple kicking things off here with a Kitsune Rush. The later one there from Finn, but you've already lost Ziad. The grab comes on through here from KSA. And I mean, that is just brutal there for GK. You end up losing Alpha E in that fight, then it kind of snowballs, and having to wait for the rush, you end up having a later rush, and just like that, Twisted Minds on the verge of taking map number 1.
Yeah, Haku's gonna try to make it on the pointer with the Lucio, but they're expecting him. Oh, the summer! Oh, he got it off in time.
The cat comes in with the beat, able to get onto the point. Is just desperately trying to keep Haku alive here. Finn coming back on the jetpack cat. Great to be able to kind of contest. Ziad as well here on the wrecking ball. Funny Asher does have this sound barrier, going to connect with everybody though. It's just kind of full stall mode. Panic mode has been engaged here for GK. You lose Labda. It feels like only a matter of time, Johnny, before the rest of the members end up falling over at Protocol, getting up in the sky, just pumping out tons of damage here for Quartz. A very fun map number 1 goes to Twisted Minds.
Yeah, really competitive back and forth there, and I feel like GK, I can't even say that they had, lots of bad fights. I feel like the map just kind of got away from them a little bit there. They obviously had the advantage in that second round, built up towards 75% or so. But then they only got like a really one proper fight. They were trying to buy time to build ultimates, rotate around the map and wait for Alpha Yi. So I think tough going there. And I think you can see in the stats themselves, they're like not too big. Obviously, Quartz stands out there, 21-4, popped off on the EMEA. But for the most part, I feel like GK kind of hung around in these close fights.
The amount of damage that we've seen from players playing EMEA early on here, in EMEA has been crazy. I mean, just kind of like the constant, just kind of like splash damage with the nades, the ultimate extremely strong. Siphon pistol, right, with that perk combo, you can kind of keep that rolling and just really kind of like burst targets down. Yeah, and then that's not even including the primary fire, right? We were talking yesterday, the ability to be like scoped, but then also be full speed. I mean, you see here, it just allows Quartz to do so many nasty things, especially from the high ground. I do say GK was quite impressive. The way they were able to kind of like hang in there against Twisted Minds. I wonder, the rest of the series, maybe they have some map selections and some bans that can like turn things a little bit more in their favor. The one thing I am worried about, Johnny, though, is that they did end up banning the Vendetta there early on, and that's going to be unlocked for JWU moving forward.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a Vendetta world for the rest of this series. So, like we talked about, there was a really pivotal map for GK to win. Didn't end up doing that, and now you essentially have to win 3 maps here where JWU most likely is going to use that Vendetta. So, I think this is a tough spot for GK to be in. It's almost like, do you want to use Protect bans here? Because like I talked about going into this series, I feel like GK, they're really consistent on what they do best. Like Siad, want to play that Diva. Haku essentially has to play the Lucio, right? And so their ban strategy becomes more about how do we protect the Diva and the Lucio, more so than like what do we ban against from Twisted Minds.
I mean, Haku, you mentioned, I know, has rounded out the hero pool at this moment in time. And I know Ziad, we have definitely seen pick up other heroes than the Diva. It's just like those are their absolute best, right? So we'll see if they decide to use some of those like protects. I feel like that would start to go down, the Gen G road of last year, right? Where you're just using these like bans to just kind of like prevent teams from doing anything to you, but like you're really not kind of like trying to force, the other teams out of their comfort zone, which didn't exactly work out for them. So I'd like to see them go in a different direction. We'll see where they decide to go in terms of a map. So it is Esperança here. This actually, you kind of think of this map. I know when me and Jake were talking about the other day, I know Runasapi is like an awesome Vendetta map. This one, like you can play a little bit more Tracer, but the Vendetta still really good here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Vendetta's verticality is just kind of disgusting. I posted a screenshot on Twitter the other day. Over in Korea, Becky was countering a Pharah on Lijiang Tower. Just essentially going up into the sky and then just like overhead swing onto a Pharah. It's like, all right, well, Vendetta's mobility is pretty sick, right? But I think this makes sense. I was going to say, actually, that, these push maps and these flashpoint maps, they're so great if you have a Lucio, right? Because you can get back to the point faster. Speed is pivotal on those kind of maps compared to your escorts or have you. But Twisted Minds, they're actually going to ban out the Lucio. And again, this is what I talked about. Like Haku, he is so comfortable on that Lucio. Because GK chooses to ban the Zarya first, that means Twisted Minds can take the Lucio away.
Yeah, and we've also seen Funny Astro over the last year or two become really excel at other like support heroes, right? Funny Astro is a player a lot of people looked at as just kind of like a Lucio player, and now able to play a lot of other heroes at a high level. So see, they're not afraid to ban out the Lucio, even though it impacts themselves as well, where Now, I mean, it's kind of like what we were talking about at the beginning of the series, and a lot of pressure on this DK backline for them to be able to perform.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they play here. Like, maybe you try something like a Juno Brig. I feel like that's a really consistent backline we're seeing when some of these Lucio players get their Lucio banned out. I've watched a few
What is that on the
scrims here,
moon
Matt,
there, Johnny?
with Mizuki in the mix here when Lucio get banned. But we haven't seen any Mizuki yet, but I'm just teasing it as like an option here. Wouldn't make a ton of sense here on you know, a push map, because again the speed is so crucial. So maybe you want the Juno, but I'm teasing the Mizuki to make an appearance maybe sometime this weekend.
Teasing it as an option that doesn't make sense. I don't know if that's really teasing it. It's just,
okay, well, it's more so my excitement. I'm trying to force my excitement onto the show, Matt. So like, yes, I didn't make a great case for picking Mizuki, but I would be very, very excited to see Mizuki, and so I'm trying to find any way possible to integrate Mizuki into the show.
Yeah, and as the spawn doors open, no Mizuki, it'll be no. So I think Twisted Minds, right? You were talking about playing the Brig. The Brig is like been really good against the Diva, right? So you can actually play simple on the Brig, get Astra on the Juno. It's going to be a Juno Hiri backline here for GK, but kind of pairs a little bit better with the Diva. But no Vendetta for either of these teams, Johnny. They're actually going to go with Tracer here. It's going to be KSA, though, playing the Ramatra. Ramatra is so good in these types of comps.
Yeah, and especially playing with the Brig as well. Like, you don't want to fight this team in close spaces. So a lot of pressure on the Tracer players here, actually. And you can see here GK flanking around, providing support for Alpha Yi. Because GK are playing such a susceptible backline of Juno Kira here, you know, any pressure from a Tracer is going to be lethal.
Well, I mean, you get the Ramatra rolling, is that's going to be Jaywu finding Haku early on, is that is a brutal loss. Jaywu finds 2 here.
There we go. That's the Tracer in action.
Backline with Funny Astro. But when you have like that, think about like Orbital Ray plus like Ramatra, and then also the Brig, it's like an unkillable combination there that you can just kind of bulldoze the other team with. So Twisted Minds, they get a first fight win. Now Alpha Yi will decide it is time. We'll see him on the Vendetta here. Is allowed to get kind of chunked off the spawn there by Quartz, who's, you know, already close to that Emery ult.
And there goes Alpha Yi. I mean, it's so entertaining to watch an Alpha Yi or a Vendetta just go in there and start slicing. But still, I'm a little bit worried here, like Jaywu putting a lot of pressure onto the enemy team, and Alpha Yi drops slow already. This Tracer is going to be able to do so much now with no Tracer counterpart to keep him down.
Well, I also think as well, right, where for Twisted Minds, like, you have a lot to deal with the Vendetta, where you have to be, like, really on point as, you know, Alpha Yi with a headshot there.
Oh, my
takes
Lord.
out Quartz, goes right in, deals it simple. That is nasty work. As soon as you start building up these stacks, it is so difficult to deal with the Vendetta.
I mean, that essentially classifies as a 5k. Just overhead slice after overhead slice. Just disgusting what Vendetta is capable of in Overwatch these days. So GK, they end up stabilizing here as we build towards this first set of ultimates. Finn already got the Kitsune Rush online here, and that's going to be a great tool. You can kind of drop down onto the low ground here. Twisted Minds, though, recognizing, you know, the high ground advantage for GK is so good, we're going to rotate around onto the high ground ourselves.
Yeah, it's going to be Quartz using that Emerald, getting up into the sky, trying to put down some shots into the Kitsune Rush there as Finn trying to push on in. He's going to find Haku, and then also Ziad getting dangerously low. He's going to be D-Mech, trying to use that self-destruct to get back inside, but Quartz with an aid there finds him, takes him out as they deal with Alpha Yi as well. So TM still kind of holding that lead.
Lab in trouble. Just finish up there as well. And Twisted Minds, that was essentially the only ultimate they used. They still have 4 ultimates to go here. Checkpoint has already been capped from the previous fight, and they are really rolling now, Matt.
Yes, I mean, now this is where you get that nasty combo. You're going to have that Annihilation plus Orbital Ray, plus you're also going to have...
That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Rally here to work with too. I mean, Jaywu just kind of lurking up in a tree or the Pulse Bomb. See, I mean, you might not even need some of this stuff. I mean, there's going to be Orbital Ray there. Going to use in, push in right behind that. That finds 2. You're going to end up using the Rally here. Maybe just a little bit of safety, right, with Alpha Yi coming in on the Vendetta. Do end up finding Vendetta, but you're going to have that Annihilation for the Ramatra here at the end to potentially close it out.
Yeah, really difficult spot to be in if you're GK here. Haku's building up towards that Orbital Ray. Finn is going to swap over to the Ana here. And I guess you're going for a bit of a last-ditch effort here, trying to get some biotic grenades onto the enemy team.
And this is like a
greedy
desperation
backline.
selection. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
Pulse Bomb, you're not going to get much out of the Ana there, as Haku's going to end up using the Orbital Ray, but now you're going to have to play into the annihilation of KSA. Not exactly going to work out. They use that Orbital Ray, and they just get mowed down here. So as we round the corner here with the bot towards the GK spawn, Ports with that right protocol here on Emre could potentially seal the deal. Trying to use the nade there to kind of get a little bit of an advantage early on, just getting higher up into the sky. Says Ziad trying to eat some of it with the defense matrix, but now all his DM is wasted. You're going to have those heavy shots going into the corner.
I mean, it's so scary. Labda finds something on top of Funny Astro, and that could be the saving grace here for GK as they trade back and forth.
Oh, he killed Alfie? That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, that's tough for GK. 3 members left here.
It's the double nades with the siphon pistol there. It's Ziad's going to use the self-destruct, try and get back in a mech. At least they finally deal with Quartz, but I mean, I don't know if you have enough alive here for Twisted Minds to be able to make this work, as Bin hits a bio grenade onto KSA. They're just trying to mow down the Ramantra in the power block, but Johnny, I mean, they have a 117-meter lead at this point. More than halfway through the game. Very difficult now for GK to be able to come back.
We've been in a few of these scenarios before, Matt, and it hasn't always turned out successful for the team that's very far behind. But how did they get the ball rolling here now? Are we gonna see some Nano Vendetta action? Try to secure, a massive team fight for the Vendetta here, and then try to build some other ultimates. What? Okay, almost had to.
Nano there, just for the damage reduction, is now they're gonna go over the Sky the Override protocol from him, but Twisted Minds, if you can kite this for a little bit as KSA's over to the Diva, you're gonna have both support ults. That's gonna be the rally that comes in from Simple. Orbital Array gonna be coming in here in just a bit here from Funny Astro if needed. So Ziad does find Port, so now you're a little bit behind the 8 ball. Do you decide to invest in it? And they do.
Yeah, they do invest the Orbital Ray there, actually. It's going to be fruitful as Labda and Finn both go down here. Twisted Minds able to stabilize. This is a very drawn-out fight, actually, and obviously this is terrible news for GK because that time is just going to continue trickling down. Twisted Minds, they get to push the bot back towards GK spawn here. Again, GK, they're just reducing the amount of attempts they have left in trying to make a comeback here. Salvi has this Vendetta ultimate.
I think what's brutal here for GK is that Twisted Minds doesn't even feel pressured enough to have to go to potentially playing a Vendetta. You can just play Jwoo here on the Tracer and kind of get on through it. As Labda ends up falling, that's a lot of damage coming through the choke there from Quartz. Is how you see some shots there from Quartz. That's going to set up potentially Jwoo for finishing up Haku. Yeah, so no Orbital Ray here for GK.
Alpha E doesn't want to go down quietly. He's still cooking in the backline here. See both teams trading back and forth here. Obviously favors Twisted Minds the way things are in the score line right now, but Ziad can keep this match. Alfie is just going strong here, putting out a lot of damage, and GK, they have a couple of ultimates built up from that fight, man.
That fadeaway there on the Simple was nasty. I mean, when you actually start to get rolling with the Vendetta and start to get some of those stacks, I mean, forget about it, right? It feels like you have to deal with this hero early in the fights. If you start to let her snowball, it becomes very difficult. Alfie gets quite low, has to end up backing up here. Funny Astro low as well. Looks like KSA gonna heal behind and try and help. It's gonna be the Orbital Ray that comes in here from Haku. They're just trying to gain some space, but it feels quite poor because look at this, the bot's going in the other direction. They end up using the Orbital Ray. Sweet. KSA gonna push forward. They're gonna end up getting that, yeah, gonna get that kill, but the bot's going in the complete opposite direction. Jwoo's just got it. Jwoo's actually killed Finn there off screen, so while we're watching this in the middle of the map, everybody kind of running away with the bot here for Twisted Minds.
Jay was just killed 3 or something and took the bot with him.
Yeah. Well, and then now for GK, you use all those ultimates. Awesome. You're going to get a few picks. You get towards the middle of the map. It goes for nothing because you never actually had the bot there. The bot goes actually back a little bit to where you kicked off that fight originally. So now you're going to get back towards mid-map with no ultimates here. Fortunate for them, Twisted Minds doesn't have anything to really work with here, where the Sundering Blade here is going to be the override protocol here from Lab. They used off the start. Well, kind of friendly
almost shot
off the
himself
wall
with it.
there. Yeah, almost shot himself there off the wall to rip things off.
Can't find a pick there, but I still have the rally to go here. GK, they still have an ultimate bank here before Funny Astro gets his Orbital Ray online, but you gotta find a pick now.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, Astro was just about to get the orbital ray, as Alfie is definitely proven, I think, to be a bit of an issue here for Twisted Mind. But now all on, KSA finds one, Jaewoo with two. KSA's also got self-destruct and decided to actually end up using it here. To invest in this fight. Okay, nowhere for Alfie to go, as that'll be the bot that kind of goes neutral now. So no more forward pressure here from GK. They have to back on up, as Jaewoo just, some sick plays here on the Tracer. The second half of this game on Esperança is really just sealed it almost for Twisted Minds. They're still up by 100 meters.
I mean, there's no one to deal with Jaewoo. This is what I talked about. The Tracer is just cooking right now, as 20 seconds remain on the timer here. GK, it's their last effort here to try to make a push through the gates. Finn is going to pop the rally here, but Quartz, the override protocol, so strong with the orbital ray.
Yes, Alfie goes up into the sky, tries to live. You end up losing Haku as well. Nobody really able to kind of play with Finn inside of that rally. Is now we get below 5 seconds here on the clock. You still have Labda alive. Ziad here as well. Ziad getting close to a self-destruct. I think that's kind of what they're going to need to be able to kind of stay on that bot. Contested, really nice play here though. KSA and Jaewoo decided to just kind of move past the bot, go in, try and kill some of the players coming off a spawn. You don't want to allow Labda to come back there, maybe get that override protocol. They're pushing some of the remaining players back. Just Finn here left alive on the cart for GK. Another map win here for Twisted Minds as they take map number 2.
I gotta see the stats, brother. I gotta see the stats of Jaewoo just on the Tracer free farming on 10 minutes straight on Esperança. Just a disgusting performance. And we can talk about Vendetta's firepower all we want. I don't know if that's the opposite of a pun because she has a blade, but just the Tracer just allows you to navigate around the enemy team, just like control the angles and then attack the enemy backline. And you saw Jaewoo just completely uncontested, 32-1.
Yeah, 32-1. That is unreal. I also look on the other side, 11 deaths for Finn and Haku each. That is, obviously the most in the lobby from the backline there of GK. So you can see Jaewoo, doesn't even need to kind of have that Vendetta in the mix to be able to do it like we're watching Alfie do here, just on the Tracer, being able to get into the backline, cause so many issues for Haku and Finn.
I guess I'm a little bit surprised that Alfie swapped to the Vendetta so soon, right? Because I would have thought that Alfie would have been very comfortable in the Tracer mirror. Like, yeah, I know Jaewoo is like the GOAT, just an amazing Tracer player, one of the best in the world. But Alfie, he's no slouch either. He is a really good Tracer player, and I feel like just strategically, you kind of wanted a Tracer to battle with Jaewoo to prevent pulse nades like that, right? Because the last 5 minutes of this map, it was just Jaewoo free farming, relatively uncontested. Like, Finn swapped over to the Brig, but like, come on.
I mean, so
that's
the
not gonna put a
argument
stop
would
to
be
Jaewoo.
the argument would be you would want Alfie on Tracer to be able to like mark Jaewoo a little bit more, kind of like around the map, right?
Yeah, just like force a recall here and there. You can't just like bully my backline for free.
Yeah, but it also felt like the only time that we saw anything really momentum coming out of Geekay is when Alfie was going in on the Vendetta, taking out.
He was in the kill feed. I'll give him that.
Yeah,
like he got his 2Ks and 3Ks. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just had Alfie marking, Jaewoo the entire game, I who knows like what the progress even comes out from Geekay. So Geekay fast map selection, Johnny. We're already in that they're already deciding we're going to Suravasa.
Yeah, this is why I'm gonna love this GK team in this stage 1, because like I said, like they know what they're about. We're gonna go to the flashpoint, we're gonna go to the push maps, and now the Lucio ban is gone. So now we can protect for Ziad, and Haku can swap over to that Lucio, and we're gonna be very happy with that. So I guess this just begs the question, or like, is Alfie gonna swap back to the Tracer, or are we gonna stick with the Vendetta for now?
So do you think they're tank protecting here? Do you think they're like protecting D.Va here?
I would assume that would be the most straightforward choice for GK here, because Ziad is just a game changer on that D.Va. It's one of the best players in the world on the D.Va, and D.Va is like the strongest tank in the game right now. So yeah, I would want to protect the tank. I don't really see any other protects you want to dish out. Like your hit scan can play the Sojourn or Emre. Both of those are fine. We saw Alfie willingly swap over to the Vendetta, right? So I think D.Va would be the big game changer. Like, we want to protect the D.Va. Now, does that mean Twisted Minds? They're like, we're gonna play Zarya into the D.Va? Like, okay. In ranked terms, that's a poor matchup. But maybe you can still navigate around the Zarya on a map like Suravasa.
Yeah, and I mean, so if you protect, let's say, for argument's sake, if GK ends up protecting the D.Va here, for Twisted Minds, I mean, you could get rid of the Vendetta, right? They haven't gotten rid of it yet. They could get rid of that, maybe, you know, force Alfie onto that Tracer and really kind of force him to take the head-to-head against Jwoo. There's a few different options like that. I think if they don't ban a tank, let's say, I think potentially the option there for Twisted Minds to get rid of D.Va. So they actually ban a Moira here. So this is a support protect. So are they trying to protect like Kiri here or something along? Yeah, I guess they're trying to protect Kiri. And then I think the Pharah is like, you know, we did see some Pharah yesterday, but it looks like more of a potentially like a throwaway here. I mean, Alfie's played the Pharah in the past. I don't think it would be anything you're like particularly worried about though, if you're Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know, we can put the smallest of stock into the Pharah versus countering Vendetta theory, right? Like you talked about yesterday, we saw a couple of EMEA teams willingly bring out the Pharah to try and deal with the Vendetta from the skies. So, you know, maybe we can put a little bit of stock into that. Like you said, Alfie's played the Pharah in the past, but I think the Moira ban here, protecting the Kiri, is the most impactful ban, because that is GK recognizing, okay, Siad, you're really strong in the D.Va, but we trust you to flex over, you know, through Ramatra or Zarya, what have you. The most important thing is that we keep the Lucio Kiri backline, because, you know, it's a good point. Like, Haki can play the Lucio, but what is Finn going to play if the Kiri is not there for him, right? So now you secure the Lucio Kiri backline, and you can kind of build from there.
It's all like both teams potentially kind of hovering over this comp with the Zarya, Vendetta, Emre, which we saw a lot yesterday. It's Simple probably changes over to the Kiri here, and we get really our first like mirror matchup of the series here between these two teams. Is this is like when we talked, I believe it was Funny Astro, it was Funny Astro or Psycho yesterday, one of our interviews. They were saying like this is kind of where they thought the meta was in terms of EMEA, where it was, you know, having that Zarya with the Vendetta, being able to kind of have, I mean, the Vendetta becomes like, you know, unkillable almost at sometimes, you know, with those Zarya bubbles just absorbing damage, starting to gain stacks herself. It was really difficult to deal with. So this is our first mirror matchup. This will be quite interesting.
Yeah, it reminds you a little bit of the Zarya Reaper compositions of the past, but Vendetta a little bit more potent than the Reaper, being able to go in like this. And it's a pretty narrow first pointer on Suravasa. Already a lot of damage onto KSA here. GK want to secure this frag. Twisted Minds trying to hold the fort down, trying to keep KSA up best they can. Can they absorb this pressure? They can't. This Funny Astro goes down early.
Yes, KSA takes a shot there from the side from Alfie. Alfie takes a lot of damage, decides to back on up, but it's a nice start from GK. They actually get a better use there, of the Vendetta, putting down a decent amount of damage onto KSA early on and pushing on back. So GK gets control of the flashpoint first. You could also look at it, Johnny, as like Twisted Minds getting rid of the Pharah, because maybe they have wanted to like unlock Jwoo to kind of like one trick maybe the Vendetta for this map, right? Like we talked about, like, you know, we saw some Pharah yesterday kind of like against, it was like on Lijiang Tower specifically. So I mean, it's kind of similar to kind of how you could do
Blizzard World
here.
Too, I think.
Yeah, Blizzard World, I think we saw it as well. So like potentially something they could have seen come out here, where, you know, Alfie has played the Pharah in the past. So it looks like Twisted Minds right now farming up towards that Kitsune rush here, and then they're going to be able to kind of fight this as both Zaryas just kind of poking towards some energy here off the rip as Jwoo goes on in, gets the bubble, now comes back into the Kitsune rush. They find Ziad.
Yeah, Ziad down early is going to spell trouble for GK. Labda tries to secure a counter pick, but can't quite get it done. 4 versus 3 situation here for Twisted Minds. Funny Astro's built the Soundbarrier as well. See if he decides to drop it. He is not, and that's going to be Twisted Minds bringing things back. Yeah, that opening pick is so crucial, and finding a pick like the Zarya as well, like we talked about, that's all the bubbles gone for your Vendetta, right? So it becomes like a all-out effort from GK to try and secure a pick themselves, but not able to do so. Twisted Minds are going to come out on top. 99% though for GK.
Yeah, we saw a few times yesterday, like how Twisted Minds would play some of these, where Jwoo would go in, get a bubble, and then as he kind of comes back towards Twisted Minds and the other team decides to chase, that's when they end up dropping their rush. It's going to be a Soundbarrier here first here from Twisted Minds. Funny Astro's going to drop it. Sundering Blade here comes in from Alfie and actually takes out Quartz. That's a huge pickoff.
It's a huge pickup indeed, but trading back and forth are these two teams once more here. GK though, they're looking like the better team here. 4 versus 2, they're going to end up closing things out. And that's going to be the first point captured here for GK. So in this mirror matchup, Matt, GK looking quite comfortable. Alfie, he obviously played the Vendetta on Esperança, carrying that momentum forward onto Suravasa here. And so maybe all the talk about the Tracer from me, maybe Alfie here thinking that they have a better chance on the Vendetta. They look really comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one flashpoint, right? But at least in the head-to-head mirror, they look pretty strong there early on as Alfie kind of hunting for a kill there, gets a bubble over the top. This is where Twisted Minds, though, right? You'll have the override protocol here. It's going to be an early grab here, just trying to get rid of KSA. The Suzu comes in with it, not enough healing to keep him alive, so that's a great call there. Ziad finds KSA just maybe a step or two ahead of the rest of the team, able to finish him off. That's going to allow Geekay to actually get the point first. Quartz just jumping off the side, resetting, rest of the team getting on back. That's huge there for Geekay.
Yeah. That's a great Graviton Surge by Ziad as well, catching KSA in the doorway. So your team, you have sightlines as Labda finds another pick on the Simple here to prepare for the next fight. But it's, yeah, Ziad, great awareness there. Isolating the Zarya, that's all you need, one single pick to win that fight. But Twisted Minds, they're coming back into this fight with 4 ultimates of their own. Let's see how GK try to navigate around this one. Oh.
Yeah, they get Simple off the rip as Simple's going to end up having to use the Kitsune Rush. KSA gets dangerously low. He's going to end up tossing in the grab, and they catch a lot of players inside of that. KSA with 4 in the feed. A huge grab. We don't see those quite often, and a lot of players just kind of going for those solo grabs at this level of play. But that time connects with 3 or 4 players. I mean, that is a massive way to come back and end up winning that fight.
Yeah, and kind of flip the script of the ultimate economy here as well, because Finn committed that Kitsune watch, which in hindsight just did nothing for GK there. But we're going to have both Emre. They're going to have the override protocol here. So you can see some individual plays in the making as Labda pops his. Try to battle Quartz here, but Jaywood secures the first pick.
Yeah, Simple having to use a Suzu there on himself, keeping himself alive, but of course, and Jaywu just kind of going crazy here as Jaywu gets 2. Quartz was able to get 1 with his override protocol there, getting up in the sky. Now Sundering Blade on the way in as Twisted Minds is taking the lead here, Johnny. And one thing to also point out, Simple obviously pretty far ahead in terms of building up towards that next rush, right? Already sitting at 60% almost double Finn at the moment. So keep an eye on that. If that earlier rush potentially ends up taking this point, as it looks like for GK, they're going to try and wrap around. You're going to try and build up towards this beat. Both teams doing it. Haku needs to stay alive, though. Dangerously low. That's going to be the beat from Astro. Haku's going to drop his as well as GK pushes onto the point.
Yeah, Jaywood dropping the Vendetta ultimate, securing some space for his team. Alfie, a little bit caught here. GK, they have no positioning right now. And this is really scary because you got to keep the point contested. Both teams trying to build these ultimates. Ziad 90 on the grab. Finn 80 on the Kitsune Rush, but Simple gets his first.
Yeah, it's going to be the grab that comes in from Ziad. Do they have enough damage to finish these players off? And they most certainly do, even while inside of the rush. What's quite impressive there from Geekay as well, Finn actually kind of builds back up towards that rush. I talked about how he was like 30 or so % behind. He actually builds up to it in that fight, and then they don't even need to use it here. So potentially that fight, see if it's good enough for Geekay to take a 2-0 flashpoint lead here in a must-win map for them on Suravasa. As KSA trying to push in, trying to get towards this grab yet again. Somebody will have to touch it. Looks like it's actually going to be Jaywu who's going to get there.
Yeah, fight early here with the Kitsune Rush. The grab comes out from KSA though. Quartz has an amazing angle as well, and Funny Astro secures a 3K in that narrow doorway. So things going wrong for GK here, thinking that Twisted Minds are forced to contest the point. They have to send 1 member over. We'll take the 5 versus 4, but they end up fighting in a very narrow corridor, and Twisted Minds have all the angles to deal with them. So GK, right idea, but really not the greatest of execution, and Twisted Minds claw themselves back, securing that point. I feel like GK gotta be kicking themselves that they lost that point.
Yeah, they end up using that like Kitsune Rush towards the end there as well, as I wonder if maybe just like in terms of ult tracking, they were not expecting KSA to end up having another grab there, right? Fighting inside of that close quarter area in the nature they were, and then Quartz was able to get a sick angle with that Emre ult and just kind of fire into the room as Jaywu finds Alfie there with some help from Funny Astro up on the high ground. Is I don't think you're going to be able to kind of engage without that Vendetta here for GK, so it's going to be a point taken here for Twisted Minds. GK got up to such a great start, Johnny. It feels like Twisted Minds starting to settle in though.
Yeah, I feel like GK kind of lost momentum after losing that fight. They have a lot of ultimates going into this one. Override protocol is going to be popped from Labda here, but nice disengage from Twisted Minds. KSA going to stay alive. Su from Simple keeps him alive. So the point cap is going to be flipped here for GK. Oh, what a great flank by Labda.
Oh, and that's like with the beat that comes down from Funny Astro, it actually only connects with himself and KSA. I wonder if Simple was going to get really the key recipient of it, as he was taking a lot of damage. Is you would have loved to have Simple alive, right? You would have been able to kind of layer both those support ultimates on top of each other and then prevent GK from building up this lead now that they're going to get. Huge swing potentially in momentum there. So Astro typically always nailing those beats. I think Simple just died maybe a hair right before the beat comes down.
I didn't expect that at all. It was a brilliant play by Labda to make that happen, really, and force the mistake from Funny Astro. Simple here, though. It's going to have the early Kitsune rush, and you can say GK, they want to step away from this one. Siad dropping really low, close to that Graviton Surge. It's going to be Twisted Minds taking control of the point very shortly.
Yeah, it's a Sundering Blade, though, from Jaewoo that actually, you know, he sees the Kitsune rush come down and decides to just drop it on in there. Solo grab, trying to get rid of the Vendetta. Both Vendettas out of the fight at the moment, but Quartz up in the sky. The override protocol there, just uncontested, just vomiting out damage. That ultimate is so filthy. Ends up getting Labda and Finn there. GK, though, just one fight from taking this flashpoint, right? They are not really having a lot to work with here coming into this next fight, going up against the grab from KSA. So this one's going to be quite difficult. You may look at this as just a fast fight to try and get that ultimate out and then come back with a chance late at the end.
Yeah, and look, I love a team that is really proactive and trying to make plays, but GK, they have no ultimates because they wasted them in a couple fights prior there. So Haku goes down early here. This is going to be the decisive fight on this third point. And already the land disadvantage is GK. They're going to get cleaned up here. And I think it comes back to the previous fight. They dropped the Graviton Surge, they dropped the Kitsune Rush. And that means that going into this one, they just had nothing to deal with. I feel like GK maybe a little bit too trigger happy with those ultimates.
Well, you also end up losing Haku first, right? Because and Haku's the only one who's probably got a chance there to build up. I know towards an ult in that fight. I mean, look how aggressive Funny Astro is. He's kind of leading the charge there. He gets a Zarya bubble, and they just kind of hunt. Yeah, they hunt the rest of DK down. I mean, who even cares where the point is? They just kind of chase the opposite side of the map. So just going to hunt those players down. Well, those players will get a later spawn, right? So now you're going to be able to kind of get to that flashpoint. Both teams probably end up there about the same time. So just hunting for those kills, farming up some of those ults. I mean, look, anytime you get a few nice pickoffs, I mean, you got to take that chance. It'll be the override protocol here from Labda up over the top of the point. Needs to be so careful down to 20 HP.
Teams trading ultimates here. GK still has their support ultimates, but it's a great pick by Jaewoo out of nowhere onto Labda. And now both teams investing crucial ultimates into this one, but Twisted Minds, because of that play, they're already gonna come out clutch here.
Yeah, the beat and rush come out from GK, where it's just Finn, Haku, and Ziad alive. They had already lost both DPS at that moment. That is brutal, because now you come back into like a Sundering Blade. KSA most certainly going to end up building up towards this grab here. Look how pushed up they are. I mean, just getting towards these types of angles here. Just going to see if he can maybe get an early pickoff. Alfie has a Sundering Blade as well, so Sundering Blade plus grab available for GK. This next fight, though, is must win, Johnny. I mean, you're going to be up to 70% on the point already. Very well could be their last good attempt at it.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I think, can be pretty patient in this one, but Labda goes down early to Quartz. Quartz with the Emray diff here. The Graviton Surge from Siad is going to be able to trade back and forth, but Jaewoo with a huge Sundering Blade gets two himself, and that is going to be Twisted Minds cleaning things up on Suravasa and the series. Wow, what a dominant showing playing this Sora composition.
A 3-0 from Twisted Minds. Our world champs looking as dominant as ever here. Kind of early on in that mirror, it looked like EK was going to have a slight advantage, but as time went on, that could not be further from the truth. As we take a look at some of the highlights and some of the stats here, so you know, Jaewoo had a tremendous game yet again. Only 3 deaths there on the Vendetta, really proving to be so dynamic on that hero. I will say though, you know, Labda and Alfie had really tremendous maps for GK. Not enough in the end. Alfie, you know, 10 deaths, not exactly what you want to see, but still, you can see the potential with GK, where they potentially can hang with a team like TM.
Yeah, I mean, we knew what went wrong, right? Like, how much ultimate value did they get from their ultimates throughout that Suravasa? I think you're looking at the last 2-3 rounds, and not a ton of benefit from the sound barriers, the Kitsune rushes, those pivotal ultimates. They kind of dropped them mid-fight. and they just ended up dying early. Like they got picked, 4 versus 5 situations, and you're dropping a Kitsune Rush. It's just not a good recipe for success. So again, I like the proactiveness. I like they're taking initiative, thinking they can win some of these fights out. But I think as they review on this series, Matt, they'll say that like, okay, like we gotta pick our fights, when to invest and when to maybe hold on to our ultimates.
Yeah, I think GK though beats a lot of the teams in EMEA like this. So I mean, they played great.
They really did. They really did. I mean, if you're going back to map 1, right? Yes, Twisted Minds did win it, but it was very competitive. It was very fun to watch as well. So we kind of got what we wanted to see from the DPS as well as the tank lineup from GK. The questions were really just in the support line. And I mean, you are going up against the JWs of the world who are just like absolutely crushing your hopes and dreams. What was it? 30-1 on Tracer, on
32-1 on Esperança, yeah.
Yeah, just a casual day in the office for JWu there. But yeah, if you don't have to measure up against Twisted Minds specifically, and you're giving us this kind of strength from GK, you should see yourself in a top 3 situation in the region.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, if you're looking at this series, maybe you kind of like smooth some things out in terms of like the ultimate usage from the supports, and like you're pretty close. I mean, if you were telling me like okay, like if these teams play 10 times, like there's a world in which GK takes a series or 2. Like I don't think they're that far off from being competitive. Yeah,
like they were close. Like they made some crucial errors in their ultimate economy, but I think the individual skill is there, and had they executed with their ultimates a little bit better, I think they could have made things a little bit more competitive. But I feel like the takeaway after watching Twisted Minds play 2 matches here is that the world champs got better, which is a little scary. But having added to the team,
they have KSA in the mix as well, which I want to know the subbing strat, since like the hero pool overlap is, I mean, it's very obvious for KSA and TVNT. So is this just to give KSA playtime? What are we doing?
I mean, I don't think you do that against GK. I think if you want to get KSA some game time, there's some other matches on the schedule. I think you can kind of plan that out for.
That's what they did. But like, what was the plan here? Like, you obviously don't need KSA to play your Zarya and D.Va.
Well, I think in games that you would want to play like more Zarya, Ramatra, like I think that's when like KSA kind of like comes into play, right? Like they really didn't play that much D.Va throughout the entire series. It was was a lot of like Zarya, plus like Ram was kind of their go-to on Esperança. So I think that's kind of where you'll see KSA kind of slot in, and then TVNT obviously tremendous on the D.Va and can play some of those other heroes as well. But it does feel like maybe if they're kind of locked into Ram, Zarya, heroes like that, we'll see KSA some more.
Yeah. Also, this match, really bad news for everyone who thought like, ooh, if we're banning Vendetta, we're really gonna have an opportunity here against Twisted Minds. Nah, turns out like JWu can also just like take you out on Tracer. It's not a problem whatsoever. Yeah, bad news for everyone else. Good luck once again from Twisted Minds. That's the 2nd win on the board for them. Again, in the regular season, those teams will only be playing 5 matches overall and then qualify to our regional playoffs. And Twisted Minds, I guess, just really 1 win away from doing just that. So we most likely will be seeing them on top of this region. That's 1 match done, but we have plenty more to come today. So make sure to not go anywhere, as we will be setting the stage in just a little bit for our 2nd match of the day. But also, I want you to take a look at that. The Lijiang Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle, Q air horns. Comes with a lot of cool charms, cool goodies. So grab yours now. If you do so, you are in fact supporting the Champions Clash. So you are supporting your favorite teams and your favorite players, and you're gonna look good doing so. Have you copped it yet, Johnny?
Absolutely. I'm a Reinhardt skin collector. I need every single one of them. Historically, Overwatch Esports, we got some great Reinhardt skins dating back into the All-Star matches, right? And some of the playoffs back in the day. So yes, this is definitely another one you need to add to your collection. But also, the banner looking pretty cool as well. I feel like we've learned Overwatch is just all galactic-oriented things are awesome when it comes to skins, when it comes to weapon skins. Yeah. So everything purple and gold, get it.
It's working for us. Also, a fun fact, Matt Mr. X Morello did say that he will be cosplaying this particular Wu Yang skin at the World Finals.
Yeah.
If we hit a certain threshold.
That's not good for anyone.
I mean, look,
yeah,
if we hit a
if
certain
that's not
threshold, if
motivation.
we hit a certain threshold, I don't want to say. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I would do it. Why not? We hit a certain, I don't know what the threshold
I think
is.
you should.
I don't know.
that's
Why do I
exactly
always
what the
sign up
people
for
wanna
stuff like
see.
this during the show? Yeah, I would do something like that. Why not?
Well, yeah, perfect. Someone clipped that, so we have that in the bank
let's
for when
not.
we need it the most. But now we're heading into a short break, and then we will be back with our second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow. I won't wake up from the dream I had since I was just a kid. 'Cause when I'm older, I won't look back at what I lost. Just what I got, just what I got. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland.
Feature another team that has not played yet, anyone's legend. They have the, well, unfortunate pleasure of going up against Virtus.pro in their opening match. Let's talk about Virtus.pro because yes, they made some big roster changes this season with losing a few really integral pieces to their roster, but they also made some really good pickups. And yesterday in their match, they were just on point. Honestly, it looked so clean. They came in with so many little adaptations that completely threw Kutsia off of their game. Like it was a constant switching out. Ice as well as Psycho were the ones who constantly kind of switched heroes and put Kutsia in a really uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can add Landon to your team, you're not going to complain too much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Landon is just an unbelievable player. And then also Psycho, right? Especially in a meta like this, Johnny, I feel like this is where Psycho can really shine. I know a really aggression based meta in terms of like with a flex DPS where you can play a lot of Tracer, you can play some Echo, you can play some Pharah, and then obviously Vendetta. Feels like this is like Psycho's moment.
Yeah, I've always rated Psycho. I think he's a really good flex player, capable of playing so many heroes. But I feel like because he spent so much time on the bench last year and then subbed into the finals, didn't work out for them at all when he was on Twisted Minds. We kind of forgot the times where he subbed in for SSG in a stage finals and like reverse swept the opposition. He was like, Christopher, put me in, and he just ended up dominating in the finals. Like, Psycho is able to take over some of these games, but I feel like the big talking point for this team. Sorry, Matt.
Absolutely. Yeah, and then
I
Kester, of
cannot
course, with
another stage with Kevster missing a major. Kevster cannot miss another major. I cannot deal with that. So please, Virtus.pro, get across the finish line this time.
Get him out of the gutter. No, I mean, Kevster was added, right? Very kind of short notice towards the end of last season. What a fantastic pickup though. The ultimates imploded and Kevster was available, so they copped him, which did not. Well, yeah, it did not result in them making the World Finals, but.
Yeah, but to Johnny's point,
that was more due to the meta.
Kev didn't play at an international all year last year, which is kind of wild.
I mean, in any other sport, this would be an insane, just one of the superstar players of the game just failed to qualify for 3 majors of the, that's just crazy. Kevster is one of the best players in the world, hasn't made majors, and now it's to the point where the community is questioning Kevster as an individual. It's just is he the problem? Is Kevster actually good, or is he just it's gotten to that point. It's ridiculous. He's one of the best players in the game. He should be making majors, and the fact that he hasn't at the peak of his career is tragedy. So please, Virtus.pro, lock the F in. This is your time.
Okay, I couldn't tell that you and Kevster are both Swedish. At all.
Are you related?
I did the same for Prophet. I bandwagon on proper Rookie of the Year. I'm consistent in my praising of superstar players. And same thing here with Kevster.
You're committed. I do love that. Well, they most likely will be considered the favorite heading into today's match. They're going up against anyone's Legend, a team that had to come through the qualifier. We talked about them already a little bit in our pre-show, right? We have pre-existing synergies. We do have star power here as well. Obviously, Kai is an absolute beast. We know what he's capable of. Kanao and Crispy, they have been around for such a long time, playing in the upper echelon of Overwatch Esports. They remain together as well, which is obviously great to have that pre-existing synergy in your backline.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Maimon and Kai, it's a really interesting damage dealer duo, right? Potentially, you could see them really kind of get back into form with this roster. And then Tama last year on Vision, right? We saw do some really nice things in the tank roles, playing a lot of Winston. I don't exactly think that's the meta right now, but we'll see how anybody's Legend wants to go about this. But yeah, you take a backline who has some synergy with each other, some damage dealers who we've seen have some success in the past, and then Tama, an uprising tank, put together a pretty formidable roster.
Yeah, Kanale facing his former team, VP. I'm sure that's playing in the back of his mind.
Two formers, yeah.
The former, yeah.
They're 2024, I think. So yeah, I'm sure this is a very intense and emotional match for Kanale personally. So I hope they can do it for him. I'm just interested to have a first look at this roster, right? Because individually we know what these players are bringing to the table. How will it match together? What can they do against VP, which again looked really formidable yesterday. They looked good, and they will most likely place in that number 1, number 2 spot in their region.
I would say that for me, VP looks like TM, let's put them in number 1, right?
They're number 1 default.
Yeah.
Number 2 though.
VP, I think 2-3, with what we just saw from GK. Katsia is nobody to kind of slouch about, and then we'll see what we have here with anyone's Legend. I mean, the thing with EMEA is that I think the competition is really high in EMEA. And then also, because you only have 5 games, one slip up is a massive oh no. So be curious if maybe anyone's Legend can cause an upset here.
Yeah, well, we will find out very soon. Predictions, give me a scoreline here. Do we see a map for anyone's Legends?
I kind of want to. Yeah, I'll actually go 3-1. I'll go 3-1 VP. Yeah, I'll give them a map.
I'll say 3-0 VP. the chat is 91% behind VP at the moment, so I'll ride with them. Chat has never been wrong ever, so I'll ride with the chat.
Matt is the people. Perfect. Well, we're ready for the second match of the day and for a first look at anyone's legend. Let's see what they're bringing to the table. Guys, please take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much. So, and Johnny, I'm curious, why do you give or rate anyone's legend with a map here?
I don't know.
We see a map come through here, so it'll be a jetpack cat ban and an Onron ban. So we did see some Onron yesterday for like very little amounts of time here on Lijiang Tower, but nothing too impactful.
Yeah, look, Onron hasn't really found herself in the meta so far. So it's tough going for Onron because you're competing with Vendetta and Tracer, and you look at Onron's kit and you're like, yeah, you just can't hold a candle towards the mobility that those heroes offer. But Virtus.pro with the ban here, this more than in the previous series, I would say is a throwaway ban, Matt, because I don't think Onron is it. The jetpack cat though, that's anyone's legend saying, you know, we don't want any trouble. Like, can we keep things straight? Let's not do any shenanigans. We don't need any jetpack cat here.
Like the cat we've only seen is like desperation coming out of the spawn, even when available. But me and Jake were saying yesterday, at some point this year, we're just due for like a jetpack cat, you know, all the time type of meta. So just not at the moment is what we're saying. So take a look here. This is our first look at anyone's legend, so I'm a little bit more curious of what we see from them, right? We saw Virtus.pro the other day. You know, Kevster can play a lot of more of the hit scan role here with Psycho piloting a lot of those like flex looks. And I think adding, you know, we talked about it, me and Jake yesterday, adding Psycho and Landon in terms of like leadership and shot calling, I think that's another huge win for VP.
No, they're great players. Yeah. And like Virtus.pro, they still have this reputation of, you know, not getting across the finish line. Like, I read the match thread after yesterday, and people were like, "Oh, that was very too close to comfort for Virtus.pro there." Like,
in
it was tough.
2026.
Yeah, Tama on the Winston. Let's go. I mean, into the Zarya. They're okay, but wow.
Okay, now
I can't believe I got my hopes up. I don't want to talk anymore. I was
Psycho
so
was
pick.
Psycho was on the far. Maybe if they thought there was something a little bit different. Psycho going back to the far here. So this is what we saw VP do yesterday when we saw Katsuya try and end up playing the Vendetta. So Psycho coming in over the top here, just gonna poke tons of damage here from these windows. As Tama gets dangerously low already, but already able to find Kev. So a good start here for anyone's legend.
All right, Psycho struggled here to get noticeable damage from the Pharah. So instead, Tama cleaning things up onto the point there, and you know, Maimon surely doing some work on the Vendetta in that fight, given how strong Vendetta is of a character right now. So yeah, anyone's legend, they're thriving onto the point there. It's up to Psycho to find these angles, to find this position where he can pump in damage to the enemy team, because otherwise anyone's legend, they're gonna run away with this Vendetta Zarya comp.
Well, I think what you need to do here if you're Psycho is you need to just kind of consistently, you know, pump out damage onto the Vendetta to where like you have to maybe even think about like bringing in a Diva, right? To like kind of, you know, end up backgabbing. End up swapping over to the Diva to kind of like eat some of these rockets, and that takes a little bit of the potency of the Vendetta away. You can't allow the Pharah to get onto your back and then just kind of like, you know, flip the point here. They kind of, you know, anyone's legend so focused on fighting at the door and maybe seeing if they get a pick off there, they end up giving up the point. They're going to end up giving up the lead off of this.
I mean, you can't lose the point and the fight. Like, that's two bad things.
You're either committing to go
yes,
all in,
exactly.
win the fight, and then figure out the point later. They kind of did neither. So unfortunate there for anyone's legend. Nice TP in here from Canal. Drops the Kitsune Rush there as they get it a little bit early. But you see VP, they just run away from it, right? They know they get a little bit of a lead. They have a little bit of buffer here to work with. And now Virtus.pro can end up using their Kitsune Rush here, you know, over the point. Fix a little bit ahead in terms of sound barrier as well. It'll be Kai here using the override protocol, trying to deter players from just pushing in behind this Kitsune Rush.
A lot of damage coming out, but can't quite
Point
find the
again.
pick. Virtus.pro, yeah, they're going to flip the point here. Crispy doesn't have this sound barrier yet, and that means that they're going to have to wait out a little bit longer. Virtus.pro here, see what they can do with their ultimates as Graviton surges from both sides here, but Crispy still not with this sound barrier, and Tama is going to drop before it's available.
It's a really weird start to this game, right? It's like, you know, Psycho's able to get around on the flank, flip the point, Then basically anyone's legend comes back, uses a Kitsune Rush, no kills come out of it, but then they flip the point right back. And then like VP obviously holding some of those ultimates, able to kind of like, you know, run in, finally win a fight. And get the point back in their favor as Fix actually chases down. He gets a Zarya bubble there and chases down Maimon. So that is brutal. That is like one of the biggest probably plays of this, maybe the biggest play of Lijiang Tower thus far. Is now you're gonna, you know, by a considerable amount of time, it's gonna allow maybe Psycho to get in a better position here for a barrage. You see his kind of outline going over the top, hovering over this doorway.
Barrage.
A nice beat though.
Nice speed from Crispy indeed. But no picks again here until Iceno finally finds a pick onto Maimon, but 96% accounting here, man. Just anyone's legend not able to get any kind of ground. This Pharah damage was really oppressive in the second half of that round. And anyone's legend struggling to find the picks necessary to get
well, the Pharah damage is huge with the barrage. Yeah. And then because it's basically like a double bubble onto the Pharah to be able to keep Psycho up, Iceno then just kind of comes in, even when players have like the remaining of their beat off, and he's just like 100 energy. Just kind of rolls on through and just starts dominating. As we see some of the stats here, it's Iceno doing a great job on the Zarya early on.
Very low eliminations, don't you feel like?
From both sides, yeah. Well, I mean, there were a bunch of weird fights, right? It was like the point the point got taken without a fight, then it got flipped really without another fight, and then like we kind of had one more flip coming in there. One of the weirder games I think I know of Lijiang Tower off the start. So now we'll actually see anyone's legend. They will play. They're going to move away from the Vendetta. So this is I think what you try and force here. But this is exactly what VP got the other day, right? Is now you see they go with an Echo in response to the Pharah, and then Psycho can actually just swap right into the Tracer, which is great into this Echo, going into the Winston. I don't know how Tama is going to be able to kind of fight this. Nice job there. Actually, Tama gets in, puts some damage down on a Fix, puts a right click into him, and then Maimon finishes him off, and Tama at range finishes off Iceno as well. So our first look at Winston here, you know, in stage 1 in EMEA, and Tama, at least in this first fight, makes it look nice as Iceno now going to go over to the D.Va. And this is, I think, what you lose here with VP, maybe, right? When they were playing last year and you had Iceno and Vestola, you were able to kind of like, you know, swap Vestola in to play the D.Va at times. Now it's all on ice, right? We're going to get to see a lot more of his hero pool and see what he's capable of.
Yeah, he's a young talent, putting a lot of effort into working on this D.Va as well. Let's see how he can deal with Tama here, but a lot of pressure on anyone's legend to find a pick here. You're playing the Echo, and so yes, you're gonna lose the Tracer duel, but can you secure initial pick? Again, losing the point early, that just can't happen.
I mean, I don't think you can kind of stand here and fight this Emre with the D.Va is like Winston, right? Like, what do? You can't now D.Va versus Winston, like the one-on-one, it's not exactly a matchup you want to take. So
I mean, they want the Kitsune Rush, I suppose. Kanale almost there.
Yeah, probably what you're doing. You're backing up, getting ready towards that rush. VP, they're going to know it's coming, though. Landing dangerously low here is they're going to back on out from this Kitsune Rush. VP may end up giving off the point out of this as they do. So anyone's legend ends up flipping it. Psycho behind enemy lines. He's in a lot of trouble. But the Kitsune Rush actually comes from the other side. You see these players from anyone's legend just focusing on getting rid of Psycho. The Kitsune Rush down on the other side of things. They lose Tama.
Tama at 99% of the Primal Rage as well. But trades going back and forth. Maimon secures a pick onto land on duplicating that Tracer, but Iceno finds a pick on the Kanale and falls off the map as well. It's going to be Virtus.pro. They have the point cap, but beat from Crispy. That's going to mean anyone's legend pushing onto the point, and they will be able to flip things around once more. This map just continues to be more and more chaotic, man.
Yeah, maybe you could have gotten that without the beat there from anyone's legend, but you don't feel that terrible because you kind of like reset the beat on the other side, right? Fixa ends up using it with just himself, Kev, and Iceno alive, and that'll allow anyone's legend to be able to take the lead here. You'll have a Primal Rage as well to kind of like stall the point out for an extended period of time. It's a huge fight here for anyone's legend. An opportunity potentially, Johnny, to tie this up on Lijiang Tower. You win this fight here, it's going to be very difficult for VP to get another great touch.
Yeah, Tama going in here with the bubble, trying to find picks onto Fixa. And that's going to be really good for anyone's legend because they still have this Primal Rage. Crispy with a boop onto Kevster and 75% here for anyone's legend. There's going to be some trades back and forth, but Crispy, another one onto Iceno as Iceno tries to reset Shirley. But this is anyone's legend in control right now, and they're going to have the faster Kitsune Rush as well. Obviously, Virtus.pro have to contest the point. Psycho is going to be the man with this Tracer. blink onto the Oyster point, but it's going to be an Anyone's Legend. They can go for an early engage if they want to.
So we'll see if Psycho here can get a touch. He will trigger OT. So Kai finds Lando across. I mean, these are enormous pickups here from Anyone's Legend. A Primal Rage here from Tama. So Ice Gnome using the self-destruct, trying to just get a mech back, just kind of getting juggled here. Trying to juggle him off the map is Tama, as this is a huge round that Anyone's Legend able to battle back in. They looked great there, Johnny, as they tie it up.
This is just a crazy Lijiang Tower. I think maybe 4 or 5 members of Virtus.pro fell off or got booped in that round alone. But big credit to Tama on the Winston. Taking initiative, going early and finding picks onto Fixa, finding picks onto Kevster. And when you have that 5 versus 4 advantage, yeah, your Tracer is running rampant because you're not playing into the Tracer duel. But with that pick alone, that's going to give you the edge. And Anyone's Legend on the back of that Winston, make the magic happen.
And look at like the deaths from Anyone's Legend, right? They're doing such a great job of like staying alive. A lot of, that second round was dominated by them. This is where I think it could get a little bit dicey for VP, right? You're going to have to play the Vendetta here. It's a very close range map. Let's see how they kind of deal with Maimo. They've done a nice job, VP, kind of countering the Vendetta. Let's see how they do playing with it.
Yeah, so Anyone's Legend for now. They're going to open up the angles, but Kai gets caught. That can't happen. Canelo trades back onto Psycho, but no hit scan damage available here for Anyone's Legend. So holding these angles is going to be tough. Going for a contest though.
Yeah, but you still have your Vendetta in the mix. I would almost rather have, especially on this map, maybe not some of the other ones, your Vendetta still available with your Zarya to be able to fight rather than having the kind of like hit scan on the outside, as it's going to allow Tama to kind of like push on up here. They do end up finding Crispy. That is a huge pickoff, as Ice just trying to stay alive. Ked from the opposite angle there finds 2. So this will allow VP to be able to take it. I think Tama just trying to get away with all this energy. Doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah, obviously crucial when you're playing that Zarya. Kevster there, finding a couple of picks with the help of Fixa, playing the outskirts of this point. Anyone's Legend going for a bit of a contest here. Kanale has the early Kitsune rush here compared to Landon. Just gonna make sure you stay alive for the time being. Get some of that ultimate charge up and going as Maimo goes in. Bubble popped here, and there's the Kitsune rush.
Yeah, perfectly timed there. Just kind of like waiting. A few players end up getting dangerously low. Nice shot from Tama there, able to finish off Fixes. He like wall riding above him. I think that's going to be enough. Just Ice here left. Dude, once the Vendetta starts to get these stacks up, you start to see just complete domination. So I know we were talking a little bit about Honor in the last map. Obviously not available here, via the ban, and like how she hasn't really kind of found a place in the meta. It takes a little bit for her to get rolling, but still is kind of like the squishiness, right? Where like Vendetta, no squishiness whatsoever, and as soon as she gets rolling, impossible to take out. Huge grab there from Ice, connects with a few, and no sound barrier able to keep those players alive. They just kind of try and wrap around Anyone's Legend there, and they kind of catch them off guard. No sound barrier from Crispy to keep the team up. Sound barrier from Fixa there deployed to kind of keep Virtus.pro all healthy and allows them to flip the point.
Yeah, sound barrier diff in that fight. And Virtus.pro, they get the flip done. Kitsune rush here from Landon. Let's see where he decides to drop this. Where does Virtus.pro want to set up this kill box, as Crispy drops fairly low here. He's going to drop the sound barrier in time, but they need to secure a pick right now with this added overhealth.
Yeah, but you have the Kitsune rush here from Landon, and then Ked able to put down so much damage with the override protocol. Maimon actually goes there with the Sundering Blade. Doesn't really find much of anything. Everybody's so low on Anyone's Legend. They're going to get cleaned up. And although it looked quite dicey for a lot of the map here, back and forth between these two teams, this final round with the Vendetta in the mix, this is where VPs looks like they're taking over.
Yeah, they're looking really good in this meta. And again, tough for Anyone's Legend here because they're forced to contest the point. So that gives Virtus.pro the optionality of maybe going for the backline, trying to identify a pick onto Crispy as Psycho. Pops the Sundering Blade, and it's Kai going down. 5 versus 4 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot lose Kai there. A decent amount of damage there is completely off the board here for Anyone's Legend. They kind of like wrap all the way around, just trying to create some distance between them and VP, but you are not going to dodge Psycho and Ice Gnome for long. Is when they're putting this much pressure, allows Kev to just kind of free fire from range. And that is a very close map number 1, but VP come out on top.
VP continued their dominance to kick off the season here in stage 1. And the flexibility is just overpowering. You saw Psycho in that map, willingly playing the Pharah Tracer, the Vendetta to close things out. Not really a weak point from Virtus.pro as of yet. They struggled a little bit against Winston from Tama. But for the most part, Virtus.pro, they're looking really good to start the year, man.
Well, I mean, I would say that like some untimely deaths from like, you know, Fix at times there in that first map. You see the Kev with 9 deaths, where if you actually look over, if you were just to see some of these stats, you would almost like be led to believe that anyone's legend was able to pull out on top, right? Just kind of like in terms of like the deaths and the damage like being like pretty close. But a really odd round number 1, and then anyone's legend clutched up in the second round, and then it was all VP at the end. As we take a look at some of the highlights, this is where Psycho is able to play the Pharah, really give the Vendetta some trouble.
Hey, I'll take some Primal Rage highlights. I'll take it where I can. There's been a lot of divas of recent. Quite a bit of Ramatra.
Well, I mean,
I'll take a Winston
Tama was playing Winston last year on Vision into stuff that you're like, I mean, I feel bad for him. Like, I mean, this is not a matchup you want to take, like, especially with a lot of diva in the meta towards the second half of last year, and he was able to make the Winston work. So if there's anybody who's able to do it in EMEA,
hey, that's even more respectful in my eyes. Come on now. Like, you're forcing the Winston into some inconvenient matchups.
Yeah.
Mad respect to you. You're playing like an honest hero. That's honest Overwatch right there. So Tama, representing the Winston community. Love to see it.
You basically did that with Reinhardt, and that's how your career lasted like 6 months. So I don't know if that's great advice.
Hey man, like it worked out for 6 months. Okay, that was short but effective. I got my dubs, and then I was like, all right, I'm gonna be on the show now.
A few dubs, a trial for Team Sweden, and then you rode off into the sunset. It's a good career there.
It worked out. It worked out. I'm still here.
Yeah, anyone's legend. It'll be their map selection. You're like, I'm still here. I'm physically present. You are. Where anyone's legend, their map selection for map number 2. I'm curious, what do you think they decide to go to? Do you think they want to even like, hey, we can play some Winston or play some other stuff? Is there any type of like wild card map you can see coming up here? I'm not too sure.
No, like, okay, I'm shying. Like, we can just look at that first map. I'm shying away from like the Zarya Vendetta, and I want to play more Winston. To me would be the recipe for success here. Like, come on, they're the number 6 seed against the number 2 seed. Yes, they're an underdog in this one, so you just gotta, force your comfort, and the Winston looked really good.
You think like a Nubani, a Gibraltar? Could you ban Diva and play like one of those maps, right? Like make it a little. I mean, we saw Blizzard World picked yesterday at times. We even saw Midtown yesterday. We actually didn't see Nubani. That's the only one we didn't see in EMEA yesterday. Gibraltar historically for EMEA has never really been a popular selection.
The changes are a little odd on Gibraltar. Like the ship on second point plays a little bit different now, so less oppressive if the enemy team plays a Winston composition. On top
I like
it's
this.
Going to be Blizzard World, but still
and
the ban onto Diva still,
Yeah, I mean, I like this. They ban Diva. Maybe it becomes like Zarya. Maybe it becomes like maybe they try and play some Winston. Here we did see some Hazard yesterday from
Peps, right?
Peps, yeah. So don't think we'll see that from VP, but VP with an opportunity here for a ban. Curious where they can go. I mean, they can go like okay, so they go Wuyong. So we do see Wuyong in like certain compositions in the meta, so they do end up getting rid of that support.
Yeah, I feel like it was Twisted Minds that kind of popularized playing Wuyang on maps like Blizzard World. We talked previously about Funny Astro's flexibility, and how he's expanded his hero pool. And so more and more teams are playing Wuyang here onto the Blizzard World. So if you want to, force some more default traditional compositions involving Lucio, that is, get the Wuyang ban out there. Because Fixa as well, I would say Fixa's hero pool is rather limited. Another one of those main support players that you see on the Lucio, you see on the Brig, but that's going to be it, like, for the most part. Like, can you flex over to the Juno? Of course. But for the most part, you want to stick on the Lucio and Brig.
Well, it's why like a player like Funny Astro is so important and so impactful, right? Because like was viewed as a Lucio player like that, but now obviously can play so many different things, right? Where Lucio is such a difficult hero to pilot that a lot of players just kind of put all their eggs into that basket as so we load into the map here. Johnny, lore-wise, what is the new statue? What is the sign say? Oh, I couldn't read it. We didn't get there in time.
We didn't get to read it. I didn't see what the statue was of. I mean, we're both like Blizzard heads, so like we would know. We've been in the Warcraft universe. We've been in the Starcraft universe. So like
we've been there too long.
So I feel like we would know what the statue was. So I didn't get a chance to see it.
Ice Dome gonna play Hazard on defense. So we were saying, oh, like we're probably not gonna see the Hazard we just saw from Peps yesterday with Willies, but Ice will end up playing it here on D. We'll see if anyone's Legend tries to actually play like this Zarya Vendetta kind of like into it on this map. This could be one that could be quite interesting. As Psycho's going to play the Tracer, I do wonder if he sees like the Vendetta on the other side. We see the swap over to the Pharah. That seems to be like what VP likes to do.
Yeah, and especially on the second point, right? Like a Pharah operating in the middle of the defense right there. Can take a lot of different angles. As Kai going to do a traditional little Widow peek there, as Kai has done for year
Ceremonial
after year.
Widow selection, yep, and then the Lifeweaver grip.
It happens like once a year. Once a year, someone will find an opening pick with the Widow. It might have been Kai last year. I can't recall. But there's nothing wasted, so you might as well, right? Tama here is going to be under a lot of pressure from Psycho's Tracer. So the rest of the team is actually going to work with Tama here to clear out these side angles. As they try to set up a bit of a kill box, get some positioning here so they can get in a good spot to dive onto Fixa, put pressure on the rest of Virtus.pro.
Yes, they wrap around. They get a pretty good positioning here already. Does anyone's Legend. We'll see how they go about trying to attack some of this high ground, right? As Tama looking ready to kind of like potentially set up a lead here with Maimon. Psycho being a little bit of a nuisance here towards the back line, but it looks like it's time to go here for anyone's Legend. As they push up, they try and take some of this high ground space.
Yeah, a lot of damage though from Ice Snow, diving onto the high ground there, and Kai goes down quickly. And now, if you're anyone's Legend, you want to secure a counter pick here, putting pressure onto the backline of Virtus.pro, but Virtus.pro stabilizing, disengaging, keeping a clean fight for themselves, and that's going to be anyone's Legend going down there. Failed dive setup. Virtus.pro very much aware of what anyone's Legend were trying to do there.
Yeah, and Maimon looks like potentially going to play the Tracer, so no Vendetta in this one. Is we did see, I thought it was really nice when anyone's Legend gets up to that high ground. Isom actually able to put that Hazard wall down, just kind of like being a nuisance behind Tama, and then also Tama like doesn't exactly want to kind of fight the Hazard one-on-one. A lot like how now you wouldn't want to really fight a Diva if you're the Winston one-on-one. Hazard can kind of chunk through Winston's HP pool as Tama dives into that back right area, just trying to gain that control. Trying to get this angle here for him and Maimon to maybe collapse up on the high ground.
It's a lot of time here, actually wasted, and Virtus.pro putting some pressure onto anyone's Legend. Kitsune rushes available for both teams here. Landon commits his.
Yeah, it's going to be a downpour here, and doesn't connect with anything there for Ice Gnome. As you see, though, Tama dangerously low. Sliver of HP, going to be able to kind of like jump out, stay alive for now, but chased down there by Fixa. Is how you feel like, dude, they have not really had an answer for this Hazard, because whenever like Tama and Maimon are trying to get like an angle set up, and then they use the leap of the Winston and some Tracer blinks to kind of set up on that like right hand side, and maybe we're going to collapse up on the high ground. VP just realizes that, and they just dive in with Ice, right? They go straight for the remaining players on anyone's Legend. They're not able to keep them up.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of forcing Maimon into a situation where he has to recall early and just pressure different points of anyone's Legend setup here. As Psycho has pull spawn in here. Suso is obviously going to be available here as Kai pops the override, trying to look for a pick here. Soundberry as well, relatively early from both teams.
Oh, I think you just need the Soundberry to kind of protect through some of this Emre damage that's going to come down. As you find Kai already there, it's going to be a pulse bomb, hits the Winston bubble, but Tama ends up popping the Primal Rage. You do end up trading out the M-Rays here, but you end up losing Crispy. So no Lucio to kind of get these players out of dodge. You see Tama just looking for anything there, just on Winston, just trying to juggle, right? Not going to really be able to dislodge that Hazard run position, knocks Fix up in the sky, but not enough to send him off the side of the map. Is a lot of players still here for VP, and they're all healthy. Not great here for anyone's Legend, Johnny, as we're below 30 seconds.
Yeah, and they got to do a quick reset as they wait for Canale to get back with the rest of the team. And again, in a similar scenario where Maimon has to be the one to touch the point for his team here. So Psycho going to try and force this recall early. Ice Snow commits early as well, trying to find anyone with the ultimate. Don't think he caught anyone.
Thomas
gonna go down.
Yeah, Thomas blocked off. It's like that Hazard wall just off on an angle, and the rest of the players have to back up there for anyone's Legend, as they look like they get a 2 checkpoints there on our first point, but don't actually unlock it, get the payload moving. A great defense by VP.
Yeah, Virtus.pro looking very comfortable with the addition here of Landon onto this roster. They played so heads up around this Winston composition. They know exactly what's coming their way, and you can see the stats. I mean, it's brutal. And I was right, they got one pick. That's not good enough, Matt. That's not how you win maps.
Man, you should put that analysis by a paywall there, Johnny.
What is there to say? Come on. I couldn't come up with the right thing to say because there's not a lot to say, man.
There's not, right? I mean, it just kind of a complete blowout there by VP. So you know what? If VP wanted to, you could play the Jetpack Cat. Use Ice Gnome like a turn Jetpack Cat like a little AC-130. Just drop Ice Gnome, like Modern Warfare, from the back line up from the high ground. I mean, so much time. Really, I mean, one clean team fight. And it's all over for anyone's Legend. They're going to have to clutch up on D. I also think here, Johnny, if VP sees that Maimon is like playing this Vendetta, they could easily swap back into that Forest setup, right? I mean, it's something they definitely could do here on offense.
Kevster's going to go for it. You think he gets a pick?
Oh, I mean, this is a new tech. New tech alert. Hold on. Oh, he almost got. All right.
Wow.
We need to combo that with I think they did. They have Mercy damage boost, Jetpack Cat, Widow combo. That is some new tech. We need to see that in every ranked game here moving on forward. I mean,
that was heads up from Crispy there. Staying far away. The fall off was real.
He got dangerously close to being taken out though. So, Crispy eats a headshot there from Psycho, and also Canale takes a lot of damage as well. Look at the pressure that VP is putting on to anyone's Legend, just kind of like forcing them back towards that choke. This is not the spot they want to be in, right? 2 ticks, all that VP needs to get on the point to be able to take this map.
Yeah, and Tama already losing a lot of health as well. Virtus.pro definitely the team that is most stabilized, and almost letting go for a counter push onto this high ground, but now forced to retreat as Virtus.pro retained this positioning, and Tama going down. It's just going to spell all trouble for anyone's Legend with no tank in the mix.
Yeah, it's not much they can do. Maimon trying to get there, gets booped off course, and VP takes map number 2. That was dominant. Map number 1 was all over the place, but this one, all Virtus.pro. I mean, anyone's Legend. They take us to Blizzard World. They try and do some things with the bans to swing things a little bit in their favor, maybe kind of forcing a little bit uncomfortable ability from the tank role of VP, and it does not work out at all.
All my excitement about Winston has just vanished. I had some hope going into the series. We saw Tama with like 2 good leaps on Lijiang Tower, got the work done. And now we're here, and they got 1 elim on Blizzard World. So I will, from here on out, stop coping about Winston being viable. Didn't work.
Yeah, it does feel like with a lot of the other heroes in the meta at the moment, that Winston doesn't exactly have a
2026
spot in it. Yeah, I mean, he has a spot in it. It's just he's dead. But you see here Tama just trying to use that Primal Rage. Can't really find anything. I would say it's a really nice play. I don't know if you saw Fixa almost have to wall ride himself back up. As here's the ending sequence. Yeah, Maimon and crew not able to get near it. It's a boot back. So VP with a pretty fast 2-0 lead here, Johnny. For anyone's Legend, what do you think they got left here? Any kind of ban, protect, map selection they can kind of pull out? That's the hybrid one's gone.
You're asking me, after they got 1 elimination on Blizzard World, where they can go to have a chance against Virtus.pro.
Didn't you predict them?
I did predict that they would get a map, but I feel like that was it. That was their best chance. For the rest of the series, I wouldn't pick them to win a map. Like I would. Can I go back to a Virtus.pro prediction here? I forfeit.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody out there would like to see them win a map, because it will extend the time our stream is live, so you can get drops. As we have some awesome drops here going on. As Zoe just commended me for my great transition there. I will take that. As you see some of the drops here, I'm working up towards that esports loot box. Yep. I got to see what's in there. I'm hanging out for all 12 hours over the next few days. But we need some of these teams to extend some of these series, Johnny. I mean, come on now. What's going on here? We No, we can't exactly hit all our rewards in one weekend, but get me close. At least like leave me right at the doorstep.
I was in a Ply stream yesterday, and someone went. I watched all 12 hours, and I got a rare brig skin.
I mean, hey,
they were so distraught.
That's the beauty of it, though. You never
to
know
all the
what's
viewers
in
out
there.
May you have better luck than that one Apply viewer.
You never know what's in there. You could open up that loot box. Could be rare brig skin. It could be something purple. I mean, who knows? That's what you have to invest the 12 hours, because you never know. You never know what could be in there. Runasapi is the map selection for Anyone's Legend. Johnny, this is an awesome Vendetta map. I probably think that they're gonna have to play a lot of that here.
Yeah, look, I would just opt into the Zarya Vendetta at this point. Just like, okay. The Winston ban actually comes out from Virtus.pro there as well. So according to our graphic, it looks like Anyone's Legend deferred the ban there. So Virtus.pro gets to ban the Winston, and Anyone's Legend banning a potential Pharah to counter the Vendetta. So the way this plays out, like you said, a great map for Vendetta, and Anyone's Legend, they have the bans as well to be able to force a Vendetta mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Zarya Vendetta mirror, that's probably what we're going to see here. You take away the Pharah, which has looked like the most potent counter to like a Vendetta at the moment. We've seen teams try and play some Tracer against Vendetta. We've seen some Echo, but the Pharah seems to be just kind of like the best consistent damage output. Then yes, Anyone's Legend did actually select, did choose to be the second ban there. So
I like that. That's smart.
Yeah,
it worked out too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's very rare you see a defer ban, but this one I feel like played right into what Anyone's Legend want to do. So, very smart of them.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out though, right? The Winston ban, it's probably one of the only teams you're going to see, had the Winston ban be used against them and actually have some impact, since Tama really likes to play that hero. We're thinking what, Zarya here locked in, probably the Vendetta locked in here as well. Yeah. And then, around that, you're going to see that, Lucio Kiri with the Emre. The Emre has really kind of been the go-to in terms of the damage dealers and the hit scan role.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of Sojourn, but for the most part, I think Emre is just, such a consistent hero. The damage output, like you said, is just great across the board. A Sojourn, you kind of depend on building the railguns on the enemy tank, and, you gotta do that, I guess, the Zarya with the bubbles and everything.
Yeah.
And then you gotta hit that railgun shot. If it just feels like Emre's kit overall is just way more consistent. So you're seeing both teams roll out on Emre.
Yeah, and I mean, the Emre just kind of pumps out a ton of consistent damage, right? From the primary fire, decent mobility when you kind of pull out the pistol and some burst damage there. And then also the nades, it kind of goes a little bit under the radar. The nades can actually, you have two charges of them, and then being able to kind of consistently just kind of lob those in, especially when teams want to play close together in this type of setup. Pretty strong as Psycho goes over the top, seeing what he can find there early on. Everybody on Everyone's Legend dangerously low though, and again, Maimo just trying to keep Tama alive. Suzu here as they back out. They want to keep that energy at least. There's some of it for that next fight, but VP, I know no time wasted here. They get control of the bot. They start to get some progress.
Yeah, and this is a really scary Virtus.pro team if this is going to settle into the meta, because Icenome, I'd say Zarya is his best hero, even looking back towards last year when he played in Stage 3. So now you're in a Zarya meta right here against Virtus.pro with Kevster in the mix. This is a really scary team, and they're showing just how dominant they can be.
Right now, both teams trying to farm up towards that Kitsune rush. The one I think also to keep an eye on is Kevster. Far ahead in terms of the Emre ult. If you can kind of get that coming around the corner, especially with the Kitsune rush rolling, right? Kind of, a lot of players want to play inside of that. It's easy targets for some of the heavy shots that come from the Emre. Looks like VP back up here as Anyone's Legend tried to take some space. Now it's going to be the Kitsune rush from both sides. Kev at 99. It's going to be Sound Barrier here used for VP as well, as they have an advantage in terms of that ultimate. See Kev flying in over the top. That ultimate from Emre is so filthy, able to put down so much damage, so difficult to track in the sky. They'll get rid of Canale at the end. A full team wipe there, and that'll give them the checkpoint.
Yeah, it's a really difficult fight for Anyone's Legend. Obviously, Kitsune rushing uphill, trying to make something happen because they don't want to just sit back. But not having the sound barrier themselves means that Virtus.pro is easily going to sweep them off the board. And now, Crispy forced into a situation where you need to get the value of this sound barrier to halt this push from Virtus.pro.
Well, I also think you're in an opportunity here for VP, right? If you wanted, so Kai ends up using the living weapon here, and actually you kind of have the sound barrier used from Crispy. They do end up trading, though, as Kai ends up taking out 2. So you get Ice and Psycho. Those are like the 2 biggest skills you can get. As the rest of VP, they back on out. They have the Sundering Blade here for this next fight.
Yeah, they do have the Sundering Blade, so Virtus.pro very much in this one going into the next fight. But Tama's Graviton Surge, I think, is going to be the go-to ultimate here. See if we can catch just 1 or 2 members would be enough. But Psycho going very deep here on the Vendetta already, trying to look for a pick here on the Crispy.
I mean, Crispy just gets almost like double headshot there. Sundering Blade comes on through, not really even needed there. I know Kev on cleanup duty as Kai on finds 2U. Still have Tama here in the mix. Is Psycho doing a nice job here, just kind of kiting some of the damage. The Zarya bubble comes in huge there, and Tama ends up winning it.
Yeah, the bubble is just too good for Zarya, mitigating so much damage. But Kai cleaning things up here. There's some prime KSP action as he secures 3 or 4 kills in that fight. And that means Anyone's Legend get to start pushing this bot. Now, going into this next fight though, Landon has the Kitsune Rush and Kanelo is building towards his. So this is going to be a pretty neutral fight. I think this next one, Matt, is going to be about setting up your positioning so you can get tons of value from this Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend unfortunately have to back up, right? They got to get Tama back into the action. The Kitsune Rush here is going to be used by both teams here. Looks like for a second there, oh, Psycho actually not able to get another bubble. He actually gets taken out. That's going to be Maimon as well into the backline. This is great here from Anyone's Legend. It's a little bit, delayed Kitsune Rush. Gives them a little bit of length of that ultimate ability for the rest of the team there. So that allows them to get a fight win. As now coming into this next fight, Johnny, you have this override protocol from Kai. You have the Sundering Blade from Maimon. You're in a position to at least get checkpoint.
Yeah, I want to see if Kai can make a bit of a play here, because obviously you are quite susceptible to damage when you're using that override protocol. As we see both Vendettas trading here on that angle. But Kai is going to pop it relatively early here now, so you can get any kind of value on it. Ice Gnome under a lot of pressure on that Zarya, and he's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, just those light shots there from the override protocol there from Kai is enough to finish off that Zarya. Just kind of even chunk through some of the shielding. That'll be checkpoint here for Anyone's Legend. They hold on to Sundering Blade as well. So you're not really able to get any ultimate value, any ultimate kind of like progress from VP here as well, right? Because these fights are going so fast in favor of Anyone's Legend. Can they end up taking the lead? It's going to be just 2 meters that separates these teams at the moment, as Maimon dangerously low has to back out. So VP knows they need to kind of clutch up this fight, as it's going to be the override protocol here from Kev. Heavy shots around the corner, just pushing some players back. It's a nice job here from Anyone's Legend, kiting some of that damage.
Yeah, that's a great disengage, actually. That's an ultimate wasted on the side of Virtus.pro. A sound barrier comes in from Fixa. Anyone's Legend, can they stay alive long enough here as Maimon pops the Sundering Blade? Sound barrier from Crispy here as well. And they're actually going to find 2 picks onto Virtus.pro. This is Anyone's Legend fighting back on this map.
Yes, they most likely will end up getting close to taking the lead here, right? The bot is going to kind of sprint back there, past the checkpoint, and only 2 meters away. So we're halfway through this game on Runasapi. Is Anyone's Legend will also have a huge lead here, Johnny, in terms of the Kitsune Rush, right? You're going to be able to kind of drop this, have the rest of the team fight in it. As it looks like VP may kind of concede here, and yes, they'll give up the lead to Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, Sundering Blade from Psycho. Finds a pick onto Kanelo as well, and that's the Kitsune Rush used from Anyone's Legend. 3 versus 5 scenario. Surely can't claw themselves back into this one. Tama finds a pick here though, but this is going to be VP cleaning things up. So great play there from Psycho, getting value from Vendetta's ultimate. And with Kanelo using that Kitsune Rush, yes, they took the lead, but that is very important as you reflect on the ultimate economy.
Right, now they put themselves in a pretty odd spot here fighting for the rest of the game, right? Like Landon will have the Kitsune Rush here, could potentially use it in this fight, and then you're also building up towards another override protocol there from Kev. So if you're VP and you can get away with this fight and get a win without having to use a Landon's ultimate, I mean, that is enormous, as Ice him under a ton of damage, and you end up losing Kanelo and the rest of the team as well. Kitsune Rush here dropped towards the end, so that's actually probably best case for Anyone's Legend. The bad part is by losing that fight, are you actually going to end up giving the lead back here to VP? They got to get back fast, try and contest.
Yeah, very competitive back
Not
and
gonna
forth
make
here,
it,
but
yeah.
Virtus.pro, they're gonna get the lead, yeah. Both teams trading blow for blow here, and this one's going to come down to the Emre as well, as Kai pops the override protocol, as does Kevster.
They don't even bother shooting at each other in the sky, right? You do end up losing Maimon. You have Psycho still alive as, oh, nice shots there from Kev, able to finish off Kai as he tries to get towards the ground. Is the pistol there chunking down Tama towards the end. You're going to get a little bit more progress here from Virtus.pro. Ooh, nice moves here from Canale, being able to kind of dodge some of the damage there from Psycho, then TP back to the team up on the high ground. Going to give up probably another 10 meters or so here before the rest of VP is going to have to back out, get back together here. So anyone's legend, Johnny. They need a fight win here, right? You lose this fight win, you're gonna, fall behind by another like 10-15 meters or so, and then you're in a really difficult spot with not a lot of time remaining. Sundering Blade there comes down. It's gonna be a grab here from Tama. Catches Isome in Psycho. That's exactly what anyone legends needed. Now they can start to get the bot moving here back towards mid-map. Focus on this next fight with double support ult to potentially get the lead back.
Yeah, minute 30 remaining here on Runasapi, and this one has been unlike the previous two maps. It's been back and forth the entire way. And this final minute here is going to come down to the support ultimates with anyone's legend in a deficit here when it comes to meters pushed. If they get an opportunity here to claw themselves back into this
Your
one.
VP though, Johnny. Yeah, if you can get both support ults out here with this grab, that's enormous. So they end up doing it. You're going to have a sound barrier in response. Sundering Blade here from Maimon on a little bit of a flank here. But you do find Canale. It's going to be VP coming out on time. You're going to get Canale and Kai here early on. Maimon has to kind of go crazy here on the Vendetta, and not going to happen. So even with both support ults there for anyone's legend, the combination of that grab plus the sound barrier enough to kind of keep VP alive and winning that fight. And now you're in a really brutal spot for anyone's legend. You're going to have to win this next fight and then run it all the way back across the map.
I mean, that was it. That was their best chance at reclaiming the lead in this map. And like you say, now you're facing Landon with 80% on that Kitsune Rush. They can wait this one out. Just try to stall this ball and build up that Kitsune Rush. We need a big play from someone here on anyone's legend to crack open as we head into overtime.
It's going to be Kevster, though, with this override protocol. I mean, he's been so good with these Emre ultimates. He's going to pop it right at the start because he knows that they have to kind of push up in towards that bot, right? The bot in control, and yeah, that you could see that one coming. VP, they end up taking Runasapi. They end up taking the series 3-0. But Kev uses that override protocol, putting down some of these heavy shots. Everybody there on anyone's legend kind of getting inside the building, hiding for cover, and they're not able to get towards the bot.
It's brutal for anyone's legend after making it so close. We saw some great things from them on that Runasapi, and maybe something to build on. As obviously tough first test here against one of the top dogs in the EMEA region. But Virtus.pro, they're really looking clean so far. The addition of Psycho and Landon seems to have made a big difference for them.
Yes, we take a look at some of the stats here from our final map as Kev. The Emres are putting down so much damage compared to everybody else, really, with that ultimate, just able, with the heavy shots, the light shots, just able to, like, kind of chunk players down, right, in, like, big bursts, like, just doing AoE splash damage from up in the sky. It is a nasty ultimate to have to deal with, and you kind of see there towards the end how much teams respect it, right, because anyone's legend, as soon as that ultimate comes down from Kev, they all hightail it out, and they're never able to actually make it back towards that bot. But, look, I thought... Obviously, VP, they end up winning it 3-0. I thought pretty good performance from anyone's legend, though, right? I know they were competitive in this series. I think that's what we want to see as we get down to 6 teams in these regions. Every map have some back and forth moments from each team.
Right, and obviously, not everything hinges here on the first regular season games. The goal for anyone's legend is just to make top 4, right? And then you make it into the playoffs itself, and that's where you have to beat the top dogs, Twisted Minds, Virtus.pro, to secure a ticket to the major. But even though they go down 3-0 here, dare I say, they put on a pretty respectable performance on Runasapi after all.
See, I think the train just kind of continues from yesterday. I think all the losing teams, there were still a lot of bright spots, a lot of moments to build on heading into the later stages of this regular regular season stage. So many words. I don't know. Don't look at me like that, Matt. I'm not even looking at you, and I know I saw you like tilting your head like a little dog.
No, I was looking at Johnny. Like a
He is in
toddler.
fact Hugo.
Yeah, I've started, I spend so much time with my dog, I've started to copy his facial expressions of just looking like
Honestly,
like,
dog
oddly at
owners
things.
and dogs,
Yeah.
they kind of merge at one point. Like, this is.
Yeah,
This
the only
is
difference
facts.
is I don't go absolutely insane when I see squirrels on the fence. That's the
Yeah.
only difference between me and him at the moment.
You
Yeah,
don't?
He's a little more talkative. That's all right though.
I like
Let's
pop
talk
off.
about this match, though. Let's talk about this match. Okay,
Alright.
our Winston dreams are dead. I'm kind of glad that we finally, kind of took a bow on that one. But other than that, VP just continue on this trajectory, and they're just looking so clean, so flexible, quick to make adjustments as well, like in game. I'm very, very impressed from what we've seen from them just in this first opening week.
They look so comfortable to me. Like,
Yeah.
And we saw it not only when they, play this Zarya Vendetta composition, but it's like Psycho has like a sheet next to his keyboard, and he's like, okay, they are playing this hero, I go swap Tracer. They're playing Vendetta, I go swap Pharah. Like, everything is just planned out. And so I just love watching this team play because they look so comfortable.
Don't give him too many compliments. He's here with us now. That's awkward. Landon, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations. That's 2 wins on the board for you and Virtus.pro. So how are you feeling right now? What's going? Hey,
What's up,
hello,
Smash?
person in the background.
Pretty good. I had a pretty bad
Pretty
game
good.
this match, but my team really pulled through. Like, they played crazy.
You're being too hard on yourself. We didn't see anything bad here. Landon, Virtus.pro, I mean, they had a really tough 2025, but this new iteration featuring you and 2 other new pieces, they look very much revitalized. Now, coming into this team as a veteran of the sports, what do you feel like was the missing ingredient that this roster needed in order to finally raking up those victories?
I think the most important thing to have a successful team these days is to just have one clear identity. I think the days of having these 10-person rosters that can play every possible combination of characters and every possible meta, they're long gone, Like, the best teams just they build their roster around a style and they really commit to it. And so I think me joining this team, I talked a lot with Smash before joining it, and I got a really good idea of what the team's goals are and what our strengths can be going forward. And I'm really excited to play with this group.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lena, I'm sure in the off season, when you were free and you're gone from Catsy, you had the option to go probably almost anywhere you wanted. What drew you to VP with the team and the roster that made you decide to join them?
I normally prefer playing in EMEA for a couple of different reasons. And then of the EMEA teams I was talking to, VP seemed by far the most promising. And being here in a team house, it was one of the biggest advantages to it, I think the ability for a team to improve quickly, solve arguments, and just build chemistry in person is unbelievable.
I'm a bit curious about how you integrated it into the team and some of the maybe learnings that you brought to the team as well, because obviously they had a bit of a core group already last year, Kevster, Ice Gnome, stuff like that. But from the first couple of scrims with this team, were there any things you noticed or wanted to talk things through when it comes to the communication structure, or just the leadership of the team? Because I think we look at this team and we think, okay, Psycho, really smart player, you're a really smart player, you bring some of that leadership, structure, communication to that team. What were some of the early things that you kind of spotted out and you were like, hey, Kevster, do a better job at this, or hey, can we change something about how we're communicating some of these things, right? Because even going back to your previous team, I feel like that's something we heard from last year, is you really were on the players, hey, I need to hear this. I need to hear some of these comms. So were there any of those things here for Virtus.pro?
There were a lot less than I was expecting. I think especially I think support duos really need to have a really just clean synergy. And right away with me and Fixa, it was no issue at all. We've definitely been working on a lot of communication stuff, but it's been a lot better than I was expecting.
How do you see the level of competition in the region this time around? Do you feel like it's going to be a close race, or is there just you and Twisted Minds and then everyone else is just going to scrape it out?
For sure, TM is defending their title, but I think all 6 teams in EU are pretty strong. Like when I was looking over the NA games, like it seems like their region is still very much like here are the playoff teams and here are not the playoff teams. whereas in EMEA, I don't necessarily think that's true.
We love a competitive region. Landon, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Landon. Super great insight there as well. I did not know that they're actually playing in a team house. That does make a huge difference though. Like it really, really does.
Oh yeah, I mean, being able to just settle, like I think Landon said, right? Like, you know, you're not just like signing offline and there's arguments and everybody's kind of like forming their own opinion. You just go and settle it right then and there, right? No real argument.
Say it to my face.
Yeah, say it to my face. And all us hopers that like Landon would maybe, you know, hey, you're gonna come to NA, you know, one day he's like, oh hell no, I'm staying in EMEA. I mean, that's where the world champs are.
That's right. So why would you want, as a, you know, Europe enjoyer, so why would you want to be somewhere else?
EMEA, it feels like for a while it was obviously, you know, Korea, China, you know, number one, right? And then like I think a lot of people like for a while were kind of like rating NA over EMEA, and then it felt like just 2 years with the OWCS and like the consistent play like within the region, and now EMEA is like you know, near the top. It's wild how fast it's happened.
Hey, I mean, it looked a little bit rough there in you know 2024. You think back to like, you know, ends at the Dallas Major in 2024 and like those teams. So like I think there was an argument to be made that EMEA was the weaker region compared to NA, you know, a couple of years ago. But like you said, Matt, I think especially last year, Twisted Minds going head to head with Alcancia, it's just like iron sharpens iron, right? Or steel sharpens steel. I don't know. One of those materials sharpens each other.
Sounded good the first time. Yeah, it sounded good the first time.
The entire region leveled up.
You would have just committed.
Better.
You should have just committed and said it like you mean it. Either way, we are not even halfway through our day now. We have one more match in the EMEA region to come, so make sure to stick around for that. But first, may I interest you in drops? Of course I may. So make sure to connect your Twitch account to your Battle.net account and start collecting right now, because there is a juicy esports loot box at the very end of it.
These teams in EMEA gotta start, you know, they gotta start helping out the fans a bit here, like getting towards these 12 hours. I mean, come on now, stop beating the doors off everybody. Let's keep these series going a little bit.
Yeah, I also just want to see more play. I want to see more play. We only had a 1 5-map series yesterday, so more of that, more Overwatch is always a good time, and all of that will await us after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Project log Jetpack Cut, Entry 1. With Null Sector gone, the team has been sitting around Gibraltar without much to do. I'd say I'm in the same boat, but to be honest, I've had my hands full. Ever since I found this cute little stowaway, my mind has been racing with ideas. For some reason, when I rescued this pretty kitty from in between some rocket parts in the main landing bay, I thought back to some projects I never got off the ground. Literally. I was so young when I drafted them up, and that lazy old Mitzi wasn't much help either. But something about this stray got me thinking again. Maybe there's a way to make this work after all. Looking at my old sketches, I can tell I had a lot of hopes for this build. Guess it goes to show how far I've come that I can finally turn all those dreams into reality. And Fika has been a surprising help. Oh, I named her Fika, by the way, since she looks like a big kanelbulle. There was a funny moment earlier today. I was so stuck on the schematics for the thrusters, but Fika knocked one of my old blueprints off the shelf, and it actually clued me into the answer I was looking for. I can't help but think there's something special about this kitty. I'm thinking over what material suits the jetpack best. A carbon fiber frame would be nice and lightweight, but aluminum would be more resilient. The weight distribution on a cat is pretty different from a human, not to mention the tail. So for the stabilizers, I'm thinking... Does the harness need shock absorbers, or will Fika's fur be enough? Big problem. How to make a joystick that doesn't require opposable thumbs. I have a few ideas for the motor, but I'll need to be careful. I'm worried Fika might lose one of her 9 lives if it's too loud on startup. And for the healing projectiles, actually, should they be projectiles? Oh, I bet Fika will love that. I should really add a grapple to the frame. She'll need it whenever Reinhardt charges off without us. I put out different paint options, and Fika knocked everything over except Blue, of course. Hon är svensk ut i klospetsarna. And that's that. Blueprints for Project Jetpack Cut are finally complete. Whew. I wish my younger self could see just how well this turned out. To be honest though, I'm not sure I'll ever get the chance to build this for real. I know Fika would be a great help, but a cat in a jetpack seems crazy, even by our team standards. But who knows? We keep saying the world could always use more heroes, and I think she might be just the hero the world needs right now. That's how you do it. The story continues in Overwatch.
About it, we are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you
Welcome back to the OWCS. So we're here joined by Johnny as well as Matt, and we're about to set the stage for our last EMEA match of the day. This one will be featuring two teams that suffered an L yesterday, so tough start to their season. However, we did see a lot of good moments from both of these teams, so let's dive in. Let's discuss what we've seen yesterday. Starting with Katsuya, completely new squad from what we've known or come to love over the last year, 2 years. How long did they have their squad?
A year.
I don't know. Let's just make it a year for now. Why not? Yeah,
It was a year.
I think their offense, especially. Let's just glance over what I said. I think their offense, especially yesterday, was highlight worthy. I think on Midtown as well as Havana, like they were blisteringly fast against VP, not any opponent. They were going up against a tough opponent, and they made it look good.
Yeah, the downside is that they also needed to play defense, and then they needed to play overtime,
like
which
that.
didn't exactly happen all that much. But I was pleasantly surprised with this team. Right, they have a full roster of players that have competed at the professional level and had success really kind of everywhere they've been over the last few years. Just kind of like a combination of players from all over. So we'll see how it fares out here. But Zoe, one thing you kind of mentioned, it like really made me kind of like pause and think about it, is like both these teams at 0-1, like with only 5 games, like this is like an insanely huge game for both these teams' chances, like to get out of relegation potentially.
It really is. Now, Johnny, I want to get your take here. We saw Vistola playing quite a bit of Domino yesterday. Is that a one-off? Like, Do you expect to see more of that?
I mean, personally, I was a little bit surprised to see that much Domina. I think there are definitely some like niche use cases where you can bring out the Domina. You know, when it's really difficult to like fight the Domina in some of these close corridors, she gets a ton of value out of her repulsors, right? And her primary fire. But I was a little bit surprised to see Vistola play that much, I guess. So curious to see how they work around that going into this series. I think I'm looking at the backline on this one because you have two players who selected Ilari as one of their favorite heroes. But Gala has been the one to pick the Lucio for them so far. So yeah, historically two quote-unquote flex support players, right? But Gala's forced to pick up the Lucio mantle here for this team. How can they have a strong performance in the backline to help Vistola out?
Yeah, I mean, they struggled yesterday. I feel like backline stability was definitely something that we had questions or that made us like feel a certain way after their match was done. That said though, Vistola also died a bajillion times, and like once your tank is gone, like there's only so much the backline can do to survive. So yeah, unlucky, but definitely something we're going to keep our eyes on for today's match. They're going up against Team Peps. Now Team Peps also had a tough first opponent in their opening match, but we did see the improvement. They're coming in with no roster changes. They're running it back from last year. Obviously, how can you possibly like kick any of the French players, right? Like, it's not possible.
Well,
They
lost to Twisted Minds too, so it's like we kind of expect everybody to lose Twisted Minds. But
they had competitive moments.
Yes,
like they did push back.
They did. The other thing that could be quite interesting here is that like Willies wants to play a decent amount of like Hazard, like we saw the other day, and Vistola was playing a lot of like the Domina, so we may not exactly get this kind of like Zarya Vendetta mirror match that we see in a lot of other games. This one for EMEA could be a little wild.
This is an honest team. Like, they're not at all like NA where they're trolling with the heroes. Like, this is what we're gonna see, right? Like, everyone just selected their preferred hero, and this is their go-to composition. Yeah, like, there's no like, oh, I'm gonna pick Reinhardt to troll the broadcast. It's just like, no, we're picking Lucio Kiri because that's what we're gonna do. I will say, obviously, they showed some Wuyang towards the end of last year, but to Landon's point earlier in the interview, like, you really need one specific playstyle that is your kind of like go-to composition. And I feel like looking at these heroes, these five will be the heroes for this team, right?
Zoro definitely a standout player. I feel like already in their in the preseason bootcamp, he was the one player that really like took over the game for them. That was the reason why they managed to actually win their first round against these guys. And I think yesterday as well, there were a lot of moments from Zoro, but also Dip, who stepped it up.
I mean, this is a tough game to predict.
Yeah, I'll still ask you to predict.
I think I think I'm gonna say Peps. I think I'm gonna say Peps. I have very limited confidence in the pick, but something just tells me that like, no,
that's not how you manifest a victory.
No,
Matt.
but it's really easy to see like, oh, Peps played terrible the other day, but like how much of it was like really Twisted Minds just being Twisted Minds, right? Like Jay-Woo's not on the other side today, so you're kind of good. And the chat can disagree with me anymore. They have gone for Alcatia. You're like, I'm riding with the French. I'm riding with the French. Give me the French today.
That's a good pick. Okay, Johnny, what you got?
I gotta check real quick here. If the prediction thing is still on, because I want to bet on Peps right now. Hopefully, I'm not too late. Oh, is it already settled? Oh, that'd be a big shame. Because
you're like a minute or two late.
Yeah, I might be a minute. Dang it, because like I don't believe with the chat at all. Like I would go with Peps on this one too. I could say that. Yes, we respect Vistola, veteran of sport, really good tank player, and maybe you would give like the leg up in the damage department with Aiden Taejong, like being really good as well. But we've seen it from Peps, like they were at the World Finals, and they're a really well-rounded team, and so I'm running with Peps in this one.
Yo, you know what? Let's form a united front.
We'll go down together.
Against the chat. We're going down together. Yep. That's right. I'm also going to go with Peps here. Obviously, always a supporter of my neighbors, the Frenchmen, and the two Swedes. I don't know where they're coming from, but they're here too. So let's run with it. Let's see what both these teams have in store for us. One of them will get their first victory on the board in week 1. So guys, please take it away.
Yeah, so while we're casting, you prepare on how we if we have to interview somebody from Katsia, kind of be like, yeah, we believed in you guys the whole time. As
It wouldn't be our
Peps.
first time, Matt. Come on.
Yeah, it'll be Peps. They'll be their selection here is the higher seed. Hazard and Simban gone. As we see Oasis, we've seen a lot of like Lijiang Tower here to kick off EMEA, but an Oasis pick here with some different new bands, John.
Yeah, quite interesting. I mean, Alcazia, I think, respecting the Hazard immediately and getting that out of the way. And I think as we reflect on Team Peps, Matt, I'd say that Dip, maybe not the most versatile flex player we have in the region, probably wants to play more of that Tracer and now forced to pick Vendetta in some scenarios as well. But I think they're quite happy to not explore these Symmetra compositions and all of that noise. Like, they want to play a pretty default standard hit scan and Tracer composition. But maybe we'll see some Vendetta here because of how strong she is.
Totally, and we'll get the team sorted out on top. It'll be Peps in blue, and it'll be the Katsia in the orange. So we'll get that one sorted. But yeah, you get rid of that Hazard. That's what Willies really wants to play. I think where Peps, Katsia with Vistola can really make a lot of headway there with Diva and Zarya, because that's where I think Vistola feels the best, especially up against Willis.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting matchup because of the tank stand with Willis onto this Diva, who I think he is as good on, when it comes to both the Hazard and the Diva. But like you say, against Vistola, Zarya here, obviously the Matrix, very beneficial for protecting your Vendetta as well, but these Zarya bubbles have been so effective in this meta. So let's see as both Vendettas go toe-to-toe. Taejong drops pretty early, and they have to forfeit some space. Do Peps really early on here.
And it's interesting that Peps doesn't play the Zarya with this type of comp, right? That seems to be kind of like the preferred method to play the Zarya with the Vendetta. A takes some damage as Zoro, and Peps have full control over the high ground. Gala gets dangerously low there as well, as this is a good start for Peps controlling the space.
Yeah, really good job utilizing the high ground to the fullest effectiveness, as Willis drops really low here. No armor. This could be a massive pick going Katsia's way, but he's going to finish off Taejong, and Katsia actually secure the point cap as well.
Yeah, I mean, high ground control from Peps, but you're not really able to get much with it, right? So you see it's a really difficult angle here trying to fight Zoro. Zoro, you see the amount of damage that's been done by the Emery of Peps. It's not exactly like Willies can kind of like fight toe-to-toe with the remaining members of Katsia. You see Vistola on the point. There's no way to really kind of dislodge that Zarya at the moment, as Surmajet does fall. That's going to be both supports down here for Katsia. Worst case scenario for them. Now you can push in quite aggressively, Ken Peps, and they'll flip the point.
Yeah, that's what you got to be worried about, is the backline of Katsia helping each other alive, staying alive rather, in a fight like that. So Team Peps, they do a good job there, just finding the picks necessary to flip things back as we build up to the first set of ultimates. Serion might get this Kitsune Rush slightly faster here, but for the most part, both teams are going to have all 4 support ultimates available to them.
Yeah, there haven't really been like a huge team fight where Vistola can get value, right? 60% towards a grab here at the moment. Willie's almost towards a self-destruct. It'll be support ults galore here, though, for Katsia. We'll see how they decide to use it. It'll be Zoro up on the high ground. The override protocol here. He's just trying to duck for cover there. A lot of damage comes in return.
Taejong secures the pick necessary there. There's going to be Kitsune Rush from Serion as they look to turn things around. Override protocol. Gotta be careful, but pick up the Zoro as well. Looks like Katsia are in control in this one.
You do end up holding on to sound barrier here for FD God and Co. when you come back into this next fight. FD God just kind of contesting here towards the end. Now it'll finally get flipped. 52% for Peps. Where Katsia now gets control back. We'll see. You do have like a grab here, right? So grab will be kind of answered here by the sound barrier of FD God, and then Sundering Blades for both Vendettas. So it looks like Katsia wants to push a little bit further into the choke, right? With that Zarya, that's probably where you have a little bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, they're really looking for a Graviton Surge here. Soundbarrier gets used, but with very little value, actually. Not able to secure any positioning whatsoever. Willis forced to use the self-destruct, but he doesn't get the mech back in time as Taejong follows up on the Vendetta as well. And this looks to be all Katsia for the most part.
They used the beat to engage, but they were never really like together or set up to engage. So You see Dip finally able to make it back to the spawn. And I think this is the swap you need. You need to play the Zarya, it feels like, in this type of composition. So much better than playing the D.Va. Maybe you're staying on the D.Va at that time because you have the self-destruct, you have the extra life. But it definitely puts you behind, as 90% here are going to be creeping up for Katsia, potentially taking our first round here on Oasis. Pistola still holding on to a lot of that charge. Headshot there onto 8 is it's going to be Dip who gets a touch, but he's so low. There's no Zarya bubble there for him. And Willie's not able to get there either. The later part of this round, quite ugly for Peps.
Yeah, really looking quite uncoordinated. And I mean, Dip there just, you know, going for this flank. It was out of the line of sight from his support, so like the Kiri wasn't there to heal him up. Decides to whirlwind in, gets the Zarya bubble, of course, but getting topped off, I think quite difficult in a situation like that. So Peps really not coordinated between the Vendetta and the backline, but also the Vendetta and the Zarya. And I think so far, we even saw yesterday, Team Peps struggle a little bit on this Vendetta composition. This is not the meta that they want to play.
Like 4 deaths for Dip, you know, below 2k damage, where you see on the other side, right, 3,300 from Taejong. And then also you kind of look at the tank, right? You know, Willie's playing a lot of the D.Va and really not getting a ton of value out of that as compared to Pistola playing the Zarya. So I think the Zarya swap just a little bit too late there for Peps. And look, I mean, you're going to have a tough time playing, at least in the meta the way that currently stands, if you're not getting immense value out of Vendetta and you're able to coordinate with the Vendetta and the Zarya.
Yeah, it's been really difficult for them so far, as Katsia secures the high ground here. So we're waiting for the point to unlock, and this is now pressure on Peps to try to find an in going into this team fight. And one of these players maybe try to flank around and find an opening pick. As we see, Taejong actually going in with this bubble from Pistola. It's not quite enough. Katsia dropped quite low here, man.
I mean, it's enough to kind of keep Taejong alive, though, for the time being, as he's going to take out Dip, but no answer for Zoro on the flank there, as Pistola didn't have another bubble to keep himself alive. So Katsia on the point for now. You see how difficult they're, trying to do it. Taejong, you see, it takes the entire team here for Peps to be able to kind of deal with the Vendetta from Katsia, as he does come in, try and do something here towards the end, but it's going to be Team Peps in control of the point first. But we saw this in the last round, right? Peps was able to get control early on, and then it all fell apart. Let's see if they can put a whole round together.
Yeah, they're going to have the faster support ultimates if they can get there in time, but really want to see them set up like a good kill box here, like coordinated with this Vendetta dive, as they've already lost quite a lot of positioning onto the point. Suzu forced to be used here. Kitsune comes out here, so they need to push with this one and try to get those picks required to win out this fight.
Yeah, everybody on Katsia backs up. They're not really in position to fight into that Kitsune rush at the time, but now an opportunity for their own Kitsune rush, right? You could overlay this over the point, put yourself in a pretty good spot, but just the threat of it, right, forces Peps to back up.
Right protocol comes in from Zoro along with the sound barrier from FD God, and Aid is going to drop because of all that damage coming out here. So Pistola trading back here though, gets 2 picks actually onto Peps, and after all that, Katsia are still in it.
Yeah, it's a later sound barrier there from Gala. It doesn't save Aid, but honestly, just in the spot that you're fighting in, having Pistola all charged up and Taejong having the ability to get the bubbles from the Zarya, that is all you need at the moment. So you do lose your Emre early on, but it doesn't really matter. You have the extra benefit of that sound barrier later into the fight, and Katsia turns it into a fight win. So positive there for Katsia, as now you'll actually have a grab plus Sundering Blade and your override protocol available to use here. A lot of ultimates where Katsia can kind of chain 2 or 3 fights together, Johnny, and take a big lead.
Yeah, so much optionality. How do you want to play this fight out? Aid going to use the override protocol as Dip goes down as well. He does a fight win. Use 1 ultimate, get 1 pick. Peps decide to disengage there.
Well, I think it's unfortunate timing. So Aid ends up using the override protocol, and Dip is actually like kind of like underneath battling Taejong, and they hit each other and they knock each other down. And the issue is nobody there is from Peps able to kind of like, whether like heal, put damage down. They're all kind of forced out by the override protocol from Aid. So it's an easy pickup there from Katsia.
Easy pickup indeed, as they still have this Graviton Surge available to them. Dip tries to get some space here on this angle. Pistola throws the Graviton Surge, finds the backline, but no follow-up there. The Graviton Surge was quite deep, and this is going to enable Peps to get back into this fight map with ultimates quite close of their own.
Yeah, ton of charge though for Vestola, as Willie's going to end up just kind of catching him off to the side. Love that decision, just a solo grab. Be the Sundering Blade from the high ground. Doesn't get much of anything, but both tanks, I know just Vestola actually traded out at the moment. Willie's still strong on the point, and an extra bubble as well to be able to use here. Peps does get the control flipped back in their favor. So this round, back and forth from both these teams. Huge advantage for Peps here, Johnny. Gonna have both support ults to work with. They can get aggressive, maybe kick the fight off with a rush, kind of push them back towards the spawn. Maybe you trade rush for rush. You have that sound barrier to use a little bit later. A lot of optionality here for Peps in this next fight.
Yeah, the one thing is you can't use all of them. Unless this trickles down into the very last fight. They're taking a pretty slow approach so far. Dip goes in though. Bubble is necessary to get out of that one as Kitsune Rush gets dropped from both teams here. And
you
Willis
can't
goes
let Willis
down.
die.
Oh, and the late sound barrier from FD God.
I don't love this one here from Peps. They do get a kill in response. Let's see if they can kind of turn it into something else. Zoro's going to use the override protocol here as well. So you are all in here for Peps. Shots on the Taechung push him back, but 8 is going to find FD God. Willie's over to the ball here as we are in desperation territory here for Team Peps. As they end up using that Kitsune Rush. They lose Willie's on the Zarya early on. They lose another player, I believe, in Dip. And then they're forced to use their beat. A great beat here from Gala. Going to keep everybody alive as Aid finishes it off with his Emre ult. But Team Peps had some opportunities there in the first map. Johnny not able to capitalize as Katsia wins it.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. You're sound barring like 3 versus 5. FD God just a tad moment too late there. I mean, that you had double support ultimate. You need to win that fight, right? And so the fact that you committed all those ultimates and you got nothing for it, that's just execution error.
The worst part was like just losing, like you have the Kitsune Rush and then just like losing Willie's early on. Like it looks like Willie's actually just kind of goes into one of the side rooms. Vestola is so healthy, just kind of like charges them down. There's like nothing really complicated about it whatsoever there. Being able to get rid of the tank right off the start. I mean, that's your Zarya holding down the point. You cannot lose Willie's in that type of situation that early, especially like there wasn't like an override protocol like forcing you back or anything. It was just kind of like nobody there to be able to kind of support the tank of Peps. So going to have to see a much better effort from Peps moving forward because Katsia looked pretty good there in map number 1.
Yeah, Katsia didn't even do anything like too special either. Like they're just executing really well with the composition. Looking at Peps, I mean, I'm speculating quite heavily here, but it almost feels like they're still playing like they would a Hazard composition. Like they take positions, the angles, and then they sit back and like wait for the opportunity to engage. But the difference is that Willis can't be the primary person to engage, right? As you would a Hazard or maybe even like a Diva, right, going in. It has to be Dip this time around because Dip is on the Vendetta, but they just look pretty unsynchronized because it plays a little bit differently, right? And that's the way you see these, Dip, swings in, tries to get some space for his team, then forced to withdraw. Peps, they just like keep disengaging and lose all kind of positioning going into these fights. So they just look quite uncomfortable in this type of a meta.
It feels like map number 2 is an absolute must win here for Peps. Obviously, now the Hazard gone early on in the series, and that is like what Peps seems like they want to play. But I don't know if you can just rely on playing Hazard throughout a lot of these series to be able to get these wins. You're going to have to play that Zarya Vendetta. You're going to have to play some Diva. So we'll see what Peps has up their sleeve potentially for the second map.
Yeah, they get the benefit of first ban and map pick here and now. Where did they go yesterday when they played against Twisted Minds? And obviously a little bit of a different scenario as they did end up picking Blizzard World.
Blizzard World, yeah.
Yeah, they went towards Blizzard World and they got that Diva out of the way. And they stuck with the Hazard. But even then, Vendetta just didn't seem like the answer for Peps. Maybe you're recognizing that Vendetta is so strong, we can't force Tracer really. But it's an awkward spot to be in if you're Peps. I mean, we believed in them. We all believed in them. So now we gotta stick
but how did you feel
right?
about how do you feel about just generally like Hazard into Zarya?
I mean, yeah, it's a really tough matchup, right? In general, Hazard, I wouldn't say is like one of the best tanks in the game overall.
Right now, Zarya?
I mean, sure, yeah, you could go for that if you want to, if you feel that way about it. I don't know. I'm a little bit unsure with that one. I feel like the Hazard is really difficult to play, but it's kind of like what they do best, you know?
Right.
And so you gotta stick with your guns. Like Landon said in the interview, like, what is your style as a team? And I feel like the Hazard is it. So even though Hazard isn't the best hero, that's what they had success with in Stage 3 last year when they did qualify for the World Finals. It was them combining with Willis on the Hazard and Dip on the Tracer. And so the meta looks slightly different with 6 more heroes added into the game since then.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive change as we take a look at the map pool. Runasapi is like a really good Vendetta map. Suravasa, we see, at least in EMEA so far, kind of the go-to for Flashpoint. It'll be a Rialto. So Rialto, and they get rid of Farah here. So that would, like, you know, lead you to believe they obviously want to play the Vendetta, right? With the Farah being banned here. Katsia, they have some options here. Like, do you ban a Lucio and try and play like double flex support here potentially? Like,
I think they have so many options here, like, really, because as much as we talk about Gala playing the Lucio, that just means that on these escort maps especially, they can play more of a double flex support lineup, you know, like force one of those players onto the Alari, take a way slower approach. And then we saw Vistola yesterday playing the Domina, right? And so this is a Katsia team that is really comfortable flexing away from the Lucio Kiriko.
Yeah, I mean, you could ban like a, you know, you could ban Diva, you could ban, I mean, Katsia could even ban a Zarya if they wanted, right? We've seen like the Domina played a decent amount. They banned the Kiri here. So what does that tell you?
Yeah, like I said, I think they want to move away from these more standard compositions, right? And that forces Peps into, I don't know, maybe something like a Juno Brig, if need be, right? But Katsia, like, they can play so many different kinds of support heroes in a situation like this, especially on a map like Rialto. So I think we kind of know what we're expecting from Peps here, but Katsia, I think they have a lot of options up their sleeve.
Yeah, as we get into Rialto, a must-win map for Peps. Their selection, their first ban, getting rid of the Farah, looks like to be where they want to unlock Dip to play that Vendetta at a really high clip. But on the other side, we saw Taejong play it extremely well for Katsia, where I don't think you would have seen them really even kind of move off of it. The Kiri is probably the biggest question mark in terms of like what we're getting out of that. Farah, I guess, also could have been used for somewhat of a protect if you wanted to look at it that way for Peps as well. They kind of, you know, protect, maybe it's like a, you know, a Vendetta ban or a Tracer ban, something along those lines on the other side, and then also allow their Vendetta to get a little bit stronger. So it will be Katsia on defense here, Johnny, and it'll be
look at this,
a Bapalari with an Orisa here. So we did see them play a little bit of Orisa yesterday. It's a much different pick.
I mean, they are cooking. This is kind of what I hinted towards, what they're capable of doing with Gala and Sermajed as their support duo. I think they're really happy to get away playing a composition like this. And then Vistola, like, you just gotta hold the corner and put pressure on the payload and buy enough time for, you know, 3-4 heroes on your team, essentially just outputting extreme amounts of damage. And Team Peps, meanwhile, they go over to that Juno Brig like I talked about, but they don't really have all this range, right? And so they're going to be way more of a grouped up team trying to put pressure onto the payload.
Right, but the Juno Brig, you kind of like if they're playing maybe like a Diva on the other side. Yes, Zerion actually goes over to the Wuyong. So Wuyong in combination with the Brig here. You also have Dip now on Tracer, going to ditch that Vendetta. It's definitely one of the more odder matchups we've had so far in EMEA in terms of compositionally, right? See Taejong get in there. There's really no answer for the Vendetta. Pep's gonna have to play super coordinated together to really stop Taejong from kind of going crazy. Sola gets dangerously low. Yeah, gonna have to use his spear spin, block some of the damage coming on in.
Great dive there. I mean, Zoro combining, of course, with the diving efforts of Dip and Willis on the Diva and Tracer. And this is what Team Peps do best. Like, when they set up a dive like that with Dip on the Tracer, they look incredible. So taking the angles necessary, then combine for the dive on a backline that is pretty weak with the Baptiste and Ilari. And that's going to be the first point cap.
No, not just yet. Oh, no, they actually do get it. They look like actually, Vistola was using the spear spin, trying to like charge all the way back up to get there. And he just gets kind of knocked off course for a second there by Willie. So nice job there by Peps. They actually get that first checkpoint. It's going to be an Ant Matrix used here by Gala just to kind of push them back. But this is a great start for Peps.
Yeah, now it's all about making it across this bridge as Dip poking and prodding the Tracer on this off angle, close to a pulse bomb as well. Difficult to get value out of that against the immortality field of the Baptiste.
You had to do the Lijiang ult though to kind of get aggressive here.
Pep's got a good setup going here. See if he can get the value required.
Jed just kind of poking at range here as well as Katsia. Oh, he's going to use Captain Sun here, getting to the back line here. Can they actually get the kill on Zerion? They do, so they find Zoro and Zerion. Willis actually goes in there with Dip. They're not able to find much of anything, so now a full reset. So how do you think, with Katsia, with control over this choke, how difficult does this come to kind of break through that they have?
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult, but you do have the rally, and so you should be able to win out this tank matchup. We can expect Aid to pop his ultimate here, a lot of damage coming through. But I still think that Zoro, he's going to have the sight lines to make sure you can cross this bridge. Zoro's actually going to pop it first. That buys some space for Peps here to cross the bridge.
Yeah, it's just trying to open up this area, right? Like, just get some of these players off of those windows up on the high ground, back them up a little bit. That allows Team Peps to kind of move through that really dangerous position without having to, like, burn a rally, for instance, which would have felt pretty terrible. It's going to be the override protocol here from Aid as Willis tries to get up in his face. Has to be so careful, though. A lot of damage coming down there from the Emre. It's going to be Willis using the self-destruct, but not able to get back into a mech right away. It's going to be Dip getting the benefits of the Wuyang. Oh, nice immortality field there from Gala, able to keep Jed alive as Terror Surge there, but a Pulse Bomb connects there onto Vistola as he's popping that ultimate. It's going to be the rally popped here from FD God as well, as it feels like Peps, they think they're still in this fight.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth there, but Katsuya trying to hold their ground, but their comp doesn't really excel at holding those close corners. They want to create sightlines for their backline, and so forced to disengage there. It's going to buy enough time for Peps to get back with their players as Taejong goes for a bit of a dive there, couldn't find any targets. Let's see if Gala can find some value with this amplification matrix as Team Peps try to go for it.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to, like, get, maybe Peps to commit to this fight before they end up using that Ant Matrix as Immortality Field used there, just trying to keep Taejong and Aid alive as they're getting quite aggressive here. Is a nice wrap around the corner there, putting a lot of pressure on the Willies. Yeah, now the Ant Matrix comes down. No way you're going to be able to keep the Diva up there from Peps. Rest of the players up on the high ground. No way they can support the tank at that moment in time. So another fight win here from Katsuya on the defensive side of things. This has been a really difficult choke here for Peps to push on through, right? Very costly in terms of HP pool to get across this bridge, especially with no, like, Lucio in the mix.
Yeah, and I think Willis is really gonna kick himself that they lost the mech there, because they had to forfeit so much space on the back of just, dropping low with the Diva mech here. Now you have to walk through here and you're facing a captive Sun. Like, this spells trouble for Peps, and time is winding down, Matt.
So we'll see if we can get anything here. Maybe Wuyang ult as, that's the captive Sun that comes over the top, and it is the Wuyang ult used there onto Dip, but a lot of the players there from Peps had already fallen. You still have Willies and Dip alive, though. Taejong still here trying to work with Gala. Gala used the Immortality Field for himself. Taejong not able to win the 1v1 versus Dip, so a full team kill. 2 players alive here from Peps. So they're going to get a little bit more cart progress. Not enough, though, to be able to get the checkpoint. They're still going to need at least one more fight.
Yeah, but FD God has a crucial rally here that is going to make things
you have the
quite
override
difficult.
protocol, though. I mean,
have the override protocol, indeed. Willis has to be the man on the spot here to try to protect the rest of his team. Matrix, crucial there as he mitigates that damage.
Yeah, just trying to keep Dip alive, right? So crucial for Team Peps. It'll be the override protocol here used by Zoro. You lose Zerion, though. That's a large source of the healing. Now you're going to get pushed around the corner here with his override protocol. Not really able to find much. Taejong uses the Sundering Blade. That goes for nothing. It's going to be FD God's rally, though. That's probably enough to push them over the top here, as it's just Taejong and Vestola alive. Vestola trying to get back there towards the checkpoint, prevent it from walking on through, but that's going to be the second checkpoint there for Peps.
Yeah, great disengage and turn there by Peps. Obviously fighting back with their own override protocol, and then the rally to help Willis and Dip secure the pick in the front line. So getting to the third point here, Peps doing a great job. Katsuya swaps over to the Orisa once more, and they have this amplification matrix, so let's see if they can secure some value here before the disengage from Peps.
Yeah, now Pep's actually going to ditch the brig here and go with a Juno Wuyong look as their back line. So a little bit of speed here, not the same as like a Lucio, for instance, but a little bit of speed here available from the Juno into the mix. And also Juno can kind of escape maybe that dive. Like it's going to come on through there as everybody from Pep's kind of getting around that doorway there. Is Willie's taking a lot of damage. I don't know how he's going to be able to make it out. No, he's not going to be able to, but he's got the self-destruct. Going to try and get back in mech, but it gets taken out by Aid. That is a weird one there from Pep's, Johnny.
Yeah, really quite uncoordinated there. Obviously, Willis made his way through that choke point while the rest of his team decided not to engage, but Willis is going to swap over to the Zarya. 40 seconds remaining, so tough going. Tried to build this Graviton Surge, but at least with the Zarya bubbles onto Dip here. And, of course, the Wuyang ultimate as well. Maybe Dip can make a bit of a play for his team.
We'll see if you kind of use that Wuyang ultimate there onto the Vendetta, see if he can get into the back line. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be Aid, though, up in the sky. The override protocol here, just trying to put down some damage. Taejong finds Zerion here. It's going to be a little bit of a battle of the Emeries up in the sky as Aid finds Zoro, picks him right on out. Sir Majid has the rally rolling here as well. Sundering Blade comes on through, and that is where Team Pep's offense will stop. So they do get 2 checkpoints, which is pretty good. Just don't really get it close towards that third.
Yeah, it was tough going for most of that, but overall, it was Pep's showing signs of life. Playing that D.Va composition, and Willis and Dip still, you take a look at the stats, you know, they were able to secure some of those eliminations. They were able to sync up on that second point and the first point to open up some of these fights. Obviously very difficult when you're facing a backline of Katsuya. You know, there's so much poke damage going out, so you have to be really careful on the off angles as you try to set up those dives. But I feel like overall, pretty good push there from Peps. Obviously not the spot you want to be, and you'd prefer to push that cart into the more close-cornered indoors space. But still, an opportunity here to snag a map away from Katsuya.
We'll see what Katsuya decides to do on their offense. There's some D.Va, some Orisa from Vestola on the defensive side of things. And now Team Peps on their defense. It'll be the D.Va here from Willie's. So they will go with the Wuyang Brig. Feels like, though, this is kind of like especially when Taejong switches over and ends up playing the Vendetta. This kind of lineup here from Katsuya can start to farm against this from Peps, no?
Yeah, I'd say it's quite a scary prospect, you know, because you know that Vestola is going to have the option on offense to swap into the Zarya if he wants to, and put a lot of resources into Taejong. But also playing on this offense, you can play Sen if you want to. No, it's not happening. But still, though, because you know we're not in these Lucio comps on the offense, you can't get away playing this Illari, this Bath. I'm just worried about the sightlines. Obviously forced to take the high ground here, I feel like, but how much value are you going to get out of it? So Sermajet actually thinks better of it and swaps over to the more consistent Brig.
Well, you got a lot of value against the D.Va with the Brig, right? So I think this is a smart decision here from Katsuya. I think Taejong needs to like kind of play this perfectly, right? Not a lot of support. You're just going to have like the Brig packs pretty much. It's a high ground taken here from Vestola and co, but Willie's just kind of dives in, gets rid of Sir Majed as nobody able to help him up on the high ground as Vestola's gotten himself into an odd spot here.
Yeah, it's gonna go down there. I feel like Katsuya did the right move, still pushing the high ground, trying to buy some space, and they're actually successfully like rounded the corner. But Peps did a great job fighting back with the damage output from the Vendetta and the D.Va, combining for a bit of an engage. You know, Vestola playing the fairly, unconventional Orisa, dare I say. Haven't seen as much of the Orisa in the mix most recently. But it's going to be a really potent hero if you want to put pressure onto this cart and force a move from Peps.
Yes, feels like the Orisa, I mean, a lot more now than ever. It's A takes out Zerion. That's a huge pick. Happen. No, I mean, now we get the Am Matrix. This is going to basically be, no, nice shot, a little 360 there. This is basically going to be a first point almost here for, Katsuya out of this, and nade there from Zoro at the end finishes him off. But yeah, we don't really see a ton of the Orisa, and a lot of it is, you know, when we saw it the other day, right? When EMEA is able to use that pistol and just kind of like burn through the armor, the Orisa just crumbles over there. Dip tries to get back and get a touch. He gets taken out. This may actually result in a stagger here, Johnny, which is going to allow Katsuya to get over that really difficult part of the map by the bridge.
Yeah, it might be a bit of an error there from Dip actually trying to go for that contest, because his team was just not ready to follow up on that, especially not quite yet having built those ultimates. And as you say, Katsuya now, they get the positional advantage and the benefit of pushing the cart at the same time. Surmajet, even with the rally here, you know, wherever they decide to deploy that rally is just going to give them so much ground to operate with. Peps here, though, they swap over to the Hazard. As Willis does some poking and prodding himself, but it's going to be more about those dives.
Is this a better matchup for the Orisa, though? We'll talk about it right after this. It's going to be, you know, aid from the flank here, getting up in the sky with the override protocol. You have the rally going for Surmajet as well. Rally for FD God as both Briggs will end up falling. Zoro ends up taking out Gala. No immortality field available here. Is Taejong just kind of cleaning it up here towards the end. It'll start to continue the payload to get going. But it does feel like, Johnny, that Dip has to be so careful here. The Orisa into the Hazard is a little bit better here for the Orisa.
Yeah, it's really tricky here for Willis to walk up and set up these dives to begin with. You can just see the knockback. It's just so much, and Taejong follows up with the overhead strike onto FD God, and that should be Katsuya securing this second point.
Well, especially like when the Hazard wants to like block or get in, right? You have the spear to just kind of like interrupt it. You have you know, the spear spin to kind of dislodge the Hazard. It feels like the Diva is a tougher matchup for the Orisa than the Hazard is. The Hazard feels like you're just kind of like, you know, playing right into, it feels like, what Katsuya wants to get out of it. As Katsuya pulls up just a little bit here, they'll have the Terror Surge available here to just try and grip players in. Willie's not able to get there. Nobody else able to get there as well, as Katsuya with a quick 2-0 lead in this set.
That was a brutal offense from Katsuya there. They just swept their way through the streets of Rialto. And man, if you felt decent about the push from Peps, now you feel pretty bad about yourself going to the third map. They just have not had the answer whatsoever in this series.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mess from Peps, as Katsuya, it feels like they have been in control of the series thus far. We take a look at some of the stats. 15k damage there from aid on the EMEA. Feels like Vestola, the ability to play all these different tanks. I mean, look at that. I mean, almost 11k damage to Willie's, like, you know, 6, and then Willie's with 10 deaths. It feels like really difficult, especially if you want to try and force it, like that Hazard into the mix and things along those lines. Not exactly a strong pick right now.
I mean, it almost felt like it was the map pick of Katsuya. It's just like, oh, we get to flex our muscles a little bit. Like, we get to play double flex support lineups. Vestola, you can play a little bit of Orisa. Like, we're just thriving. Surmajet is racking up the Alari highlights. It felt like a Katsuya map pick.
Well, especially like when you go and opt into playing the Hazard into the Orisa. Like, it feels like that's the match, like one of the matchups the Orisa would want in that case. So yeah, I know a map pick that is Team Peps doesn't exactly kind of work in their favor. And you know, like Zoe mentioned, right? You know, both of these teams 0-1 currently in stage 1, and with only 5 matches total. You know, this is such an important game, and to lose it in a 3-0 fashion would be so heartbreaking for Peps.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Peps, your next matches are against Virtus.pro, GK, and anyone's legend to finish out this stage, right? And since you have to make it out of the bottom 2, only 4 teams qualify to the regional playoffs. Katsuya is one of those teams that you would probably have to say you'd have to beat, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, right? Like, if you're Peps and you envision making top 4, and you think about, you know,
you're looking at the schedule marking, like, what are potential wins? Katsuya is that.
Yeah, TMVP GK in front of you, right? You're like, we need to win against anyone's legend, and we need to win against like Katsuya, right? Like, so I mean, you put yourself in a position where you got to get a win against one of those other teams we assume up at the top. Not the position you want to be in if you're Peps. If you were in this position, you want to like be closer, like in terms of like the map count, right? To give yourself, like, if you get to ties and all that kind of stuff and a better opportunity, but a 3-0
You're not
here
thinking
is-
about that from the get-go. You're like, let's
no, you want to win first. You don't want to think about like, hey, we just need map score in your second game. But I think it's kind of the brutal nature of only having 6 teams in, right? Yeah, you know, you're not any easy wins at all across the board, right? And every match has like just massive consequences. So we already saw Oasis in this series. We see Rialto there. If you want to force like Hazard and things like that, I mean, I don't know. Are we looking at like, I guess like the 3 you'd be looking at like Suravasa, Esperança, and like we did see it was a Katsia pick yesterday. We did see Midtown where like, but I feel like that would actually suit Katsia more because you would play like have both those play like flex supports, which is like kind of what they want to play. You could play Blizzard World.
No, honestly, no. Like, I wouldn't want to go against Katsia on that too.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go towards the flashpoint. I want to go towards the push. Just like when I'm looking at these 4 support players, it's like, what's the advantage here for Team Peps? Just like, well, FD God is the only Lucio player in the server. Like, no offense, Gala, but like FD God's supposed to be him when it comes to these 4 support players. So like, I want to force the Lucio carry, you know, like, maybe Dip is not the best Vendetta in the region, but like if you can just play Lucio carry and maybe some Zarya Vendetta combined for that, like that should be your key to success in this matchup. It's not beating Katsia at their own game. And so we head over to a flashpoint map, which makes sense. You get the Orisa ban out of the way there, and Katsia going to counter with a Tracer ban actually.
And an Orisa ban, I mean, that is an Orisa
wow.
ban that's not a protect
glazed.
is something that we wouldn't expect to see at this moment in time, right?
Yeah, no.
But I mean, what? Like, you know, for Peps, you still leave open the availability for Vestola to play the Zarya. You still leave open the availability for Vestola to play the Diva. And then now, like, Dip, like, is looked good on the Tracer. I wouldn't exactly say like with the Tracer gone, right? It's interesting because like I would say the Tracer almost pairs better with like the Hazard and the Diva than like if you like Vendetta plus Zarya is so like
right. This is a good ban from Katsia. Yeah,
this is a great ban from Katsia. This allows them to kind of like force it to be a little bit more of their strengths, as Atlas will be the map pick for Peps, as they got to get a reverse sweep to get to 1-on-1. Not an ideal scenario for the French.
I feel like if you're Katsia here going into this map even, it's almost like a bit of a gimme. Like it's just like you're up 2-0. It's like, okay, well, they're gonna force us into a spot here where maybe we have to brawl out, you know, playing some of this Lucio carry, you know, sorry, like maybe we don't want to do that. But that's fine because if we lose this map, we got 2 more maps where we get first ban, where we get map pick. So like I'm not even too worried if I'm Katsia going into this one.
I mean, it's no, I think if you're Katsia, you're clearly obviously in the driver's seat, right? It's like for Peps, it might be maybe they don't feel like exactly comfortable kind of playing like what the meta is right now, but it feels like there's a little bit of a gap between like what they ideally want to play and then what is like the strongest preferred method to play at the moment, because you know, I wouldn't exactly say that like, you know, even Katsia is playing like meta comps, right? They're playing like a Orisa with like double flex supports in the backline, and they're still able to get kind of wins. So what I think would be trouble here is if Katsia comes out on like, you know, Zarya, Vendetta, that type of thing, and Peps tries to play something a little odd.
But so be it, you know, like you gotta give yourself the best chance to win, and it's just like, all right, Peps, I think this is your best chance. Like if you're not winning this matchup, it's going to be very tough to win the series. So you just gotta throw everything against the wall in this one. Will is seemingly going to stick with the Hazard here. They're just not interested in the Zarya map.
Yeah, it's but it feels like a miss, right? I mean, there's no bubble here for, you know, Dip, right? There's no bubbles for like the backline. You know, the Zarya, the damage just starts to ramp, right? Like, it doesn't feel like there's like an easy burst target. Dip actually kind of just collapses on the A there and takes him out. Okay, and you know, Willie finds
they're angry, Matt.
So that is like an incredibly
now. They're
odd,
like,
incredibly
everything
odd
against the wall.
Right, yeah, I mean, but it feels like, though, if you're Peps, that's kind of, if you're going to make this comp work, that's kind of, you kind of have to just, like, all in every fight, right? Like, just be hyper aggressive and just kind of, you know, send it. Like, first target we see that's a little bit far out is A to boom. Like, we're on top of them.
Yeah, how
like
much energy do you think Vistola had there? It's like, pop the bubble, it's like, oh, we lost the fight.
None,
Like,
yeah.
It's over. But you, like you said, like, you're just going to keep doing that.
It's just, can you replicate it? Very difficult to do here. Just a little bit of a 3P peek as a wall there, tries to separate players, doesn't exactly do so at the time. And now everybody on Katsia is healthy. Can they actually go in? But they do find Taejong, so this is actually starting to look pretty good here from Peps.
Yeah, these hazard dives working out in these very close corridors, and Dip now racking up the frags here on Vendetta as they're already at 60% and counting, and now hunting down the individuals remaining from the previous fight. This may very well just be the point. Like, Katsia,
I mean, where was this?
It's going to have a tough... Well, look, maybe sometimes you just need to have something to trigger you a little bit, to just like, all right, let's go in there and not overthink it. And that seems like what Peps is doing right now. Like, they're just going for it.
No, it's just hyper aggressive, right? I mean, you see Willie's like no thought of even going backwards.
Maybe
That is
thought.
that is a dominant first point there from Peps, is they just bulldoze through Katsia. It's like, don't even allow the Zarya to get online. Like, we are going to dive, we are going to commit. That is a great start for Peps.
This is what you can do on the flashpoint and push maps when you have these Lucio comps, right? It's going to be Kitsune Rush dropped early here from Sirion. Dip finds a pick onto Gala. Well, another fight win for Peps. They are really ramping up the momentum here on this hazard comp.
I mean, they're dominating right now. Like, this has not been competitive whatsoever. Katsia looks like a completely different team here to start Atlas. Maybe this is the fight, though, right? You have the override protocol here coming in from A. It'll be a downpour there.
Catch.
Just, nice catch there. Just drags him all the way to the ground. And even with the Kitsune Rush and the override protocol, it is just all Team Peps in the feed.
Yeah, they're looking mighty dominant so far on this kind of a composition. Honestly, not typically for the engage speed, but FD God, why don't we just send it down mid this one time?
I mean, there's no reason to send it. So Taejong actually, okay, this is interesting, Johnny.
It's about mental warfare too.
Echo Sojourn here. So they're going for a little bit of a safer approach, right? Like, maybe you're actually able to kind of like get Dip a little bit below like half HP, just kind of burn him down with the Echo. A little bit more escapability. From the Sojourn. As I say that, Dip gets right on top of A, just blows him up. It's going to be a grab up to the high ground here, so that'll result in a kill. And you feel the need here to win a fight. If you're Katsia, it's going to be the sound barrier end up used by both teams here. That Willie's and Dip pretty healthy, though. Vistola, you got to be able to keep him alive. Gala gets forced all the way back. I don't think they're going to be able to get the Zarya up. And this is going to be Team Peps coming out on top in this fight yet again.
Yeah, really clean from them there. Protecting each other. Dip doing a lot of work on the Vendetta, and they're able to keep him alive as, a few members from Katsia trickle back into this fight. Try to get a bit of a touch going, but with 8 going down, it's going to be Peps with another 2-0, 100% to 0. And now just 1 point away from winning on this flashpoint. They were just rolling with this momentum so far, and even that fight with a Graviton Surge from Vistola, just nothing happening for Katsia.
This has been an absolute blowout. I mean, that they are making this hazard comp look incredible here in combination with Dip on the Vendetta, separating some players. Nice shot there from Zerion. Almost finishes off Gala. If you're Team Peps, you're going to be able to get this Kitsune Rush really early in this fight. It may actually set you up for a really quick Atlas here. A fast 3-0.
Yep, just got ability in time here. Zeus comes in to protect as well. Flashpoint is unlocked here as Kitsune Rush comes out. This should be Peps just dominating onto the pointer as well with that added damage and speed. But Taejong finds a counter pick. Both Vendettas down here.
You end up with a downpour here from the duplicate. Taejong not able to find anything with that. Peps does also have a downpour in their override protocol available, but is it even necessary? It looks like some of the members of Katsia going to have to back on out. So another fight win here in a row. I don't think we've actually seen them really be pushed back or deterred at all throughout this. I mean, look at how aggressive Willie's
going.
He's getting hacked on by the sword there, of Aiden. He does not even matter. Who cares? Just push him right on through it.
They're feeling so confident with this kind of composition right now, and Taejong's gonna swap over to this Symmetra actually. Just get some extra damage going and get this teleporter to alter some of the positioning in these fights.
Maybe
you know,
the
they want to get on top of the enemy team.
That impactful, right? Not having the Orisa kind of like dislodge and disrupt. Willies, he's allowed to just play so free. I mean, this looks awesome here from Pat. It's going to be the Kitsune rush here from Surmajed. It's going to be Zoro with the benefits of the sound barrier getting up from the sky with the override protocol. It's going to be the Suzu use as well. He's going to fly right in. I mean, if you just saw this match, you'd be like, how in the world did Katsuya get up 2-0? Because they are just getting mowed down by Team Peps. They're one of the fastest flashpoints we have had, and that is it. Team Peps just absolutely runs through Katsuya here on Atlas. What a performance.
How long was that map?
That was like
3.5
4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that was...
what happened?
Jeez.
That was crazy. Wow. Yeah.
I mean...
We slept on the Orisa ban, dude.
I just have so many questions now about like what happened on Oasis, like what happened to all these other maps, like because I mean that looked unreal. And maybe it's like you can't really play the Hazard into like the Zarya as much and the Orisa, because I mean look at this, 2 kills for Katsuya the entire map. I mean the Ada goes 0-7. I mean this is just like a slaughtering here that we usually don't see. Take a look at some of the highlights. I mean, it's all Peps. I mean, they literally Katsuya got nothing done on that map.
I don't even know how to like describe how dominant this looked. Like Team Peps just looked like, you know, there was Team Falcons playing. It was just unbelievable how they just got every single pick, you know, perfect ultimates, rotations, you know, they flawless map from them.
It's like, did Katsuya just say like, we're not good at this one, so let's just like pin it for the next one? But I mean, that was...
When I said it was a gimme, like I didn't mean it that hard. It's like a Katsuya can still put up a fight.
Beat
like,
down though.
Yeah.
I mean, man, that was crazy. That was one of the ones we've had of all time.
I'm shocked.
It's just really weird because it comes in the middle of a series where like Katsuya kind of like dominated on Rialto, like, and then the next map, they just kind of it looked like they were... I don't even know. They're not in the same category of team, which is crazy because, you know, up until that point, it looked like Katsuya was going to kind of like walk in for a 3-0, but now Peps feels like they have a lot of life in them in this series.
I did not see that one coming at all. I'm honestly so surprised to see Peps 300-0 Katsuya there. But it leaves Katsuya in a spot now where they get the first map pick and the first ban as well, heading into map 4 here. And this is probably when you want to... Yes, you put them on the spot there, but I do think they banned Hazard early on, yes. But it does leave them in a position here where they can like ban out the Lucio. Just like, hey, want to force slower compositions because we don't want to deal with that aggression coming out from Peps yet again.
Yeah, but what map though, right? I mean, you have Esperança and Runasapi still left. We haven't done the pushes. That could be pretty decent for Hazard in some of those, right? You do have what we're gonna still have, like I believe it as a hybrid left. So like, do you go? Are they gonna go Midtown with a double flex?
I'd go Midtown. I think
Midtown ban Lucio and go double flex. Is that what we're thinking here?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking at least. And like, if you say like, oh, Peps, you know, maybe they play some like Juno Brig or something, I'm like, I can live with that. Like, I'm fine with that. If I get the Lucio off the board, I think that's a leg up for Katsuya. I think that's an advantage.
Yeah, let's see. Will they lock in a Lucio ban here? You can then play like Orisa, Sigma. You can play double flex here for Katsuya.
Bet channel points on this.
Yeah, I would have bet. I have no more channel points since I bet them all last season and I never won. But what I had left, I would have bet there. What do you do here if you're Peps? Tracer.
They bet Tracer.
Sure, why not?
Why not? Dude?
Why not?
Yep.
This series feels like it's starting to get a little silly. Starting to drink a little silly juice here going on.
Suddenly Peps are like, we're the best Vendetta team in the world.
Suddenly Peps is like, you know what? If we just don't think and just go forward, we got this. This is not a great Hazard map though. Let's just say that. Like, getting through the choke against like an Orisa and like the Emre, it feels like it's gonna be tough, especially like if they're gonna play like a Lari Bap or something.
I could cope myself into it, you know.
I mean,
if I really wanted to cope in the hazard
Peps,
here, like I could, yeah.
We should be coping into it because we all pick Peps. This would be a brutal loss for Katsia, by the way. I mean, an opportunity to get 3-0. I mean, and then kind of Peps runs it back. I mean, that'd be a bad way to go out. So,
I don't know why you had to put that out into the world, Matt. Like, come on, it's map 4, brother.
It's necessary.
Calm down.
It's necessary. And then this would also set us up for a final map that would take place on push. So a lot of good Vendetta maps in the push pool. So see how things go out. One more chance though for Peps to get it to a game 5. Game 5, all bets are off. Katsia would be sweating bullets there going into that 5th game, being like, man, we were just so dominant for the first 2 maps and then just fumbled it away.
Okay, I can set the stakes this way, Matt. I think map 4 rather than map 5 is Katsia's best chance to close out the series. Like, I would be like, okay, you please just win map 4, because if we head into a map 5 scenario where we've already used the Lucio and the Kiriko ban and we're gonna play push, that would actually like let Peps back into the series. So this Midtown with the Lucio ban, and you get, you know, a really good hybrid map for yourself. This is, between the 2 options, this is by far Katsia's best chance to close out the series. So a lot of pressure on them to do that.
Yeah, and it'll be Peps on defense here, starting things off with a Juno Brig. So I think they probably expect Katsia to come out with like a Diva here. I think they're assuming. Katsia, though, I mean, they have a lot up their sleeves. I mean, it looks like potentially here we're going to get the Orisa from Vestola, where the Orisa on Rialto is really good into the hazard and just historically really good into the hazard. So see if they decide to commit to that Orisa play. They kind of get a look around the corner, and they will. So they'll play the Orisa with a Juno Kiri. Backline, a little bit more common.
You know, this is a pretty interesting compositional matchup though, because obviously if Stola and team are going to try to push this side angle here, try to get some space, but that's going to open up the backline. So Willis drops really low actually, and that's bad because this lets Katsia walk into the point for free, not expecting a dive to come through at this second.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Brig there, FD God having to get up to the high ground and try and even just keep Willis alive is very close to a first checkpoint here for Katsia. They do get it, forces back Peps, as they're going to have to cycle around, figure out how they're going to attack this here. Oh, the stun there comes on through. FD God ends up falling at the hands of Taejong, as this is bad news for Peps, as you see just the space that Vestola is able to occupy. Willis does get one, does end up getting Taejong as well, so the Vendetta out of the fight. I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this. Yeah, they're not going to keep the hazard up. It looks like Dip going to get there, get a touch there for a brief moment in time. Nobody else able to do so. And Katsia takes the first checkpoint, a lot of time in the time bank as well. And that's going to be the swap over to the Diva. So maybe that's just the matchup that they do not like, the hazard into this Orisa.
Well, you saw, right, that I talked about Peps needing to engage onto the back line. Willis took so much damage that there was just no dive coming through from Peps, and they forfeited all that ground. So, Diva, a little bit better with this Matrix, as you see Dip on that angle as well. Gonna try to sync up here with the rest of Team Peps. Tyrion, pretty close to that orbital ray, but it's going to be protocol override from 8 first.
Yeah, some significant damage down there. So the rest of the team moves up towards the high ground. They get FD God. They get Dip, as does not look like Willie's able to make it out as well. You're going to be able to stagger out this Diva. Feels like for a little bit, actually. Willie's smart play just runs right to the cart, so they have to get rid of him. But Katsia doesn't have to use much of anything there, Johnny. They're going to continue to keep this rolling, right? I mean, you're going to have the orbital ray here with Terror Surge in combination with the Sundering Blade, as Willie's now back over to the hazard, I think, just to get a touch.
It's really oppressive here because Peps can't get through the doorway.
Nice angle through the window.
So
there,
helpful, but yeah, Peps turning things around here. Sorrow finds 2 with the protocol override.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough for Katsia. I mean, you still have Vestola alive, but you've lost both supports here. I know Taejong not able to find anything moving on in there with the Sundering Blade as well, as you lose Vestola. So finally a little bit of a breathing moment here for Peps. Willie's back over to the hazard here. Just says, you know what, we may as well kind of go down with it, I feel like, at this point.
He tried D.Va one time and was like, no, this is not how I want to.
Yeah, not worth it. Not worth it.
But they have the high ground here now. So at least they can set up some of these hazard dives, right? And you're seeing they're
nice.
combining with dip beautifully.
Yeah, they find Taejong out to the side. He's actually just trying to get across, and I think he probably feels like nobody's going to pressure him at that moment in time. But Dip and Willies get right on top of him, so that's another good kill that's going to give more time here for Peps to kind of keep this defense rolling. So you do mention, Johnny, they do have high ground here, and this is where Zoro can really start to pop off.
Yeah, Zoro can pop off as well. They're going to go for a bit of a slight disengage here. So they try to set up the Vendetta dive. Dip has the Sundering Blade. Needs to be massive here with so many members of Katsuya stacked in this high ground.
Yeah, now Katsuya has control of the high ground, right? They've kind of bullied everybody from Peps down off of it, but look at that. I mean, Willie's just playing ultra aggressive. I think this is the way he needs to play. I don't know. Yeah, he's definitely not going to... Oh, is he going to make it out? Oh my god, they're keeping him alive. This is unbelievable here. From Peps, they're able to keep Willie's alive throughout all of that. That is crazy play there from the supports on Peps. Sick stuff there as Willie's gets basically down to no HP. I like how he's been playing, though, this hazard, right? Like, just go all in. He is not moving backwards. If you're going to do this, you have to commit all in there with Dip. Maybe a little bit of a hesitancy early in the series, but not now. I mean, this has been great. Already 2 minutes of defense here of a hold from Peps. So, and they have an ultimate advantage.
Yeah, Peps has opportunity here to have a really good defense. Willis catches Aid there, but no follow-up.
He does knock Aid down, so the downpour actually just kind of brings Aid down from the sky, which I think is enough to kind of ruin the ultimate there from Aid. Just ruins the angle, right? You can't really get up there on in the skybox and being able to kind of take out players there as Aid. That's really kind of who they were looking to set it up with that override protocol, right? He was going to go high, the Soul and the rest of the team low. As soon as he gets ripped down from the downpour, all that damage is gone. So Team Peps have found a second life here in this series. The last two maps, they have looked rock solid.
And honestly, I think they're quite happy with Shermajet making the swap over to the Kiriko because it makes life easier for Willis as Zoro this time. Drops the protocol override, going for a bit of a flank here. Regains this high ground as trades go back and forth. But this damage from Peps is just too much, and Katsuya got nothing going for them on this attack on the second point.
Yeah, I mean, as Zoro goes on a little bit of a flank there with Willies, is starting to really pop off there. That time he gets a great use of the override protocol, as we talked about how Wade wasn't really able to find aiming. The downpour comes through. Look how aggressive the Willies is being. I mean, that's going to be a terror surge here. He's going to grips him up. He's going to be able to make it out, but that is the big Arisa ultimate gone.
Rally up from FTGod here. Turns things around, and 20 seconds to go, Matt. Katsuya are just going to lose many members here. I don't even think they can get back to a point in this time.
I mean, the aggression from Peps, it's like night and day from the first two maps. I mean, they are just playing everybody together, everybody forward. I mean, we got a Sombra coming in here just to try and get a touch for Katsuya, as Katsuya able to get the first point, Johnny. But after that, it is just dominance from Peps.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was really impressive from Peps, because as soon as they kind of put a halt onto Katsuya's efforts there on the second point, they just executed flawlessly with the hazard to get those wraparounds, dives going successfully in their favor. Willis 11-2, Zoro 18-1. My guy was cooking on the Emre.
Yeah, he's kind of farming right now. I mean, considering he has thinking about how aggressive they're being, he has so much space, right? To be able to just kind of aim down sights and just pick players off. For me, though, it is just the level of aggression from Willies and Dip. It's just taking it to another level here from Atlas, and then now into Midtown. And if you are a Katsuya, you want to close it out here. You do not want to see that map 5, especially as we go to a map 5, right? Some of the push maps really good for the Vendetta, pretty decent for the hazard as well.
Oh, this is starting to smell like a reverse sweep. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Oh my god, like new tech. They're gonna do the tech. We're gonna get Jetpack Cat, Zoro over the subway
trick shot
No,
here.
like dude, it's too long of a walk. You can't get over there.
Yeah,
It's like
you'd waste like the first 15 seconds of the game.
no, but dude, the heroes would almost like show up on the scoreboard before you were able to pull it off.
Are they gonna play the cat?
Okay. Actual cat gameplay.
No.
No.
No, we're going back. Nope. Yeah, not today.
Wait, are they making a wholesale change?
Are they, yeah, what are we all changing?
Wait.
I was like
okay.
Mizuki. I was like, what is going on here? All right, so they'll end up playing the break here. I don't know if I mean, I get why they're playing the diva, right? It's a bit better here getting through the choke and like the defense matrix obviously allowing everybody else to kind of move through. But man, they've looked so good on the hazard. I mean, it may have been a bit of a throw trying to run it here early on, but
this wraparound is good here, and they already forced a TP from Surmajet on the Kiriko, so they're actually going to gain some ground here. It's going to be difficult for Katsuya to like hold this position as it stands. I think these packs from FD God are going to be really good onto Dip as he tries to make a push himself, and Taejon already goes down. This is Pep's, Matt. They're looking really comfortable against this Oasis compound.
I mean, this is also... I think this is just Katsuya kind of crumbling under the pressure, right? No, that wouldn't... And we were watching it, I was almost like, this is kind of what we used to see back in the day when it would be like, a top Korean team against like an NA or EMEA team, right? Where the pace of play is so fast from like the one team that the other team just kind of like, they can't even compute what's going on. Kind of almost what it looks like here is the Team Peps have just ramped the pace up so high that Katsuya like has like no possible way of responding, and now Willie's going over to the hazard here. They don't even need to complete the second checkpoint, right? You have to get probably a slightly further than the underpass, but that is most certainly doable with about 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this needs to be a really crucial choke point for Katsuya as they try to reduce some of this time in the bank for Peps. But they're gonna build this orbital ray a little bit quicker than Gala. It's going to be really effective as rounding this corner as a Stola. Oops, a Terra Surge. Willis does go down. Oh, this is very poor timing from Peps.
Yeah, they're gonna orbital ray here as well. Maybe not. Maybe you can actually make something out of this, right? Dip has a lot of stacks rolling here. Just gets right up in the face of Vestola, as you also have FD God here as well. It's gonna be the override protocol used here from Zoro on the flank. He's gonna find both supports. We could not ask for a better pickoff here, as you're going to also get one more here for Zoro as you get Willie's back in the fight. And now they're going to get high ground control. They continue to get things going. Surmagin not really close here towards that rally, so you're going to really be in a tough spot here if you're Katsuya. Potentially Peps forcing a fifth map on the horizon.
Aid. What's the override protocol? Oh, they do find a pick on the Zoro.
I mean, Zoro so
extended his stay a bit too long.
Yeah. He was just cooking so hard that like he kind of got in the zone.
Yeah.
Sometimes you kind of like you just kind of forget a little bit. Yeah, you pulled out the pistol to try
kind of forget a little bit.
Yeah, he pulled out the pistol and was like trying to get back and like with the extra mobility from it, but the position he was in, there was no shot that was happening.
Yeah, so. Which is a bit of a shame actually, because now you allowed Katsuya to get back here. You know,
you're
they're gonna build
one.
towards
You're
this
allowed
rally.
one. You're allowed one. Slip up. You're allowed one.
Yeah, it's
they did end up using the override protocol though, so that's
right.
I guess a positive.
See how Katsuya take this fight here. They're actually forfeiting some of this ground here, trying to get some of these ultimates up in time.
Oh, they lose Dip. I mean, it feels like the last two fights, Pep's a little bit disjointed. They're gonna just take a little bit of a breather here, set up what they want to do next. And this next fight, though, Johnny, this could be the one, right? Orbital Ray, Rally, Downpour, Sundering Blade, massive combination. You don't need to get that much further there on the payload. Feels like if you actually win this fight, you actually could kind of lock in that fifth map. Zoro as well, farming up a lot of damage. Maybe also a living override protocol here. So
goes down.
Dude, what is going on here? Pep's like now we're just staggering each other. Like it just one death after another, and then the rest back up, and then we wait for one person to run out there and die. They need to win this next fight. I mean, all 5 ultimates. You don't win here. I mean, you're gonna have it for Katsuya as well. You're gonna be in a brutal spot
on the board
for Peps.
like, let's throw all analysis out the window. There's 10 ultimates on the field. Anything could happen.
Oh, there's gonna be
and this one is for the series almost.
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna be chaos here when this next one kicks off. Gonna be the override protocol here from Zoro. It's gonna be responded in turn with Surmajet's rally, but the rally not good enough. They just get mowed down. The orbital ray, Johnny, is the big key difference there, right? They have the orbital ray with the rally going underneath. You have the orbital ray available here for Gala, but is anyone going to be able to get a touch here? And they use the orbital ray, but they don't get a touch. And Team Peps, they force a game 5. After 2 maps, this looked extremely unlikely, but Team Peps has been lights out the last 2 games. Dip playing much better on the Vendetta, and then we're also seeing top tier hazard play from Willis.
Well, 16% for better channel points. They're holding out hope for a Peps comeback. However, unlikely it seemed, and it came down to the very small details, like you said, with that orbital ray not coming online for Gala in the end.
Well, he had it. He just, like, you had already lost like 3 or 4 players, so no reason to use it, right? They were going to use it to get a touch, and he just got knocked off course.
It came down to the orbital ray. It was brutal. Like, to not get that online, or like be able to use it in time regardless, it's just, I mean, that's.
I mean, this would be one of the, you know,
it's hardening.
At this point, I think I probably got some more series of Overwatch than anybody. This would be one of the weirder ones. If Peps is able to come out and win it, just because of like how the first 2 maps looked in terms of like disparity between teams, and then like typically like a reverse sweep happens, right? It's like, you know, the first 2 maps are back and forth, and then, you know, the team that loses those kind of clutches up, and this is like the first 2 maps like were not particularly close. The comps looked weird, and then like the next 2 maps just complete, like everything that was true in the first 2 maps is just completely untrue now for the next 2, and we've just completely flipped in the opposite direction. One of the weirder ones we've had. And now we go to either Runasapi or Esperança for the final map. I mean, Runasapi very good for Vendetta. Esperança, I would say, is pretty good for Hazard, right? We've seen like Hazard play there historically. Not an easy pick for Katsia here.
Yeah, and with both the Lucio and the Kiriko ban used from Katsuya, I think we're going to see a bit of a mirror matchup here between the both teams. And I mean, if you're Peps, you're going to pick the Hazard. I think you just have to, right? It's going to be Runasapi, well, I mean, like you say, but
now that you
like
just
I said,
kind of
going
like,
into the previous match, just like now,
yeah,
Katsuya, the brackets against the wall. Like they're gonna have to play the Lucio Kiriko into a Peps that won 300% to 0 on Outlets.
I mean, what do you do? What does Katsuya do here in terms of the ban? It's a weird one, right? I mean, do you ban Vendetta? But does Vendetta, if Vendetta is gone, isn't that almost even better for Peps, right? In the sense that like you would play Hazard with like Tracer, like I mean, against like Diva Tracer or something along those lines, right? I mean, this is a tough one. What would you
Diva?
do? What? You would think Katsuya would ban Diva?
Yeah, like if Katsuya banned Diva, and then Willis would be forced to swap onto either the Hazard or the Zarya, and then Vestola can just, you know, play the Orisa into the Hazard if he wants to, or because the Orisa into the Hazard I think is going to be a bit more effective on a more linear map like Runasapi compared to the ones of,
yeah, but if they ban Diva,
Midtown.
like let's say they ban, do you ban a support there if you're then Peps?
It's gonna be Lucio Kiriko, dude. It's a Lucio Kiriko world. We're just living in it,
right? But you wouldn't ban Vendetta. I mean, because Dip has been kind of, unless
I don't think you get an edge
like,
there, yeah.
Huh?
I don't think you get like an edge there. Unless Katsuya want to play around more with like the Symmetra stuff that we saw for like half a team fight. Then I could convince you can deploy like a more effective ban that, you know, would be better against the Symmetra. It's going to be okay, sure.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, why not?
That's the first one we've seen. And then they banned the Zarya, which is like, I think this is actually pretty decent for Peps, right? I mean, you're going to be able to play the Sojourn, right? And then it wasn't like it's not like Peps is relying on the Zarya bubbles for their own Vendetta comps, right? So like, is Katsia just going to play like Soj Vendetta Diva into Hazard Vendetta Soj? Like, is that like just kind of what we're gonna see here?
Brother, I am over predicting what these players are going to play. I'm over it. It's just
It's a little.
this series
match,
has been a roller
this match
coaster.
needs a little Game 5 Cassidy action.
Why? Why did you say that? Like that was the most exciting thing ever. So map 5 Cassidy action.
Little map 5 Cassidy. I mean, we saw Cassidy for like a little bit yesterday in EMEA. It's just obviously no mobility, and especially with the Vendetta kind of coming on down.
Didn't
It feels like the
PGE
Soj
play
is going to
Cassidy?
be the way to go. They did as well. No. So I mean,
yeah. That Cassidy doesn't get me going as like one of the more creatively fun heroes in the game. Like if you said like Torb or something, I'd be like, wait, what is he cooking? But Cassidy, it's like, I'm not on board with that, man.
And what are these teams? Like, what are they gonna play? I think I have a better idea of what Peps is gonna play. I think they'll just put Zoro on like Soj and then just kind of call it a day. Katsia now, because like they were playing a lot of the Zarya with the Vendetta. I don't really love the Diva into the Hazard, right? That's like probably one of the ones that Hazard's like kind of okay with. It's a really odd map number 5. As if you're just joining us, Katsia looked dominant our first 2 maps. We were all getting ready to get out of here with EMEA, and then Peps just hit another gear.
I don't know how we're
map
here.
number 3. Map number 3 was one of the biggest blowouts we've seen, and in map number 4 they just kind of like carried over some of that into there with an opportunity to reverse sweep.
I'm really excited to see the Sojourns coming out in this matchup, because with the Zarya gone as well, like there's going to be an opportunity to build up the railguns on the opposite tanks. So a lot of opportunity here for both Aid and Zoro to have a big individual impact. If it is going to be the Sojourn, stand by, wait and see. But I feel like that is the second best hit scan as of right now.
It does feel like the
which way would
default.
I go, but
Does feel like the default after we get rid of the Emery, that it is Soj. So we'll see. Really, I think it's more of the question, like, Team Peps is going to do this. We know that. This is more of what in the world is Katsia trying to do here, is I think kind of the story. Are we okay? So maybe are we going to like full kind of counter to the Vendetta? It looks like potentially...
Ooh, the Farah.
Okay, so Farah's Soj with the Orisa Kiri Lucio here. This is going to be a lot of pressure on the Dip and Willies, right? With the Orisa and the Farah damage coming on down.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play this neutral.
If Taejong doesn't get like value though, like this could get like a snowball-y in favor of Peps,
value.
and that is value.
Did he know there was a Farah in play?
Yep, that would be the definition of value here currently. Doesn't have another rocket. Has to reload as this is a pretty dominant first fight here from Katsia. Do you swap here and play Tracer if you're Peps? Are you gonna try and run this again?
If
It
anything,
looks like Willis is Willis is gonna swap to the Diva here. It looks like Dip wants to continue to try and play the Vendetta.
Yeah, the Diva is so effective at dealing with this Farah, so definitely the adaptation to make in a scenario like this one. But still, I feel like this is really difficult for Peps, like in the neutral, because you have to find a way to get some ground to work the angles while having to deal with all these Farah rockets coming in. So this is a test for them, how they can set up a scenario for them to win some of these fights. Zoro looking for the individual picks with the railgun, can't quite connect.
Oh, and you
going to
lose
open
Zoro.
things up.
I mean, yeah, that is some damage that comes down. Nice TP away there. Is Sermajed gonna get out of harm's way? Yeah, like you said though, I mean, Willies can't really kind of stand there and fight at the corner. The defense matrix is completely gone as Vistola turns the corner. Katsia gonna take that first checkpoint here. I don't know, Johnny. I'd like to see them make a swap off this Vendetta. At least like play the Echo for a spawn or two to force Taejong to swap off of this, and then maybe get back over to the Vendetta.
Yeah, I think the Echo would have been the call to swap there if Dip did it, but in this fight, you gotta worry about Sermajed building towards this Kitsune Rush earlier than his counterpart in Xerion. And this map could get away from Peps really quickly here, man.
I mean, you lose this fight, you're screwed, right? It's railgun shot from Zoro up on the high ground. Doesn't really find anything. That's going to be the Kitsune rush here. So Willies gets quite low as Taejong going to come around the corner. Does have a barrage to work with here. This will be a Kitsune rush here from Zerion as Peps desperately need a fight win, as this one's kind of falling away from them here. Is you do have FD God getting this sound barrier much earlier than Gala. The map is kind of flipped here. Let's see if FD God is able to land this big beat when they decide to use it here. At this point, you've actually allowed Katsuya to have like a pretty nice ultimate advantage. You lose Dip. This has been absolutely brutal here for Peps. Now the beat is going to come down. You had a player disadvantage already, and there is the barrage. As the barrage comes down, FD God though answers with 2 massive kills.
That's exactly what Peps need to get back into this fight. FD God finds 2. Willis follows it up as well, trading back and forth, but at least Peps can put a stop to this push for the moment. Looked really close there when Dip went down early as Willis was looking for a flank. But 4 versus 5 scenario, sound barrier comes in big from FD God, and they're able to hold on to this series for now. 89-meter deficit. It's not a hole you want to be in, but it could have been much worse had that fight gone the other way.
I mean, it could have been a map completion, quite frankly, if that kind of goes the way of Katsuya. Overclock, it'll be a sound barrier in response here for Gala. Aid also pops the overclock here for Katsuya as well. Gonna kind of force Peps into hiding as they don't have the sound barrier to kind of protect themselves against some of these Sojourn rail shots, as Willie's getting dangerously low. Also keep in mind Bestola is now swapped over to the Diva, so gonna have a Diva v Diva matchup here. Is Sundering Blade available? Willie's in a really tough spot, gonna have to use that self-destruct, try and get a mech back here. Is not gonna be able to get back inside of it. Sundering Blade here, coming through the wall, puts down a lot of damage.
Zoro finds 2.
Yeah, and Surmage dangerously low, and that Sundering Blade actually comes up quite huge there. For Dip, is it enough that you still have Bestola and Gala there?
I can't believe Peps clawed themselves back into another fight like this, and they're gonna be able to push the bot themselves. But Willis, a few times this series now, has found himself caught early losing that mech, and has put Peps at a disadvantage. That time their damage players come in clutch,
Johnny,
able to turn things around.
They actually go, and they're going to play the mirror here, is Katsuya. They're going to get, I liked how the Pharah was looking. They were winning fights consistently with the Pharah. Now you're also going to have Team Peps both the support ults up here for this next fight. You may actually see Peps get checkpoint.
Yeah, FD God, he's got to build that beat though. You see Peps waiting, biding their time to get that Lucio sound barrier up. Dip works the neutral here. Looks quite low Susu force.
But Dip doesn't get the benefits of the sound barrier there. That could be something that keep an eye on looking forward, but you are also going to have Bestola get a self-destruct, get back in mech. It's going to be the Surmajed use of the Kitsune rush here, but the benefits of the Team Peps Kitsune rush is going to last a little bit longer, as Zerion desperately waiting for that health pad to come up, does not come back in time. So it looks like Katsuya holding for now. You still have Dip alive though in that back line. Have to deal with this Vendetta. So it looks like actually they're going to back out just a little bit here, as Pep's going to give up some space.
Yeah, but a lot of crucial ultimates invested in that one, and now it's going to be Katsuya with Gala building towards his own barrier, his own sound barrier. There's going to have the favorable ultimate economy here, as Pep still 4 minutes to go. They're trying to claw themselves back into this series. Kind of need an individual play here to get things going.
Oh, it's Willies goes in deep
Willis
there.
Down again.
Yeah. Nobody there to help him out. Is not going to be able to fight from this position, as Gala does have a sound barrier. Not even going to be a need to use it here. I wonder, is this going to signify a swap here? Do you consider going to the hazard if you're Team Peps? But right now, Willow's going to stay on it. He got the self-destruct. You may as well kind of consider using it. But man, if you look back, feels like that opportunity where Peps actually had both support ults. They would have been able to win that fight, as we do have a pause. So we'll see exactly kind of what's going on here. Is Katsuya about 89 meters with like about 320, I think, left in the game.
Yeah, and another thing that doesn't help Peps at all is the fact that Katsuya has that sound barrier going for this push as well. Yeah. And so if you're able to round one of those corners, that powerful ultimate should be enough to secure a fight win for Katsuya in this case. And so Peps really got back against the wall in this one. There's a couple of ugly fights from Willis there as he loses the mech early. And I mean, that puts them at a disadvantage. That means that Katsuya pretty easily can win some of these team fights without spending crucial ultimates. And now you end up in a scenario like this, where Katsuya has the sound barrier because they haven't really been pressured the last few fights.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a tough spot for Peps, right? They looked great the last 2 maps. They get it here to that 5th map. The Emre gone here and the Zarya gone, so that allows a lot of diva play. We have not seen the Hazard, which the first 2 maps didn't look that great, but the map 3 and 4, it was really the Hazard they were playing behind that was able to get them a lead. So right now, 3:35 on the clock, 35 meters for Peps. I believe it's like 89, no, almost 90 for Katsuya with a little bit over 3 minutes to go. So a decent amount of time for Peps to be able to mount the comeback. But this next fight, when we get back into game, is a huge one. They're going to have to get that as a win because you're going to exceed like 90 meters or so if you end up losing it for Katsuya, which makes it a lot harder to come back.
Yeah, I do think Peps has a few ultimates up their sleeve as well, as we're going to take a look at the standings here and just underline the importance of this maps. Both teams taking a loss yesterday. Peps already 0-1 in that 6th spot with that map differential, and Katsuya also taking a loss yesterday. Matt, this is a match that is really important for both teams as they try to avoid that number 5th and 6th spot.
I mean, it could decide somebody's like playoff lives, right? Really early on in the season. Like, if you can get a win here, if you're Peps, you kind of like jump all the way up to like 3 at 1-1. If Katsuya wins it, right, they get to about even in terms of map differential, and they get to 1-1, which is like pretty huge, right? So for both these teams, nobody wants to end up in the relegation. And then also, like, you know, if you're Peps, right, you lose this, you're 0-2, you're -5, like you're gonna have to come up with like a crazy win against somebody as an underdog. So we'll see if they can kind of pull it out here. It's almost necessary here in week 1 for Peps.
Yeah, no room for error with this a new format that only sees 3 weeks of regular season play going into the regional playoffs as well. As I think we're pretty close to getting back into the game here. Whoever wasn't feeling ready is now probably feeling ready with 3:30 left on the timer here, Matt.
Yeah,
map 5.
Not a ton of time here. The bot being pushed into Team Pep's territory, and Katsuya will back off for now as Katsuya has a huge ultimate advantage here, Johnny, right? I know your overclock plus sound barrier combination, you can get quite aggressive behind this. We'll see if they decide to use it here. Yeah, Aid using the overclock on an off angle. Looking for anything. You don't really need to use the barrier at the moment. It's going to be Willie's actually using the self-destruct here. Going to try and get back in mech as kills being traded. You've lost Aid in Taejong here for Katsuya. So this might be one. Yeah, Gala's going to hold on to that sound barrier. Fight win here for Peps. Not easy as Visola going to burn a little bit more clock here. Just going to contesting the bot for now. So now we will get Peps in control of it, Johnny. Double support ult, a lot like how they had the last time. They were not able to capitalize on this setup before. You're capitalizing on it here. You're most certainly getting checkpoint. You're making it very close here towards the end. It'll be the overclock here for Zoro. Nice sound barrier in response from Gala. It's going to be the later sound barrier from FD God and Peps. They have to go. This is where they can get a big advantage here. Don't even need to use their Kitsune Rush. You're going to be able to get significant payload progress off of this. Sermichet does find FD God. He'll be back in the fight rather quickly on the Lucio. This will continue to get the bot moving. You're going to get the checkpoint here. You're going to have Kitsune Rush v Kitsune Rush here coming up.
Yeah, that's the first fight of a few needed to regain the lead here for Team Peps, as obviously they don't have the positioning here to have a pretty good Kitsune Rush. You want to get this checkpoint, but I could see a disengage here for a more favorable position, and they're going to drop it here, but Dip goes down early, 4 versus 5.
Yeah, I think he's still needed to try and figure out a way to get something out of this here, though, if you are Peps. So they do back up. They get rid of the self-destruct. Willies needs to play his life here, needs to stay alive. If you even just kind of back up around that corner, you cannot lose anybody here. If you are Peps, you have to play this so safe. Now you can get back and probably recontest this. Dip is back in the action.
Yeah, reset the neutral here, and you can hold this corner if you are Peps. try to build up towards some of these ultimates, but we're pretty far away from now, so you perhaps need a player to work the angles. Maybe a railgun shot could make the biggest of difference right now, as Willis again goes for that flank towards the outside, trying to set up his dive. A lot of pressure on
So he
Aid.
collapses on top of Aid, but not able to finish him off. Willie's playing a little bit more aggressive, knowing he's got the self-destruct. Under a minute on the clock. Dip needs to live. Railgun shots going into him, but Zoro with a railgun in response takes out Aid. So a huge pick-off there on the Sojourn of Peps. As they basically have, one fight here, Johnny, to kind of keep this going. It's a few players low here for Peps, doing a nice job. FD God is kind of keeping everybody up. You have the sound barrier available if you need be. They don't think they're going to use it at this moment in time. You want to try and save it a little bit later. Now you might have to, though, because you end up losing Zerion. It's going to be FD God forced to use the beat. This thing's starting to fall apart for Peps.
4 versus 4. 20 seconds remaining here. We're going to head into overtime as both teams trying to stabilize somewhat here. Vestola pushes up here, tries to secure a frag without Zerion in that mix, but now momentum turns. Zoro pops the overclock.
Yes, I mean, it just kind of stops the bleeding a little bit. A kill here would be huge. He finds Sermajed, and he also finds Aid. Huge kills here from Zoro, as also kind of slide on through, get Gala as we are into OT. Team Peps needs to be absolutely perfect from here on out to complete the reverse sweep. Willies will have a self-destruct. You'll also have the Kitsune Rush coming online. Sundering Blade as well. It's going to be a little bit of a beat here. The bot gets the checkpoint. They did not get it earlier. Man, this next fight is massive. Vestola gets on in. Willie's dangerously low. It'll be the Kitsune Rush here from Sermajed first. Zerion going to use his a little bit later. Sundering Blade here from Dip. Taejong as well. Nobody can find much of anything with it. Willie's going to get a new mech. Going to self-destruct here. We're going to get taken out of it right away. Zoro does find Aid, but you don't have the Diva within mech. It's going to be brutal here. 4 Peps going to be fighting without that Diva in the mix, and that might be the thing that kind of breaks their back, as Taejong able to kind of run through the rest of the squad here. It did not come easy for Katsuya. They hold on in the end and take game 5, and they'll take the series.
What an absolute nail-biter coming down into overtime on Runasapi, but Katsuya are the team that come out on top. A lot of pressure exerted onto Willie's mech early, because obviously they have to touch the bot there to keep the overtime going. And Willie's losing the mech there is going to be the main difference. In a very close fought, neutral as well. Peps, they almost had it. They almost had it. I mean, what an effort to force map 5 and to get into that overtime. But it just wasn't enough, and they'll be kicking themselves. Katsuya come out on top with a 3-2 win.
Yeah, it's one where Peps, if you kind of look back at this stage, right? This might have been the one where you would have needed to be able to get the win here to kind of secure your spot in the playoffs. Obviously, a lot of time left to play. Vestola right there on the Diva in game 5. I'm a little surprised we never saw them go over towards that hazard after how good it was. Obviously not the optimal selection, but still has looked great there for Peps in 3 and 4. We never actually even saw it here in game 5. So we saw a lot of the Sojourn. We saw a nice pick from Taejong early on, playing the Pharah, giving them the Pharah play at the beginning there from Katsuya gave them like an early advantage, which they never let up, right? They never really got much more progress. I don't think they actually got any more progress after that. It was just that start with that Pharah that really kind of set back Team Peps the entire time, and that really is what decided the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is certainly going to be the one that got away for Team Peps. I don't know what possessed him in map 3 and 4. Like, this level of aggression, I haven't even seen that from Twisted Minds thus far in our week 1. Like, this was actually just kind of bonkers. And I can understand how Katsuya was just kind of taking it back. I mean, what you gonna do if they just roll at you? Like, it kind of felt like no thoughts, just W, like, run in there. Dip, like, really like stepped up massively there together with Willies on the hazard. It really is a shame that it ended like this, that we got to see them being forced onto the Diva, not playing the hazard. I almost feel like they should have just played the hazard anyway, and like, I would have died on that hill personally.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a little, I get it, especially with how dominant they looked on the hazard, but man, I mean, they're kind of like equal in strength to some degree, like the Diva and the Hazard, right? So yeah, maybe Peps, they looked a bit more comfortable on the Hazard, but I don't think that's why they lost. I think Willis is more kicking himself that he lost mech those couple of times, because like it doesn't allow Peps to gain any momentum, losing those mid fights and dropping that mech that early into the fight. And as well, like the Pharah play I thought was genius coming out to kickstart, because just the mental warfare there is just like, oh, they're playing a poke comp now, we have to swap over to the Diva away from the Hazard, and suddenly like Peps from the get-go of the immediate start of Runasapi, they're just on the back foot from there on out, right? So I think the Pharah swap was the big difference maker and really smart.
Maybe you don't really love the Hazard into the Sojourn, right? Being able to just kind of like farm up like railgun shots on the Hazard and just kind of like, you know, fairly easy target. I still would have liked to see them kind of go down, at least trying it. Like, they looked so dominant playing it on, you know, games 3 and 4. Like, to not even switch to it once feels like a bit of a miss, right? Where, I mean, I don't know. If I was Peps, I would have at least wanted to see what it looked like into kind of what we were seeing from Katya, because it wasn't like we were seeing anything crazily different from Katya that we saw on the other maps, where who knows how it could have happened.
Yeah, just the Hazard just kind of somewhat instilled a confidence in them that they did not seem to have on any other composition. It might just be like the comfort level of that being his hero, right? But yeah, for now, they get 2 maps on the board that could come in handy if we are looking at a scenario at the end of the regular season where we have to look at the what word am I looking for? Help me out here, Matt. The map.
What, playoff and map differential?
Map differential. That's the big word of the day.
Differential? That's the big word of the day?
Well, for me, you know how it is as a foreigner. Like, shut your mouth. Sometimes you just forget a word, even though it's like very simple, and then you just look like an idiot. So that just happened to me. I'm glad we.
Then I look like a genius that I came in and I saved the day.
And that means something. If Matt Morello is gonna, you know, be in that position, then that says all you need to know about this.
Many people say that.
The word on the street, for sure.
You got lucky, man.
Word on the street is also that Alcatia got their first dub on the board. Hopefully many more to come. We do have Surma Jet joining us for a quick chat. So let's get Surma Jet in. And here he is. Surma Jet, thank you so much for joining us. A long time no speak. You guys got your first win on the board, but gotta go back here. Sorry, I have to do that. Map 3 is when it started to crumble a little bit. What happened? Walk us through your comms, the conversation after the map, heading into map 4. How did you rally it back? Like, give me the whole spiel.
I mean, I think it was the Hazard, to be honest. It's completely dogfight. The bans, the map picks, but you know, I'm glad we pulled it through and we won. Very happy.
Yeah. I gotta ask you, Surma, are you surprised like they look so good on the Hazard in games 3 and 4 that you never even saw them try it in game 5, or do you think it was something with the map and the bans that kind of led to that?
I think it was the map and the bans, because even in scrims we know they're really good on Hazard. It's hard to counter it, to be honest. I don't know, it felt super hard to play. We beat them on the Lucio Kiri comms.
Surma Jet, talk me through like your strength as a team. Like, when do you guys feel most comfortable? Because heading into the second map, you know, we saw the Baptiste come out, the Elori come out, and like I feel like that's when you and Gala, like, you're really comfortable playing those heroes. But then in a meta like this, we're playing Overwatch, it's Lucio Kiri. It's always gonna be Lucio Kiri, right? So talk me through like, when are you as a team most comfortable? What do you think your strength is?
I would say the double flex support comms. You know, S-Cars hybrids. Me and Gala could play everything, I feel like. We just need to improve on other things. And we do keep improving in scrims day by day. So we're going to get there one day.
Well, hopefully one day soon, since the regular season is very short. Surma Jet, I'm going to let you go and celebrate the victory after this intense first week of play. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck next week.
Thank you guys for having me. Bye-bye.
Of course, always a pleasure to talk to Surma Jet. And yeah, with that victory, they put themselves in a better position here on the scoreboard. 1-1. So it's gonna be so competitive, man.
Yeah, I mean, because GK, obviously they lose to Twisted Minds today, but I think that GK team probably beats a bunch of different teams, here, and I think it's close games. And Katsia, though, they did play VP tough. That Team Peps obviously came in with a great game plan today. It sounds like a lot of the Hazard gives people trouble, and nobody else is really playing it, so they have that up their sleeve. But it is going to be really down to the wire for that, 4 or 5 slot.
I mean, the way to get back is like you have to beat Anyone's Legend, and you have to beat GK. Just this is so close in this region because 33% of the teams just go down into promo relegation. It's an awful spot to be in for Team Peps.
Yeah, and they're gonna have a tough week too, right? Because the next opponent is gonna be VP followed by GK. Both good opponents, obviously. So yeah, they gotta figure something out within the next few days. Turnaround, of course, is very short. Matches are very slim. There's not much room for error. So these first matches actually matter a lot. Now we are done with the EMEA, but we do still have 2 NA matches on the docket. It's going to be SSG going up against this guy, and then Extinction will be going up against Lunax Gaming. Which of these teams do you have your eye on, Matt?
I really love this first match coming up, SSG versus DSG. I think NA, I think what it was Landon talking about earlier, where it still feels like there's like a separation between the playoff teams and the relegation teams, and EMEA feels a little bit more open. I think that DSG versus SSG game, it's a lot of like seeding, right? They're 2 of the teams that you would consider to be like playoff teams there.
I mean, SSG is just like the North American super team. It's like the one hope after all these years with North America struggling, not being able to make it happen. SSG, they're back in 2026 with a superstar team. So I would expect them to come out on top of DSG, but let's see.
Yeah, NA is going to put all their eggs in that SSG basket heading into those international events. Let's see how the match is going to play out today. For now, it's time to say goodbye to Matt and Johnny. Thank you both so much for letting me pick your brain and sharing all your insight and covering the action. We will head into a very short break, and then we're back with all things NA. Don't go anywhere.
lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night, 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 night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night. 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 It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy,
It's gonna be all night.
energy, energy, energy flow. Energy, energy. Mirror, mirror, I can't seem to make them see who I see in you. I'll make my rules, you know it too. Wish they'd see you just like I do, just like I do. Let me take it to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point, play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Courts has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Hello, welcome back to the 2026 OWCS. I only just realized at the very end of that trailer, you just see Jetpack Cat like flying off. Whee!
Oh.
That actually tickled me. Love that. What else tickles me? Well, getting back together with Jack and Moxie for all things NA. Besties back here to cover the action. How do we feel? I know you guys got to watch EMEA for a little bit there. We just dragged it on
Fake
for
comeback
absolutely
goes
no
crazy.
reason with a fake comeback.
Fake comeback
exactly.
goes crazy. Go to all 3 maps and then lose the push. A classic, honestly.
Yeah, I was getting jump scared. I was grabbing my notes, hoofing it over to my PC, be like, okay, it's shift time, and nope, 2 more maps. Okay, we waited out, but we're just, we're getting that little bit of anticipation before the America matches.
That's good. Yeah, and I mean, the teams, they have to give it their all. They have to go the distance because they want to lock in their spot in the playoffs. The regular season is short, 3 weeks of regular season play. And the top 4 teams will find themselves in the playoffs for a chance to make it to the live event. So everything is on the line pretty much every single match day.
Yeah, there's not many, like you said, there isn't many at all. And the 6 teams as well, not, what was it, 8? How many did we have last year? I forgot.
It felt like a lot, I don't know.
12? 8? There was a lot of teams, put it that way. But yeah, it's the single round robin is pretty disgusting. Can't make any mistakes early.
Yeah, and the bottom 2 teams will be heading into promotion and relegation tournament at the end of the stage, fighting for their slot in stage 2. So you really have to bring your A game every single match day. This is the standing. Obviously, not much has happened yet. Actually, kind of untrue. Every single team has played already, so you know we're already seeing some teams that we expect to be top performing. Looking at you, SSG, Dallas Fuel, Team Liquid. Result-wise, I don't think we saw a surprise yesterday, but what stood out to you, Moxie?
I think how close some of the teams like took it. Disguise, like we said, we didn't really know the full potential that this team would be able to achieve. They looked really, really good on Rialto. Being able to get to play PGE like all the way back now with the team, he looked insane. Tread 2, I'm sure, is not going to be the last time that we've seen the Hazard lock from his side of things. And then Extinction, that last game of the day versus Team Liquid, Sniper's Diva for sure is going to catch a lot of bans in the future.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they took us the distance there as well, which is great because some of the other matches were a little more one-sided, a little faster as well. But I think most teams performed kind of how we expected. It was nice to see it being slightly competitive, even in a loss.
Yeah, 100%. I think the map 5 between Liquid and Extinction was a little insane. I didn't expect it to go that far, to be honest. But hey, I mean, kind of beating them when they're down at the moment. Team Liquid still come away with a win, but map differential with how many games you are playing does play a factor. So yeah, that could come to bite Liquid. We'll see.
It does. And yeah, we talked about the changes in the roster there, right? So they had to working a new piece into their roster. So definitely something they had to deal with very short notice. And I expect them to get more comfortable as the season progresses. Looking at next week in their matches, I don't know, like, what are they actually facing off against? I consult the Dallas Fuel. Yeah, it's not gonna get much easier, but you know, they have a little bit more time to. Also, now they had an opportunity to really get a first look at all of the teams in their region, so maybe a little bit of an idea of what the identity looks like of those respective teams. Now, let's talk about a first match of the day. They will be featuring SSG and Disguise, and they're going to round out all things EMEA with Lunex and Extinction going at it. That could be very competitive. I'm very interested to see how Disguise is going to stack up against SSG.
They did take a map off the Dallas Fuel yesterday, which is like, okay, cool. We're in it. We're in it. A little win on Rialto. Looked pretty nice. Went to an overtime as well. But yeah, it feels like SSG are just going to be ahead of the curve a lot of the time. It feels like maybe another 3-1 going SSG's way. But yeah, Disguise could... there's a heated rivalry going on between PG and Sugar Free is all I'm saying. So we'll see if that ends up being close.
I mean, I feel like the closest one of the day is going to be Lunex versus Extinction, especially because despite both of these teams coming through from the open qualifiers, they have not actually got to match up yet because Extinction, back when they were Guerrilla's Disciples, got knocked out by the team that Lunex were able to actually beat in the following round. So Lunex were able to qualify in the upper bracket and Extinction had to slog it out in the lower. So really excited to get to see the changes that these teams have been able to make in the time between the qualifiers and now.
Absolutely. Now, our first match will be featuring two partner teams, SSG and Disguise. Let's talk about SSG first. We already got to see them yesterday. We talk about their scrims, their practice, but really it's the human element, right? You need to have good team bonding exercises such as whatever this is.
I have seen this. Yeah, mouthful of water and then getting hit by... What is it called?
A tortilla.
A tortilla?
A tortilla, yeah, that's it. Yeah, a little tortilla.
Is that...
Okay.
Tortilla doesn't seem to be... Does that even hurt? Why are they so dramatic?
I don't know. I think it probably would. I think I saw Shaq do this. I don't know. I can't remember. But
he's like...
Hey, bonding.
I'm just wondering, why do 57 people have this bookmarked?
And what you gonna do with this
threw
later?
it? Wait, Avril just threw the tortilla.
Dash this one away.
Just threw it?
Pure aggression. Yeah, I don't know what we're taking away from the tortilla slap situation. I don't know if they get closer or if that maybe that actually caused some beef. I don't know. Some of those players, I'm not going to name
spit out any water. I wanted someone to get covered in water. I'm not going to lie, but hey, it is what it is.
I just, yeah. I don't know. I was entertained, so thanks, SSG. More of that, please. Yeah. I'm here for it. I'm here for good content or bad content. I'm just here for content, to be perfectly honest with you. SSG definitely delivered content yesterday. 3-0 victory. We had a lot of cool things to talk about for SSG. and the way they look right now, obviously they have new pieces in their roster heading into this stage. I think one thing that definitely stood out has got to be just kind of how those new pieces fit into that roster, the pre-existing core, and obviously very hands-on coaching stuff. Like, are they just going to integrate it into a system or not? Lethal shared in a post-match interview that it's a little bit of both, so that they were able to bring a lot of the ideas that they had on GK into this SSG squad.
I mean, what stood out the most for me was that we went to Control Center and they didn't play Vendetta. In fact, they played Counter Vendetta as a composition, and it forced people to have to swap around them, right? Lethal getting to play the Cass, Sugar-free the Symmetra. We're not going to be seeing the last of the Symmetra TP with the Deadeye combo, I am sure.
That Sugar Metra actually low-key
it cooks.
Scary.
Yeah, Lethal is a scary man, and then he has a TP that can help him out and just like reposition him. They got 2Ks with the TP Deadeye. I mean, yeah, I think Lunex's a little cooked after that one. That's like a damage to the mental that you can't really undo, unfortunately. I think SSG, their team is going to do well. We talked about it yesterday, but it's them and Dallas Fuel, I think, right now vying for that #1. Obviously, they come in as #1 seed, but Dallas Fuel also look really scary. So we'll see how they do here today, but realistically, I'm seeing a 3-1, maybe even a 3-0 from SSG.
Yeah, this guy so far haven't found success as a team, not in the boot camp and not in the boot camp, and also not in their opening match yesterday. In the bootcamp, they did take it a distance, so it was a 5-map series against Peps, but yeah, their first victory still elusive. They did go up against Dallas Fuel though, and Chronic and Sanjun, they were just really difficult to deal with. That said, PGE put on numbers as well, okay? Like, in comparison, like what we saw from him on that Embre, that looked really scary.
Yeah, I think with PGE coming in and playing again, I was like, okay, how... I know, obviously, very good player, like, as his base level is just extremely good player, like, very good hit scan player, but how is he actually going to perform in this environment again? Because he did play back in, what, 2024 on Students of the Games, and then NRG as well. But is he going to be kind of lacking a little bit when he comes back after a year of a break and co-streaming and all that jazz? Turns out, no, he's still a beast. So yeah, it's gonna be the PGE show today, I think.
I mean, potentially we get the Hazard as well. I feel like Hazard meta is just slowly creeping, ever present in Overwatch. We got to see a little bit of it in EMEA, but it's also here in America as well. And Disguise, they won Rialto when they had the Hazard, and they were able to punish Infected trying to jump in and out with the Winston. There's a high potential that we get to see the Hazard continue, as it was the one thing that they found success with.
I feel like we're getting gaslit into thinking that Hazard actually works when he kind of low-key doesn't. Jack, are you convinced? Like, do you see a spot here for Hazard?
Yeah, I think so. I think with teams and Kellen wanting to kind of force Winston like a lot of the time, I think Hazard is perfectly situated here to kind of replace that when people do end up banning the D.Va when they want to play the Winston play. I think D.Va's still really good. Zarya, decent as well. I think for North America, D.Va, Hazard kind of fulfill the same kind of role. D.Va a little better because you can Matrix your Vendetta or whoever's kind of like jumping in, or even your Emre when they're up in the skies popping their ult too. So yeah, I think D.Va better, but Hazard, yeah, he's coming up big. I think maybe number 2.
We've seen the pick rate increasing. We haven't seen the win rate increasing on that.
Sure,
Hazard.
yeah.
So let's see how that one goes in this very match, and I'm gonna hand it over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Okay, Disguise versus SSG. Now, the streamers, co-streamers, you can stop doing the dulls. We're about to get in. Map number 1 is going to be Lijiang Tower, Kiriko ban for Disguise, and a Vendetta ban for SSG.
I mean, this doesn't surprise us, right? We literally just talked about it. They didn't play the Vendetta even on Control Center. They literally just went Cassidy, Symmetra, Ramatra. So a lot of CC, the ability to teleport out of the Vendetta's engagement. Not surprised that they're removing it from play entirely. But the Kiriko ban, ooh, that's spicy. Because you can't just go, okay, Lucio's banned, let's swap onto something like a Juno or a Wu Yang. Like, Kiriko being out means that we're potentially going to be seeing things like the Baptiste, maybe a little bit of Mizuki. Ooh.
Maybe. I don't know. I still think Mizuki, I don't think he's that slow, but I don't know. I still think you need like a speed ring or something. So with Kiripo being bad, maybe a little Juno. I mean, we'll see. Honestly, anything is possible. I think especially with teams that want to run double flex, I think Mizuki maybe position there. I did speak to Astro and saying like, look, what supports are being played right now? He was like, well, Kira Lucio is still busted, but everybody has their kind of place apart from Jetpack Cat right now. So yeah, I mean, also not kind of surprised to see this either. NA loves the BAP.
Yes, BAP and Lucio. So as we were talking about, that speed boost is going to be felt in full. I'm not getting gaslit. Tread's not going to be rocking the Reinhardt. It is looking like it's just going to be the Ramatra versus Ramatra brawl coming through, with potentially Sugar Free sticking with this, and maybe he goes for something a little bit more range focused. Maybe we get the Echo coming through, potentially the Pharah, as it is going to be Night Market that we start up. Oh.
Hold on. Mizuki sighting. Skyle picked up Mizuki for disguise. Okay, now we're cooking. I want to see how well this is actually going to play out. They're not going to force point first by the looks of things. They're going to go mega health back.
I mean, the Mizuki over the Baptiste means that you're lacking a lot of burst healing as well, because you're relying on your healing caster instead of just your primary.
They spotted someone kind of off an off angle right now, but as the point unlocks, they're just going to decide to fight in the front line instead. Skull obviously trying to charge up that healing aura first. Gonna get all those turrets though. Lep getting like vaporized. Jumps in, didn't shoot any of the turrets. It was up to Skull to kind of deal with them, and Lep ends up just falling over to a single burst shot of UV. Abra with a nice kill on Tread. Should be a easy fight for Space Station here. Yeah, those turrets from Sugar Free kind of won the fight there. I gotta be honest.
I mean, Skull got one. So Mizuki first elimination for OWCS is on the board, but yeah, it just feels like so flimsy in comparison to the sustained power of this Baptiste. We'll have to see if it sticks around, because I mean, the kill potential is higher than the Baptiste, I will say, but relying on just your passive and also only having 2 charges of healing caster, Ultraviolet is just gonna run laps.
All right, Hawk trying to posture up on the choke point right now. Nice little change. Going to hold Hawk for the time being, but yeah, Scarl can't take too many shots from the Baptiste. So again, a rotation through the mega health pack. Admiral goes down. Those PGE, some sharp shots from him. Is a disguise now upper player trying to move towards the point.
Yeah, Space Station, they're just going to be able to use the Sim TP though, even without that Lucio. So it is up to Disguise to just move on to point and outlive the Override Protocol.
Yeah, it should be good though. Yeah, instantly putting that down, that Sanctuary. Basically negating everything that Lethal was trying to do there with that override. Now, Hawk is in an odd spot. Actually despaired right now in the courtyard. Unlucky. Completely separated from the rest of the team. UV is going to use that window, but Skyle, no fear. Zero fear against the window. Almost managed to take out UV despite the amplified damage. Holy Giga Chad. Style does end up going down, of course, and still Disguise control the point, but they've only got Lep for heals.
I mean, that was also Amplification Matrix invested when you were lacking Hawk. PGE now has Override Protocol, and Space Station don't have a great defense against it because Sugar Free is so far from wall.
Ooh, PGE though. Popping that ult. However, that wall from Sugar Free is going to stop the heated rivalry, at least for the time being. Oh, he's dodged it super well though. Oh, but Lep from the spawn. Unlucky. Sugar Free caught out of position there, trying to take down PGE in the skies. Tread falling. Hawk's still alive here, but Disguise still control this point, so building up some 3%, and then Hawk again, despairing, away from the rest of his team as SSG lose the fight.
Disguise don't have a Symmetra TP, but they can use the Tectonic Shock coming on through from Rocket to interfere with the momentum when Space Station want to get aggressive with both Sound Barrier and Annihilation to try to play this retake, as Disguise do not have Sound Barrier online to mirror.
All right, well, they're going to try and get this one pretty quick, I'd imagine. Lep is a little bit further behind than Abral, so if they tempo beat in, this could be a big fight for Space Station. They've also got Annihilation that they can rip on the point as well. Well, there's a Tectonic Shock from Rocket. Good Sound Barrier in response, though. Lep 1% away. Is going to drop the beat, but it doesn't save Tread. That was a frame-perfect kill there on the Ramatra. Didn't even pop up to try and survive either, so they're a player down now with Space Station trying to make another move onto the point. And in fact, Disguise, very swift disengage. Don't lose anybody else and get out alive.
I think it's like super important too, because look at how close Lethal and Ultraviolet are to ults, right? You still have your Annihilation. You can use that as your engagement tool. If you go now, Space Station don't have a defense against it. They have to give up point.
They got the Sanctuary available again from Skyle, but Yeah, against this Annihilation, Space Station gonna have to come up with something special. Looks like that window was tried to use, maybe take down Tread, but in Annihilation, it's like, sure, you can chunk down his armor, but he's gonna cross his arms and then be immortal. Disguise now with 99, and that should just be about it. Don't even need to use that Sanctuary, looking for players to go for the final touch, but they're in nowhere to be found. Disguised with round 1.
Is this just the adjustment? Like, is Mizuki ult just one of the answers to Override Protocol? I think as well as that, it's also the fact that Disguised are running something that Space Station probably haven't really prepared to scrim against. Like, who was expecting Mizuki Lucio as a support lineup, right? So having to now deal with the increased damage that the Mizuki can contribute to the fights, as well as having that Sanctuary to take cover in on the side of Disguise so they can just bunker up on point and Space Station have to just give, is proving to be a lot more problematic than on paper.
3 players with only a single death for Disguised. Their ability to disengage was really clean there, actually. I loved that they were able to get out of that. Just enabled their recontest just so much quicker after they lost Tread. It's still on Mizuki too.
This is risky for Sugar Free, because if he gets bound by the chain, over high ground or environmental drop-off, instantly off the map, no way to recover.
Hole taking high ground first, playing the opposite side to his team. Taking the point early here first is going to be crucial for Space Station, especially with the Farah punishing people as they walk through chokes. Although Hawk standing up to the might of the chains there, plus Trek kind of just walking forward, crossing his arms is going to be a little bit tough. Scar doing some decent damage to Lethal, but nothing to write home about.
These guys have so much angles as well. Like, Space Station are trying to play distance, but PG is more than happy to play the distance game too.
Indeed. I mean, look, PG is still doing a fair amount of damage from here, and now, unfortunately, Hawk under quite the duress. Although Rocket first to fall here for Disguised. Sugar Free still poking away at the front line as Skyle ends up biting the dust as well. Disguised kind of chewed out of this fight. A long, drawn-out conflict over this first cap, with Space Station getting it first.
Makes sense, right? Space Station, they're playing the Baptiste Lucio. They want to play brawl tempo. Abuse the fact that Mizuki's heal is limited to passive, which is slow tick, and healing castle, which is charged, which is why Skyle goes back and plays the Baptiste Mirror now.
Yeah, honestly, kind of disappointed. I can't lie to you. Think about the Ultra versus the Barrage. That's all I'm saying, man. Sanctuary could really pop off here. Well, here comes the Override Protocol from PGE, sending it downtown, although that window from Ultraviolet makes it a little bit more deadly for PGE to beat around this corner. Spots the Fire on the cross side of the map as well. Sugar Free taking a little bit of damage, but that window has done its job. Just enabled Hawk to regain position in the mid without fear of PGE. Just like two-tapping him. Although not quite a two-tap. It would take a little bit more than that, but you get what I mean. Override Protocol now from Lethal to try and turn the tides. Tread's mech's already gone and Disguised. Yeah, they better pull off that mask real quick. Find themselves a proper way into this game, because this is just not it. They've not really had a team fight, but they've been anywhere close to winning.
Oh, the staggers too. They lose the Emery and the Baptiste late, which now means that by the time you push, Hawk's got the downpour. Sugar Free's going to be in position to just continue raining these rockets in from afar. PGE, he's off the Emery. He's going full hit gun. Like, we're just going for the Cassidy to be able to try to just put 2 bullets into Sugar Free's head.
Got a mythic weapon too. Extra aura. I like it. Almost default Cassidy, just with the color palette swap, and then mythic weapon. Holy.
This is a long wraparound too.
Yeah, left's got sound barrier too coming in. Window first though. That's it in server room. Downpour's going to connect. Skyle already dead. Tread out of mech. It's all over, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, there's just no way. Where are Disguised? Where are they, man? Like, are they in vents or something still? Like, I don't know. They've just not really been in this game, or in this round, I should say. Been a bit of a nothing burger, to be honest with you.
Oh, the panic sound barrier too, because OT is about to hit and you're just scrambling for any form of survivability to keep the point in OT play for Tread on the Doomfist swap. I worry as well, because like Farah being problematic on Control Center, and now you head to the third sub-map of Lijiang, which is Gardens, if they do decide to play the Farah.
Yeah, there's no way, right? Don't think we're going to see a Farah here. Sugar Free's probably just going to go back on the sim. A little bit of lethal on the cast. Wouldn't mind that. Or just stick on Emre. Why not? This is real tough. That was not a close round. 100-0 for Space Station.
Oh, Skyle's back on the Mizuki. Do you think this time it's gonna stick? As I don't know, I just felt like they got worn down. Right? Space Station played the long game, waited for all of the resources to be out, and then just walked when they had the confidence.
Yeah. Confidence through the roof, I'd imagine, especially after that round. All right, let's see what Skyle has on this Mizuki yet again. We'll see if Lethal can find some damage here too. Nice little off angle from him on the point already. Almost a max healing from Skyle at the moment, just dishing out the damage with the glaives. They're doing it bouncing as well around, of course. Rockets killing Avril. That is a good start. Skyle cannot afford to be taken down here. But double AoE heal, I kind of spoke about it yesterday. Very annoying when you can have 2 double AoE heals and then the other support can also kind of shoot. So you're dealing a lot of damage if you're Skyle as Disguise win that fight pretty quickly. That's actually it's got to be close to like the quickest cap recap of all time, like 6%. Like that's so low.
Yeah, and I mean they have so much angle control, but not only that, Hawk's on the Diva, so he can't use a shield and just block the LOS of the passive connection. As Space Station, we talked about it. There's the symmetric TP for the engagement.
Oh, I'm ready for it. PG right now just firing bullets down range. Looking like Master Chief throwing those nades and scoping up with that BR, that's for sure. All right, well, they're going to give up the point, at least for the time being here, as Hawk just push his way forward, trying to push Tread out of position, even trying to go for a small knockoff there, but the knockback resist is going to help Tread stay on his feet. Here's the override protocol from round the side, trying to spot people, but there's the Sanctuary. He's trying to get in there, but it's just denying everything. Soundbarrier is going to connect as well for Disguise. Very expensive ultimates for them. Both support ultimates popped in this one. So it's almost a guaranteed win. An Ultraviolet jumps off the map. And Left finds a nice little boop kill on Avril there as well as Disguised. Find 50%.
Yeah, that's the sort of bonus that Lethal is able to get this time from Override Protocol against the Sanctuary, because he actually goes into it, which forces Left to have to use the Sound Barrier, since Override Protocol damage would still have gone through onto all of the players stacked up. So Space Station, they should win this one. It's just go first, go fast with Sound Barrier.
Oh, nice little beat there. Wow, Skyle died, I think, before the beat even hit the ground. Oh dear, that's a very quick fight for Space Station. But like you said, you got the Sound Barrier. You know you can tempo use it. Lev used his last fight. Oh, Rocket with 2. Okay, taking out both DPS. All right, son, I see you. All right, Space Station, though. They're capped.
I mean, it's the first time that they get this cap, though, and they do have to weather the storm of Annihilation coming through from Tread. Plus, because of those extra trades, they currently don't have that DPS, so they're having to give up a lot of map control.
Oh yeah, they're just going to go straight back into this one. That's to be certain. PG pulling out the blaster. A little bit more powerful than the Bunny Blaster from Diva there. That's to be certain, which is Hawk is trying to make best use of right now. But an Annihilation against the Baby Diva. Yeah, it doesn't take a genius to figure out who's going to win that duel. Nice cap from Disguise, and there's going to be final fight for Space Station now.
Oh, the Override as well, to make sure that Space Station lose even more time. As Hawk's up onto the Orisa, which is going to be able to interfere quite nicely with the Ramatra, but I mean, can they get past bridges? This guy's just going to make it absolutely impossible. That being said, Tread is way too far away from the rest of his team right now.
Yeah, that could be said for certain. They're going to try and touch the point though, but Rocket kind of slamming the door in their face right now. He finds he had another kill, but oh, they don't quite get the touch. Disguise ended up coming up with a map win. 2-0. Round 2, disaster for Disguise. They got 100 zeroed, but the rest of them, yeah, not too bad. I thought maybe there's a chance there, but Rocket decided, actually, we're going to win.
Do we think we see a Mizuki ban? Because, like, it feels...
Surely not.
Like, yeah, but it was getting a lot of value to the point that Sugar Free actually swaps to the Pharah just to be able to play the distance against things like it, as well as that Tracer, but they just have no map space, and then we just have Tread all of a sudden got a little bit lost, ended up on the wrong spawn side, but that was just delaying any form of regroup so that no one could get past and onto the point to hit OT. Like, they actually had to use Amplification Matrix right then and there against the Ramatra in their face to try to chunk him through.
Oh, I know Mr. Scott Kennedy is going to be happy seeing Mizuki play. That is for sure. I'll make sure to clip and send it to him later. I think looking at the scoreboard as well, PG kind of winning out of the rivalry right now versus Sugar Free. If you haven't seen the tweet, by the way, from, I think it was the Sky's Twitter. I think it was the Sky's Twitter. The graphic they put on just 10 out of 10, top tier. But yeah, Disguise end up winning this game. I mean, Control, arguably a fraudulent game mode, but I think a very well-earned win from Disguised. They do feel like they feel a lot better when they look a lot better too than they did yesterday against the Fuel.
Yeah, and I mean, that was also the Vendetta ban, right? The Vendetta and the Kiriko both get banned away now, so Space Station won't be able to do that Vendetta ban if we go somewhere like Suravasa, but Rocket's also been able to play a absolutely stellar Tracer, so I don't know if you would want the Vendetta over the Tracer if we go to that situation. Like, honestly, probably the best thing you could do for Space Station right now is to just go somewhere like Midtown and get to play the Sigma, because oh boy, was that the thing that Disguised struggled against the most yesterday.
Yeah, they kind of fell over to the Sigma on those maps. I mean, if that is the case, it's like, okay, let's just send us there. But if you want to play something quick, like Flashpoint, it feels like Disguised, again, might have the upper hand.
Yeah, especially because, like, we talked about it, right? The Vendetta ban is already gone. If Rocket wants to play the Vendetta, he absolutely can. Potentially not for the first, potentially on the first point, and then you get that, you swap over to the Tracer when you get to play on the wider areas of the map, and you get a little bit more value being able to go for those really long con style flanks that we got to see them do on Control Center, where they knew that they had very little map control, no angles at the start of the fight, that the fire would be incredibly problematic. So what did they do instead? They don't walk main, they want to scout it out, potentially find a hit onto one of the supports and kickstart the fight that way.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, like you said as well, I do think it's going to be Kiriko Gaming again. I don't think we're just going to see Mizuki. I mean, maybe slower maps. You're going to probably play BAP if you want to, but Kiriko is going to be the order of the day. I mean, look, it's going to happen. It was bound to happen. Kiri's going to get banned, and then we get a little spice, a little flavor in the backline finally. But yeah, it's now it's not going to be off the table, so they're kind of chill in that regard. I don't mind Blizzard World either. I think Blizzard World and Barney would be kind of a fun one. I think especially for Hawk too, playing that Diva is going to be pretty good for him.
Yeah, let's see what it's going to be. It's Rialto. Ooh, okay. So you take Disguise to the map that they won yesterday. And we get a first initial ban on Lucio before we get a reaction ban onto the Tracer, since you can't, if one role has already been banned, you can't target another hero in that same ban. So support out of the window, which means that we're probably going to be getting things like the Juno, the Wu Yang, if you want to still be able to have those speeds. Maybe we get some Anna Brig if you want to be able to play those dives. And the Tracer is removed, which means that we're maybe going to get to see a little bit more of that Vendetta that we talked about.
I hope so. I do really enjoy watching Vendetta right now. It's kind of insane how much mobility. It feels like most of the time, regardless of being a melee hero, she's spending most of the time in the air, which is a little ridiculous, to be honest. But
it's
I'm
crazy.
Here for it.
Like the stuff that you can do, the min-maxing on Vendetta with the animation cancels, so that you can just like end your recovery frames right then and there. Plus the fact that when she uses that soaring slice, she can literally hop over a roof, automatically gain access to the overhead strike, and be able to chain together two of them, which is kind of wild. And you do have to feel for the Diva players too, because you can't defense matrix that, and she gets it after every soaring slice, but also every third hit of her basic primary with the Palatine Fang as well.
Honestly, good. Diva players have had it good for too long. Look, listen, Diva is cool, like she's a pretty cool character, yeah, yippee, but I'm sick and tired of my stuff getting eaten by Matrix, okay?
True.
It's about time Diva players learned that sometimes Matrix, we need to have heroes that deny the Matrix completely and smack you in the face. Yeah. And you are right, Rocket is jumping over to the Vendetta. PGE still on that Emre.
Yeah, I feel like Disguise, they've identified that Space Station really did not want to play Vendetta. They played counter Vendetta compositions, but they didn't field it themselves. So we'll see if Space Station are forced into the mirror, or if they're going to be able to stick with the composition that they want to play here on the attack. As PGE is going to be starting off on the Embre, and we do, because the Kiriko got banned last round. Still get to see it here, but there's the Juno that we were talking about too. So still very speedy compositions that you can boost all around, but also having Orbital Ray to potentially take some space back and clear up high ground could be absolutely huge, as I don't know if Lethal's going to be sticking on the Hanzo. It's probably just going to be the tradition. Send out a Sonic, see if you can find anything on the Scout, and then swap to where you're actually playing, which will be the Emre.
Go TP, and there you go. Choke point deleted. Yippee. We love Symmetra here in OWCS. Deleting choke points since 2016. Well, I guess not 2016. She's had 700 different revisions, so, you know, I can't remember when the last one was that made her into this TP box, but here we go. Hawk does end up getting knocked down from the high ground, but still they managed to collapse on the space.
Oh, Tread's mech as well. Up against the Sim and Zarya. That's not going to be a fun time for a D.Va player.
Yeah, Rocket's getting run over as well. Although you say that, Tread just decides, you know what, actually, sugar-free, death for you. Goodbye. Ultraviolet also falling over to Rocket. These tight spaces, they're great to jump into as the Zarya comp, right? You can kind of hold in these small rooms, but then Vendetta just says, actually, I have a giant sword and I can cleave half of you in one shot. So, yeah,
No
unlucky.
Kiriko.
That's going to be a reset.
Yeah, no Kiriko. Like, normally, if you're going for the Symmetra TP, the Vendetta can track while you're TPing too, and you would have your Kiriko Suzu the initial hit, but no, as Space Station are going to be swapping up comp yet again. Admiral goes over to the break, so you're going to be able to brawl, plus having those Inspire procs. And UV, he's got that damage, but also Immortality kill too.
All right, don't die to Tread and Rocket running you over challenge, please. All right, Ultraviolet taking a little bit of damage from the backline there as Skyle on the flank. There's the TP straight towards the choke point, but they need to lock down a target. Doesn't look like they can as PG slips out of there. Ends up getting diff though by Lethal. PG down. Ultraviolet with this window too could turn the fight. Looks like Rocket does manage to escape. Only with half HP though, so it's not going to be the biggest factor in this fight as Hawk and Lethal clean up.
How big is this amplification matrix gonna be this next fight though for Space Station? Because I mean, this guy's Tread has the D.Va mech, can just use the defense matrix, and they can just bruise past it with one-sided Kitsune Rush. Lethal's just gonna start things off right now before this guys can get off the blocks from their spawn.
Honestly, mad respect. The D.Va has to touch, so you know you can snipe people on the bridge, but you actually need to hit them first. PG, we'll see if he can do one better, though. Goes straight for Lethal by the looks of it. Hit the right click, a little bit of splash damage, hit another one, but no secure of a kill there. And now they have to deal with this window. PG lobbing nades from downtown there as Rocket does end up falling. And this amplification matrix kind of getting walked through here by Space Station. They need to be able to demech Tread, but he's got a self-destruct to go for the remech. Ends up getting it, but oh, maybe not. Animation cancel there. The little turret and Ultraviolet with a swift battle rifle burst to the head kills the baby D.Va.
Yeah, this is going to be really good as well for Space Station because now we're moving to longer aspects of fights, which means that Disguised are going to be swapping off of the D.Va, which was not having a fun time when it was forced to actually contest on the point against both the Sim and the Zarya in the close quarters, and they're going to swap onto that Ramattra to have a little bit more range, plus some shield pressure against Lethal and UV's damage.
I love his positioning of Scar right now as well. Hey, just take an off angle, man. Juno can heal everybody else, then you can TP away. Good stuff. And +2 for the skin as well. Goth Curie. Can't say no to that. Hawk with the grab. They got a wall too. Space Station Gaming going to be able to walk into this fight. Realistically, they should just be able to win. TP on somebody, hit the wall if you need to, but this Graviton Surge, even onto just Rocket, might be just good. Rocket ends up going pretty low there, but a quick disengage teleport from Sugar Free as the TP was about to expire. Now Rocket still maintaining control of that mega health pack, and now Sugar Free going for another, even a fake TP there. Had to back up a little bit as PG tries to navigate past this wall. Hope he's done his math homework because that's going to be tough to really get around. A couple of hits, but no immediate damage in follow-up of a kill, meaning Space Station kind of walk on forward, although there you go. Heat of Rivalry turning up to another notch as PGE snipe Sugar Free from downtown, but they trade for Rocket.
I mean, the Space Station still want to fight this out since they do have that Graviton Surge as well as the Amplification Matrix to be able to pair alongside it. Rocket's coming back on the bench and just to come back faster.
Yeah, PG down though, and a Graviton Surge from Hawk could be dangerous here for Disguise. They've got a rush, but not really something you want to supplement the damage with. Well, they end up using it fairly early, but they're doing this into a window. Like, you grab someone here, they are done. Tread grabbed, no Nemesis form means no survivability. And there's the Venture, pesky, but no worries. Hawk with the kill. Oh, sorry, Sugar Free with the kill. Hawk with the assist as Space Station Gaming end up capping second.
Yeah, you're just not going to be able to outlast the sustained composition of a Kiriko and a Baptiste, and since it was one-sided rush for Style, Admiral has his one-sided now, and Disguise have no way of mitigating it. Like, maybe let Lobs in the orbital ray, but Lethal's just going to be able to play outside of it with the override protocol, so they're getting so much pace. Potentially, we're headed to last fight on Rialto.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go as well. Orbital Ray is going to come in, and Hawk gets deleted. Almost. That lab coming in clutch from Ultraviolet, and Lethal peeking his head over the almost in the skybox now of the little high ground. The override protocol. A little bit of damage, but that's about it. It does end up forcing the positioning of Disguise, though. They're pulling back.
Oh, they
good
lose
snipe.
file, though. And now potentially left as
hand-
well.
Ooh. Sheesh. Hawk's taking some lessons from Lethal there. Lobbing those nades, lobbing those right clicks from downtown. Killing Lep in the spawn doors. Nemesis form into the Annihilation to stay alive for Tread, but that ultimate getting almost zero value, unfortunately, as Space Station Gaming, despite the jetpack cat, is going to put the payload in. 2 minutes and 17 seconds in that time bank.
Yeah, the moment that they were able to pick up both of the supports, like Tread can try to stall and tread water with the Annihilation, just outlasting for that Nemesis form to come back again. But unfortunately, if they don't come back with the overclock from PGE Sojourn, there is no chance for them to actually be able to find eliminations, and Space Station will be able to complete the full push. As it felt more of the same that we saw in Control Center, right? Go for the Baptiste, go for the Kiriko, and just outlast Disguise. They were fine as well, continuing to take fights, even when they were down one player, because they understood if the fights went long, they would come through with an advantage.
So like a single death for a lot of players on Space Station again. Very one-sided thus far. 2 minutes in the time bank on Rialto as well. Might as well be like 15 minutes. It's just so long on this map. We've seen some insane comebacks, some insane pushes in OT historically on this map, but 2 minutes does feel like an eternity. So we'll see if Disguise can do them one better. Oh yeah, Admiral with the best Curie skin and the best emote in the game as well.
True. We do love the skateboarding. But I mean, Disguise, they looked stronger on the attack yesterday when they were up against Dallas Fuel. So we'll see if they do go back to the Hazard and look for those long wraparound rotations as Admiral and Ultraviolet actually Kiriko Wu Yang. So it feels like they understand that someone's going to be trying to flank and wrap around them. As we can see, Lethal on the Widowmaker, Sugar Free, the Echo, just trying to play the distance. PGE, are you going to stick with this Widow to go toe-to-toe with Lethal, or is it going to be a swap off onto a little bit more of a tankier hit scan?
Unfortunately. I really wanted to see the Widow 1v1, I'm going to be honest. PG versus Lethal would be quite the show, but no, it looks like straight to the Sojourn.
Rocket on that Vendetta as well, but still no Zarya, so it's going to be going in and relying on Tread just boosting in to make the space burst.
Slowly poking away. Got to dodge Lethal here. It's going to be kind of scary, but Lethal already kind of looking at his backs. Yeah, look at this wraparound from Disguise.
I mean, it's the same thing they did, only on D.Va instead of Hazard coming through from yesterday, and there's the D.Va taking the high ground. Lethal's got Peel, though, and is still going to be able to stay alive.
Yeah, luckily, PG didn't get his head ripped clean off his shoulders there. Tread very low. There's Suzu ends up coming out for Tread. Although he's got thrusters in the middle of nowhere now, but yeah, no, the heal's coming in. And there's the kill from the Widow. Lethal taking down PGE. And Lep as well, dancing with death right now. Sky should be able to get this kill, surely. Yes, okay. There is a slight trade, but the likelihood you get anything more is slim to none.
I mean, Disguise is finding out the hard way, right? When you have a melee character, you have to actually be able to close up the distance for that melee character to do something. Vendetta might be quite mobile with the soaring slices, but Space Station are still just able to play the distance with both the Widow and the Echo. As it's going to be very aggressive plays coming through from Hawk, just intercepting Rocket before this Vendetta can get anything done so far.
Yeah, and look at the ultimate bank as well for Space Station Gaming. Already in like 80-90% or so. So you're looking at a very explosive fight. All they need to do really is play for the dude for Sugar Free. He jumps in to the back line, maybe even copping the D.Va, and you should be chilling. Sights activated for Lethal now as well, so he can take an aggressive angle. Ooh, narrowly misses the shot on PG. Make that 2. PG goes for the aggressive ego peek. Doesn't end up getting taken down. In fact, takes down Sugar Free of all people. 4% away from his ult as PG once again testing Lethal's patience, but that's 3 missed headshots in a row from Lethal there as he gets taken low.
Tread doing a good job as well, just pushing Lethal off of the angle so that this guy can close up the distance, have a little bit more cover from the Widow, but loses the mech and loses his head.
Whew, that was a nasty shot. Tread's head was like, what, maybe like half a frame there over the payload. That was probably quite clean from Lethal's POV. But I mean, Moxie, look at this ult bank now.
Yeah,
for SSG,
I was about to say, Jules, it feels like we're
big for
about
Disguise,
to get
but
5. Like, it's just gonna be 5 ultimates versus 4 on the side of Disguise, because they are just one fight away from being able to cap first. Just invest your ultimates all in one go and overwhelm Space Station. The problem for them is if Space Station decide to take that turn first and find an elimination before Disguise can walk.
Well, we live in a Widow's world. Unfortunately for Disguise. Yeah, Tread. Okay, they called out the Widow player, so okay, we know where they are. All good. They're going to be peeking main at some point. Just be careful. Lep, with the shift, manages to get out of the way. As, wow. Hawk ends up losing mech there. Not great start for Space Station. Down to 3 ults now. Here comes the overclock from PGE, but immediately getting kind of destroyed there. Duplication from Sugar Free. Takes down his brother in arms. And now an orbital raid to try and stem the bleeding for Disguise. They got the rush on top as well, but Space Station have the advantage, and Sugar Free still alive in the clone. And that is a free self-destruct in Disguise. And now Skull, nowhere to run really. TP straight back into the front line, taken out. And with 13 seconds to go, it looks just about over here for Disguise. Space Station almost staggering them too. Okay, well, unlucky. Well, you got to try something, I suppose, if you're Rocket, but yeah, that's it. Space Station Gaming going to hold Disguised on this first point and tie the series up.
I just like this vendetta did not work out the greatest. Like Rialto having to fight around first corner, you're close to the defense, but the moment they decide to take a big back step backwards and play the distance of Courtyard, which you're playing Widow Echo, you're not gonna be playing close quarters. You want as much distance between yourself and the enemy as possible. The vendetta just had no room to be able to operate, and it meant that Disguise, they had to take these really long wraparound rotations, which ate into their time bank. They weren't doing damage in that time, so it ate into their ultimate bank as well. And by the time it boiled down to that last minute, everyone froze their ultimates in. It was literally a matter of who comes out on top, which, to point out, by the way, UV get to hold on to the Tidal Blast. Like, if it had come down to an OT play, they would have outlasted the attack with closer spawns, but also the Wu Yang ultimate to stall for time.
Man, Hawk only ended with 1 death as well. 3 players, I think, I clocked there. Single death, I mean. Disgusting work from Space Station. I mean, what does Disguise? How do they respond? Like, sure, they had a very good win on Control. Lives up to my theory as well, that Control is a fraudulent mode. But I think with how this went, I mean, this wasn't really close. Kiriko played again, can't be banned. Now they're just chilling. Like, if this is how the rest of the series is going to go, it's going to be a 3-1, but it's not going to be a close one.
Yeah, like maybe you go Suravasa since the Tracer ban's already been used. But it's a rough one, it for sure is, because we were looking at the Space Station Gaming roster and we were sort of looking and saying, how do you even go into this team and find a band that works, because they just play so many different things to such a high level. Like, maybe you go back to the Mizuki, because that was the thing that was really scratching Space Station's heads. They didn't know the best ways to play into it because it's not the meta, and if you're scrimming meta teams, you're not getting the practice time against stuff that's off meta, so potentially you can throw them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, maybe just throw them off guard a little bit. Maybe, yeah, you do end up running it to a flashpoint. You still need something quick, though. It feels like Mizuki still would get run over. Obviously, the double aura is kind of nice, like running around, kind of killing people, but they're kind of losing out in these duels, too. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where they want to go. It's going to be their ban as well first. Do you ban Hawk Diva? That wouldn't be such a bad pick.
Yeah, especially because, like, Tread hasn't really been tied down to the Diva. He's been floating things like the Hazard already. Potentially you go for something like that. Maybe you take us to Watchpoint Gibraltar, take out the Diva, try to play something else that's with the dive, maybe something like the Winston instead. But, I mean, like I said, it's
that would
always...
be a smart pick. Legit. I want to pull on that thread real quick. Watchpoint Gibraltar, you go there. Oh, no, they have Rialto already. Well, what am I saying?
You can't.
Yeah,
You've already
you can't.
had your
Yeah, I'm like,
escort
yeah, let's
map.
go Gibraltar. Yes, yeah. But yeah, I mean, that would have been a smart pick.
Yeah.
Go to Watchpoint, ban Diva, and then, which is also kind of, if you kind of make it into a better point here, is a very good pick from SSG going to an escort map. So that scenario cannot come about where their D.Va is banned away from them on a dive map where Tread can play Winston. Don't forget as well to connect your Battle.net account to your Twitch account and / or YouTube account, and you can earn some drops right here, right now. Yeah, May 15th to the 27th, there are drops on your screen, some Battle Pass gifts, a player card, an icon, a little spray, and that Esports loot box, which I have not actually opened any yet. So I'm kind of excited to grab myself one and see what's inside. Yeah. But did they have the Overwatch League skins? I actually don't know. I haven't checked. Do they have the Overwatch League skins in there as well? Because that would be straight fire if so.
That would be really cool. That would be really cool.
I think they
for
do.
everyone who
I'm
missed
like,
out. I'm pretty sure they.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on this. Don't come at me on socials.
I'm talking about the
if we're wrong,
colorways.
but...
I'm talking about the colorways. I need to dive into it because I know there's like the Pacific 2020 skins like that, but I'm getting where they do have the hour skins, so like the colorways as well. That's good to know. That's good to know. Yeah, some of those are straight fire. Let's have a look at the bands though. Let's get back into this game. We are going to Atlas, and it's going to be a D.Va ban, rightly predicted by Moxie Bear, and a Tracer ban here for SSG.
Ooh, so what are we gonna see played instead then? Is it going to be the Vendetta that we get to see? Like, not surprised about the D.Va ban at all, but I mean, Atlas is also, oh boy, it's a haven for Tracer players, the amount of flanks that you can pull off there, but you can do the same with Vendetta too.
Yeah, it's not like she is bound by any laws of kind of physics as well. She can just fly into the sky with a giant sword. So yeah, she can jump over the buildings where Tracer had to normally blink through them. So let's jump on to Atlas, our third map in this series. Space Station Gaming there with a dominant finish on Rialto. 2 minutes, 17 seconds to the time bank, and then holding Disguise on first. So we'll see if Atlas is kind of the same type vibe here, or if it's kind of a control type beat with Disguise winning that first map through 2-1.
What is Disguised's composition going to be here? Rocket can't play that Tracer. Could, as we talked about, play the Vendetta, but like the Vendetta just wasn't finding value on Rialto. It wasn't getting the space, it wasn't getting resources from the team, so maybe we see something like the Venture instead, and you just get to play to burrow under the ground, pop up on Space Station's backline to be able to sync up with some good damage, just chunked on through by PGE. Although we should also note as well that Sugar Free Symmetra got through the ban draft, so Lethal's High Noons, keep an eye on them. They're going to be pulling a Houdini, potentially, if Space Station decide to stick with this.
And I love Rocket on the Venture, though. Really like that. Kind of anticipating the sim look, maybe, but Space Station TP out and Sugar Free on the Farah. Yeah, good luck, Rocket. It's going to be a fun time for you. Relying on PG there to take out Sugar Free.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have bubbles, too, with Hawk on that Zarya, so bubbles for everyone. Tread is not going to have a fun time having to roll into this.
Yeah, absolutely not. Surprised not seeing a little bit more BAP here, but yeah, again, we gotta have Kiriko, Lucio. R/Overwatch be like, why so many Kiriko skins? Well, this is one of the reasons, probably. Well, Rocket is gonna be playing on the... Okay, Sugar Free just dies. Cool, okay. Rocket gets 1 kill at least. That's a 4v5 now, as it does end up getting chunked out a little bit here. Just got a mini to kind of flee back to. But now it's going to be up to Tread. You need at least 1 more kill here. This point's very hard to kind of bundle on in, as it does unlock. Rocket pretty low too, but looks like an easy cap, although Lethal caught left off guard there clearly, and takes out the Lucio. Oh, good punish.
The 3 versus 1 as well to take Tread down, and without a tank, there's no way that Disguise cap lasts any longer than 10%.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Maybe with a little bit of stagger, but yeah, just we'll call it that. Disguise end up kind of losing their footing there at the very end. A Space Station get the reflip.
Do you go for the Baptiste? Because like you're not going to be able to walk this Ramatra into the amount of spam pressure from the Farah and the poke from the Cassidy. So not surprising that Rocket's actually going to go to the Sim. This way they can TP Tread into distance to do something.
Let's have a look. High Noon available from Lethal 2. Barrage coming up for Sugar Free. And I think Disguise know. I think they're very acutely aware of that fact.
They're probably going to wait as well for Kitsune Rush, right? And then just go on to point with it.
Oh, little hiding. Oh, there's so many people. Oh my word. They are all Oh, Shred like, surely I'm not full skull, right? Takes 98% of his health in one bullet. Sounds cool. Nice little teleport across, though, but they still need to actually make it to the point versus this barrage. And Lethal find left again. Okay, so Space Station. Now they just descend on the point. Yeah. Goodbye, team. That is going to be the point for Space Station. There's the cap. Doesn't matter. Rush is going to come out. DPS are dead. And a decently high energy for Hawk as well, sitting at about 50%. Still need to clean up the fight, though, as Admiral does end up going down. Only one support left for SSG, so not as clean as they maybe liked it. And stealing away some point pressure here from Disguise. Actually quite good. 85% of building, but someone needs to touch.
I mean, UV also gets held on to Kitsune Rush, too. Like, Disguise really have wanted to force that.
Again?
And now they lose the Lucio
Come
super
on,
early
man.
as well. It's contest. They have nowhere to run. Because this fight, it feels done.
Yeah. Oh, nice TP, though, onto Lethal. Dude, Lethal has got a personal vendetta against Lep or Summon. I'm not sure. Did he hit one of his ranked games recently? I'm not entirely sure. Rocket Shred go down, but there it is. Okay. Breathe a sigh of relief there for Space Station as they managed to cap first.
They've got the Override Protocol. They will also have the Annihilation. But Space Station Gaming... They've got both the Graviton Surge as well as 2 support ultimates. Disguise at least will be set up on point first so they can shut out the angles that the Cassidy could have developed, and the Farah will be taken out of the sky when she shows up. But this is still going to be a rough one to have to play into.
Oh, nice grab. They're going to try and teleport away, but unfortunately... A very swift approach there from Space Station. It looked good from Rocket, but unfortunately, Space Station a little bit too quick. That's the team kill, and that's the point.
I mean, Disguise just didn't wait for Sound Barrier as well. Like, they wanted to go instantly instead of waiting that extra 5 seconds for Sound Barrier, which potentially could have saved them from that Graviton coming through. And now it's just going to get even harder because we're going to see the same problems that they had on first. All of this incoming damage, hardly any way of mitigating it.
Hello. Oh, yeah. PG a little bit too scared of Lethal now, and I would be as well. High Noon popped. PG playing all the way at the back. Oh, he's sniping a couple of people, but not exactly a power of Widowmaker headshot, that's for sure. There comes the barrage. Nice little sound barrier as well. Sugar Free has to get out of there, though. He's directly in the line of fire of 4 different people. Managed to use that concussive blast to get out of the dodge pretty quickly. Annihilation on the point for Tread, but looking quite sad right now. Trying to find someone to lock onto, but there it is. There's the kills. Tread finding 3 without Annihilation. As soon as he sucked someone, as soon as he got that speed boost as well from Lep. Just aided him in the kills and the carnage. 64% for Space Station. As Disguise get the cap.
Okay, they have to make actually having the space properly work now against the Farah. Like, Sugar Free should not be getting away with what he was previously, especially now that PGE has swapped over to the Cassidy as well. As Disguise will be holding close, they want to have the Ramatra, they want to get to play this one-sided rush, but they also have to make sure that they don't just go directly into all of those early eliminations from both the Farah and the Cassidy pressure.
Alright, Lethal looking for him to find an opening pick again. Probably on Lep, if I'm going to be honest with you. It's been a bit rough for the Lucio player recently, especially on that first point. But I mean, Disguise Comp, they can play back here. They can. Oh my goodness. Lethal living up to his namesake there. Rush is going to get used by Disguise to try and push the pressure onto Hawk. Out of bubbles, out of time, almost out of health. High Noon from the sidelines there as the teleport does end up getting baited out. Lethal pretty low, gets healed up eventually as they make their way to the point. 90% though for Disguise. They try and go for the re-engage with 0 ults to their name, but the same could be said for Space Station, but they still got Lenny from Disguise. Rocket falls, a smack to the face for Skyle. Gets taken down by PGE, but it should not matter. Well, Tread actually killing Admiral is a good start, and Hawk actually going pretty low. Probably bit off a little bit more than I can chew, and I think so has Hawk. A nice little silver bullet shot onto Lep though for the Cassidy. Does bring down the Lucio as PGE fights for his life, but Lethal wins out. It is High Noon, but only for Lethal there. Space Station Gaming get the cap as Disguise hit 99, but they're still pretty low.
Yeah, and they're also still missing players as well, so Disguise might try to fight this out by going fast before a full regroup can come on first. PGE does have that Deadeye, could potentially use it to find eliminations before this fight starts, but Hawk's also got the Graviton, so maybe they just got all got grabbed off a point.
TP, High Noon in the back, finding anybody? No, War's going to come out as well to bisect the fight. Graviton Surge does connect to PGE, ends up going down. Now the grab, well, Hawk is trying to fight through this wall, but trying to find targets to actually lock onto. Barrage from the skies from Sugar Free, ends up getting bubbled as well to try and stay alive. Now chasing after Lep. Just the tank of both supports for Disguise left alive as both DPS have met their swift demise, and Space Station still with control of the points. Still though, Disguise is still in this fight. They've got a sound barrier at their advantage here, so they could really push this to the maximum, really. And Annihilation is going to be good enough for the kill onto Hawk, and Lep saves the beat as well. An incredible fight from Disguise front and back line there as Tread, Lep, and Skyle save the day.
Yeah, the fact that Lep doesn't go down to Sugar Free and is able to hold on to the sound barrier, it's literally just Annihilation coming through from Tread, which allows this guys to hold on to have a support ult advantage. And for the first time in the series, we get to see the hazard, but it's not from Disguised, it's from Hawk instead. So we're gonna see this tank diving in, disrupting, and taking a whole lot of focus away from both the Emery and the Pharah, so that Sugar Free and Lethal can get so much more space and so many more eliminations.
Okay, Lep and Admiral going beat for beat, band for band. Nice little concussive blast from Sugar Free, trying to displace the front line of Disguise right now, but here comes the beat for Admiral. Lep instantly using his as well. A whole lot of green health bars, but that won't last long, that's for sure, especially with Skyle using that rush on the point as well. Hawk decides, actually, time to get out of here. Ends up leaping all the way back, but a very nice Ravenous Vortex brings him back down to Tread's level.
Do we see this Pharah remain, or is Sugar Free going to swap off of it, since it's really struggling now against both the Ramatra but also the Cassidy pressure coming on through? They might be able to find stagger picks too. Lethal falls a little bit later, Hawk starts dropping low but does get back to the rest of his team. And what's the play for Space Station here? They don't have Override Protocol. Barrage is going to be incredibly hard to navigate into an environment which is just lethal the moment you show up. Ideally, you just wait for UV to build up this Kitsune Rush and walk onto point.
Nice little teleport away. Rocket has been very good at repositioning the rest of his team so far. Hawk taking 1 billion damage, having to kind of bubble himself here with PG with a couple of missed shots, but the Silver Bullet at least hits the head. And now the High Noon. Oh, boops into a, not a better position, but I guess it will do. There's the teleport for PG, and yeah, nothing found there for the Cassidy.
The rush. Surely Space Station tried to recontest with one-sided rush.
They got it. Oh, PG, though, taking down Sugar Free. Chalk that one up. I'm sure someone's keeping tally in the chat already of how many times they killed each other. Add that one to PGE's one. PG now in the back line too is going to find a nice little angle, but fighting on the rush is ill-advised at best as Lethal takes him out. And the wall as well is going to make this incredibly difficult for Space Station to even stand a chance in this fight, as Tread flinging a swarm of bees straight at the Lucio player as he sails through the air, and that is yet another point for Disguise. 100-0 on that second one.
I mean, PGE fighting in the rush, yeah, ill-advised, but it also pulls so much attention from Space Station so that when Rocket gets the symbol up, no one's in position to be able to walk past it, and Tread can just dance on the side of the shield and stay entirely protected, as it's now point potential, round potential for Disguise. They're going to have one-sided Kitsune Rush. They can just go incredibly aggressive when they choose.
Double support ultimate though for Space Station, rather scary, especially on this point too, when the Skybox can be taken fairly easily by Sugar Free, and you can just barrage people who walk out these rather large doorways. Not sure who they're meant for, but they look very opulent, to say the very least. Oh. There's the barrage through the side room, and Lep sound barrier a fraction of a second too late there as Sugar Free gets taken out by PGE. Yet another one for the Dark Lord, and make that 2. Lethal ends up going down as well. A fantastic start for Sugar Free, killing one with the barrage, but there's no response to the beat.
Yeah, there was no mirror. They did not have sound barrier up yet because Disguise just went the moment that that barrage hit, and there's the swap off. Sugar Free, it was not getting the space, not finding the eliminations, with the Pharah swaps to the Sim instead to be able to keep up with the TP and get Hawking close enough to be able to brawl on through against Tread. Although I don't think you're going to want to TP onto Tread this fight around, as he will have the Annihilation. The closer you are to him, the longer it will go.
Oh, well, there it is. The Override Protocol being popped by Lethal, but rather scared of PG with that High Noon. He's already used it though, but Lethal, yeah, doesn't go for an aggressive peek, just lobbing a few nades in for Lethal. That will do. Spots people from close range. That damage. Whew. Lethal almost quad tapping there, but the sound barrier is going to be good from Admiral. Like you said, Annihilation still going for Tread, but it's going to last a long while here. They're not going to be able to take him down either. Scar's doing a good job of kind of pocketing right now, and especially with him being on that rush too. Space Station need to do something. They need to find a win in this fight, or this map is very much over, and Disguise are going to be on map point. Hawk takes down one, Lethal, and then Hawk again end up finishing this fight. Lethal from the high ground in a perfect perched position, end up clutching it out, but Disguise still sitting at 99.
Yeah, but Space Station, they have good tools to be able to win out this next fight, right? One-sided Annihilation, better one-sided Kitsune Rush. Disguise, they've got a lot of point percentage though. They can literally just fake out like they're walking onto point, force out the rush, and then back off of it fully, only coming back on through when Rocket has the symbol ready to go.
Oh, Ultraviolet, got to be very careful there. Ends up popping the rush as Hawk is just flailing his fists around and manages to connect with Rocket as well. A very swift and decently clean team fight from Space Station there. They've got ults for the next fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play from Space Station, right? Going with the Kitsune Rush super close so that Disguise just can't build up ultimates to have for the next one, because we're headed to final fight territory. If these fights go as long as they have been previously in Space Station, they're going to have the advantage. It's just what you're worried about. Sound barrier from Lep, especially with Rocket on the Symmetra, you can TP the team. Space Station are going to have to respect the sustain on the other side.
Well, there's the wall. Sugar Free only 5% away from his health bar from Hawk trickling low, but he's got the Annihilation to supplement him in just a moment. A teleport away is Disguised for pressure on point. Always getting the cap too, but Hawk ends up pushing back in. No support ultimates either from either side right now. Leb closest here with sound barrier up in a couple of moments as Tread just tries to duel out against Hawk. There's the wall eventually from Sugar Free, but this sound barrier from Leb needs to happen right here, right now. Disguised managed to sneak the point from underneath the nose of Space Station once again, end up getting the reflip here, but this beat from Lep needs to connect. Admiral, they're giving him enough time to build up from one of his own. They've got to go now. Hawk ends up going down. Admiral lays down the beat, only hits 4. Now the point is almost theirs. And Annihilation rips through the green health bars, and there's nothing left of them. Absolutely zero. Disguise take the map and match point.
Oh, okay. Not quite a 3-0 that we were expecting coming on through. Disguise pulling 2 rounds against Space Station Gaming. That is going to upset a lot of power rankings in terms of where we're placing the American teams. We talked about the potential of this team. We were like a little bit concerned. We hadn't got to see them fully play as a unit all that frequently. But my goodness, they're looking really, really clean with it. Like being able to build up in that last fight, having the rush to just weave in between for Lep to be able to build up the sound barrier, the sim wall as well to be able to go onto point, find the flip even through the override protocol. They're just able to force out the ultimates coming through from Space Station Gaming and have Annihilation after all of the supports are done.
Yeah, that beat unfortunately from Lep there. Just non-existent on Hawk. Hawk ended up dying as he was, I believe he was mid-cast. Like, bro is in the sky and in the air trying to land that sound barrier. If that connects with Hawk, maybe that's a different look entirely for the last team fight there. But yeah, Disguise. Wow. Map point already. I thought this was going to be a Space Station affair, and you know, I think you did as well. And I think a lot of people, like you mentioned, those power rankings shifting up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like Lethal goes for the elimination onto PGE, which is vital as well because that Sojourn was so close to the overclock, and Admiral already being forced into investing the sound barrier. Like overclock in overtime, you're going to be losing players that you cannot afford to lose. But for Space Station Gaming, silver lining for losing Atlas is that you now get to choose where we go to map number 4. You can't go Escort, you can't go Flashpoint. Hybrid's still up though, which means that maybe we get a run back of Midtown.
Oh, maybe. I still want to see Nambani. I just want to see it one time. Please. We gotta get it on our screens. I mean, look, Nambani, everybody hated it. We all know that. It's been changed. It's a lot better on first. Way better. Remember when it was just a single person's width of door to get on the high ground, top left on the attack?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Not fun.
Tragic. A little bit more open now. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. You can play very pokey backlines as well, so you can play the Lari. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Yeah, but I feel like if
Yeah,
you're
we'll
going
see what we
from track record, Midtown makes a little bit more sense, especially because we saw yesterday, like, this guy's really stumbled at just being able to break past the first door on Midtown. They bashed their head against it a good 4 times trying to go for a Symmetra TP and losing player after player after player because of just the existence of Sigma. Like, Kellen was on absolute fire that round with the accretions being able to connect through the defense matrix. And I feel like if we do go to Midtown, then that Sigma could probably be a good ban. But you get your wish! Nambani, it is no Midtown, which means that we're probably going to still be able to see a whole lot of dive coming through.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I wanted to see it and I'm glad we are, but I'm honestly a little shocked because I think it was one of the maps I looked in the map pool and was like, we're probably never going to see this. I think this is going to be the rare gacha pull, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, maybe once in 500 packs we get it. But yeah, interesting stuff from SSG2, banning the Venture of all things.
What did Disguised go for here? Because neither can't ban a DPS, so the Emery makes it, and I feel like that might have been more what Space Station wanted, right? To be able to leave the Emery up for them to be able to play, since they have looked incredibly comfortable with it, and they could not go for the Tracer ban because Tracer was already burned in the ban draft. This guy's taking a little bit of time, like really trying to work out what exactly they want to do with this. And ooh, they take out the Wu Yang, which, yeah, it was problematic. Like Rialto, them trying to dive that back line and just constantly, each time the D.Va wanted to make a play on the Wu Yang, being hit by the wall of water, just pushing you right back through your boosters and giving the Wu Yang the self-heal. It must have been so frustrating.
Oh, 100%. I'm surprised. I'm a little surprised we're going to see the Venture ban, but getting on high ground with Venture here and like pushing people off by just existing is quite prominent with the pick. So yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look how they end up doing this. I think with the backline though, how do you expect SSG to play here? What do you expect them to pull them out?
Kiriko Lucio, right? surely Kiriko Lucio. Maybe a little bit of Baptiste if you want to be able to go for the long game and just try and outlast your opponent, which is what they have been doing for the past few maps. They tried to do it on Flashpoint, they tried to do it on Lijiang Tower, and it worked to a point, but it came at the cost of losing a lot of angle control. If you're going for a Baptiste comp, you have to be much more anchor focused as opposed to the Kiriko Lucio, who has far more roaming positions, as we got to see on Rialto, where the Kiriko can literally just be spamming a lane, making sure that you can't take map space, finding an elimination, and getting out entirely unscathed with the Swift Step.
Well, let's have a look. They do mix anything up. Disguised on match point versus Space Station Gaming. Maybe they are the second seed team in this region after Dallas Fuel. I mean, look, round robin, you only get to play these teams once, at least in the reg season. So let's have a look how this ends up panning out. Space Station, yeah, with Hawk, you're expecting just kind of a D.Va here. Not really expecting anything else. I'd be very shocked if he ends up switching up. On Disguise side, looks like it's going to be Rocket on the Sim. Yeah, not going back. Okay, Sim and then Cass for PG.
Ooh, and Tread actually. Okay, this explains a little bit more about why the Sim, right? Tread on the Ramatra. So you're trading a lot of verticality control because unlike the D.Va, Ramatra, if he wants high ground, has to go the hard way and take the staircase. Do you think there's no way that Lep stays on the jetpack cat, right?
Nah.
They're on the defense though, Jaws.
Yeah, they are. 6 seconds. He's staying.
Oh, no,
no.
There we go.
Holy giga troll. You couldn't have trolled us harder, Leb, my word. I was getting excited there.
Zoe was probably getting excited
gamers when they see a
too.
pick 3 card game. I was getting excited. Look, yeah, Zoe in the comms, she agrees. I mean, okay, Leb's going to be a little bit late back, but it is a Lucio, so he's actually already with the team. TP up to the high ground here with a sugar-free Symmetra. Again, ignoring the choke points completely, looking good. PGE already down. Wow, they vanquished him. And Space Station Gaming rolling over this front line, and that's first point.
Yeah.
Straight up.
They just they roll over the back line. One of them drops point to force Tread to have to drop in contest, and you still have to deal with the dive hitting the rest of your team, so there is no resources to be able to keep that Ramatra up when all of the damage starts hitting home. What a fast push from Space Station Gaming. Look at how much map control they've already been able to push ahead onto second as well. No chance for Disguise to be able to play these corners. They just have to rely on the TP, getting them into a different position to try to push Space Station back, start clawing back some of this time.
Yeah, Disguise taking quite a defensive angle here, but honestly worthwhile. Oh, Hawk's already in the backline. Nice teleport again. I mean, I think Sugar Free's been an absolute master on this Symmetra already. Nice little boop. Tread just, unfortunately, just AFKing on Ram, because that's the only thing you can do against the Sim. A nice little D-soup, but Hawk's Bunny Blaster doing the job. That's 2 kills to the Bunny Blaster. Bro is cooking him on the Baby Diva. Oh, that's 3. Get another one. 4 kills from Hawk with the Bunny Blaster. Bro, that's a record, surely.
That's a clip.
My guy has got it.
That's a clip. Back into the mech. Hawk goes, and back to spawn. Disguise go. And unfortunately as well, these fights, they've been so one-sided, Jules. They have no ultimate to be able to clear a path to play into this retake. They just have to sit back and watch the Override Protocol zone them fully out and try to TP for a contest.
Dude, Nambani be like, second? What second point? It's so, like, this map might as well be first and last.
Yeah.
Nothing exists between that point and the other point.
Let's just cut out the middle, man. You know, like, a second is about not wasting ultimates, building up an economy so you can win one fight on third, and then holding for a whole 4 minutes, which is what Disguised are going to have to do, except instead of 4 minutes, it's almost 6.
Ah, I see you've read the Overwatch Esports manual. That's very good. That's exactly how it plays out. I mean, it really is insane. Well, there's both rushes being used already, and PGE is felled again by Hawk. He is playing, well, classically, Big Tracer in the backline right now. Nice little boop, though, from Lep is going to force the team all the way back. It's actually a ton of damage from both Lep and Tread in the front line. Finally, Space Station are paying for their sins as they get held for the first time on this map.
Okay, start the clock. What are we thinking? 4 minutes? 5 minutes? How long are Disguise going to be able to hold their ground? Because, like, there is less choke points for a Space Station to be able to navigate their composition. But then again, Sugar Free's TP does allow them to just skip the line and get Hawk into the back line. But Disguise, they have a good ultimate economy to be able to sit on. It's only one support ultimate that they have to worry about, and they should be able to burn through that relatively easily with the Override Protocol.
Yeah, that's got a big wall as well. Disguise have to back up here. They've not really got a choice. Tread now in the side room, pops the Annihilation, but still, though, amping the speed is Admiral to get him out of the way. Tread still trying to force the issue here. The sound barriers do connect for both sides as well. Admiral trying to get out of the Ravenous Vortex, manages to make it out alive, but PGE in hot pursuit. Admiral vaporized into DNA as Sugar Free also falls for Space Station Gaming. Should be a trivial cleanup now. The rocket does end up going down, but shouldn't matter in the end. Lethal last one alive. Spamming with the pistol. Surely don't let him get a kill. Okay, we're good. PGE cleans him up.
I mean, it's kind of good, though, that Lethal was the last one to go down for Space Station, because he's the one with Override Protocol, which should be the engagement tool for Space Station to walk. And because he went down so late, Skyle's actually been able to build up that Kitsune Rush in the meantime. So Disguised, they have options. If they have to fully kite out and give the space to Lethal's ultimate, they can make a play for it back with Styles ult.
They're going to go for the big wraparound here. Override Protocol. Lethal with the grenade jump. Very Quake. As they do end up flipping the map there. Wow. Rocket got deleted. My word. Well, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and they flip the map completely. They're going to have to fight back into this, but Tread's already low. He's fighting on the rush, of course, but, I mean, realistically here, he can't really make use of much else. His cooldowns have been used already. His Nemesis form gets popped again, but he's just getting absolutely deleted. I mean, there was nothing he could do there. I mean, what realistically could Tread get healed with? Almost nothing. Required the beat realistically there, Moxie.
Yeah, especially because that was actually fighting on UV's rush.
And that's done.
And it's done. So, yeah, 3 minutes on the bank for Space Station Gaming. As Override Protocol just be that ult in this meta. Like, Disguise, they knew that it would be an Override Protocol the moment they saw the TP. Like, they tried to go for the map flip. They tried to make sure that they didn't lose players. One even just trying to take cover inside small building, but Override Protocol, it's got AoE damage attached to the ultimate as well, so you can't just hide with a ceiling to be able to block the damage. It relied on that Kitsune Rush coming through, but Tread just gets absolutely tread on, and Space Station get unmatched Ultraviolet Kitsune Rush second, so that Disguise don't get any eliminations and can start taking advantage of defenders' closer respawns.
Who knew that adding a hero with an AC 130 as an ult was good. Yeah, it turns out he's pretty damn good, guys.
Especially since Tread's on ramp. There's no diva. There's no defense matrix to give this guy
he is literally
any
tanking
opportunity.
it. Like, I like team. I need heals, please, as he just gets absolutely eviscerated.
It's face tanking. This is 2026 definition of face tanking.
Yeah, 100%. All right, we'll see if Disguised attack here is similar to Space Station's. I mean, Space Station took first and second. Well, it was non-existent, realistically, like most Overwatch streamers' hairlines, like non-existent. We'll see if Disguised end up kind of matching them here. Lethal playing up a little bit. Shouldn't get too much damage in. Yeah, not going to get caught out either. But,
yeah, but
I like the early peek there. You can just run away.
12% because the frag nade actually hit onto so many players from Disguised as they walked out of spawn.
Quick nades. What do you reckon he can shot put? How far? Do you reckon Olympiad level?
No, I reckon.
Probably, right?
Yeah, probably he can shot put a good football pitch of distance. As a Disguise are having a football pitch of distance between them and the point right now. Space Station just playing keep away.
I'm going to make a prediction. Don't know. Don't have inside information, but there's going to be a Summer Games shot put emote with what's his face, Emery, 100%. If there's not, majorly disappointed. At least a spray. Come on, free idea, Blizzard. There you go.
There's one already, right? Or is it the discus?
It might be the discus for somebody, but they got to make a shot put with him, surely, for the nades. Scott, if you're listening, Custer, if you're listening, get on that one. Get on that one. Nice little teleport rotation here from Disguise, taking an immense amount of damage yet again, though. They've got to stabilize before they do anything once more. And, well, here comes the AC 130, straight into that small corridor. Oh, no. Ends up spotting out PTE as well, grabs the mega health pack, but Lethal decides, you know what, I'll just kill you back line instead, son. Now you got no heals, nice little laid on the ground, and is absolutely scoring PG with a movement. Sugar Free with the kill, though, to add another one to the tally. Ooh, and a little bank nade too. Rocket ends up falling. Is this defense from Space Station looking stout? Yeah,
that synthetic blaster. Oh, it feels so unfair to fight into. It gives you increased movement speed, better jumps, and also 80% lifesteal. So if you're in an Emery versus Emery fight and it's close quarters and one Emery has blaster, you're probably going to be losing. As Syl does have that Kitsune Rush, Lep 2 about to hit Soundbarrier. So 2 support ultimates up here for Disguise. No override protocol as well to be able to rip off the additional armor. This should be the fight going in their favor unless Sugar Free comes on through with a huge pulse bomb because, again, no diva. It's just relying on the Suzu to stop it, and there it is.
Oh my, okay. That could have been the clip of the century there. Pulse bomb on the TP. Oh my word, Sugar Free. Galaxy brain, but unfortunately, Suzu exists. Well, there's the self-destruct though. A few little boosts there from Admiral to push people away from the self-destruct. They were already in cover, but it looked kind of funny. And that will be the first point unlocked finally here for Disguise. Took them a little while, but we'll see how non-existent point 2 is here from now on.
Well, given the fact that they have both Annihilation and Override Protocol to be able to take a whole lot of space and a whole lot of eliminations, it should be a fairly fast push, but I mean, it's Emery, and Emery versus Emery is always a fun one when you have these really long distances, especially since with Space Station already having high ground cover and Tread being on the Ramatra, fully reliant on Rocket TPing, Space Station just go first.
Nice. I like this. I really like this sound barrier. Just tempo B, pop the Annihilation, Sugar Free disintegrated, but all good though. I mean, you're just wasting time, wasting ults here. You do end up burning that sound barrier, but, you know, Trev popping the Annihilation, it's an okay trade. Most importantly here, you are burning time and taking fights early too, so it's not like they're gaining too much ground.
You also got Lethal a whole lot of ult charge to that Override Protocol, which will hit before Let or Syl have their ult available. And as we said, the discrepancy between these two teams is the tank line. Tread face tanks for his team against the Emery ult. Hawk can actually use the defense matrix and mitigate parts of it for Space Station to live it.
All right, let's see if any TP plays here from Rocket or Sugar Free. Looks like a TP forward. There is the Override Protocol straight into the back line. Oh, the TP is going to be able to get him. Yes, he is. Lethal. My word. Perfect tracking there. Wishing he stayed in the ult for maybe half a second longer, but it's all good. Job's done. Fight's over. Payload secured.
Oh, PGE used Override Protocol as well in an attempt to find any form of swing in that fight, which now means that, yeah, Space Station, close hold time. Make sure that Disguise don't get an opportunity of breaking out, getting map monopoly, and just jumping on them the moment they show up.
The blaster doing work. It is comically like quick how fast that blaster fires. Like, it is insane. It's like you've turned on like rapid fire mode in like a single player game. You know what I mean? When you're just like spamming.
4 times speed Overwatch.
Really yeah, I mean, we're playing 4 times speed Overwatch at this point. Compare this to double shield meta back. It actually don't remind me. Teleport out here for Disguise. They lose Skyle though. I mean, as long as you heal up Hawk, you're chilling. You're big chilling. You're really big chilling. Sound barrier hits 3, but they're all still super low. Admiral gets punched out of the sky. A little uppercut there. However, they're still losing players, and most importantly, Moxie, they're losing time. 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the time bank.
I mean, Soundbarrier hit 3, but it didn't hit PGE as well, so he got taken out in the fight, which means that Space Station Gaming override protocol to be able to open things up with Kitsune Rush to beat out Styles. So I still feel like they've got the advantage for this contest.
Left dies. Left literally just dies to nade and then a battle rifle burst. Lethal is like Master Chief posting right now. Right, unfortunately, this Annihilation and the wall is basically useless. I mean, losing Lep that early on, that is 2 giant, 3 giant ults, sorry, with the rush from Skyle. I mean, an absolute disaster class for Disguised.
Yeah, for one, Ultraviolet only uses Rush. Space Station hold on to all of the rest of them. We're down to less than a minute, so we're gonna, yet again, tighten up the distance. We've got all of the ultimates to be able to keep our aggressive forward positions, and they take out Rocket, which means no Sim TP to get Disguise past the team.
Yep, and another kill here is going to be real bad news bears. And let force Lethal again. I'm telling you, there's something about this kill from Lethal. It does feel very personal at this point. 25 seconds to go. The payload very far away as Disguise is the respawn with fast characters.
I mean, yeah, Rocket's just gonna go the Tracer, probably to get past the team and onto the objective to hit the OT. That's really all Disguise are going to be able to do at this point. Space Station, though, they're still holding on to ultimates to be able to just knuckle down and play the brawl.
Yeah, they got wall, so Tread is just looking at it, wondering what he can do. And the answer, Tread, I'm going to be honest with you, is absolutely nothing. PGE down again, unfortunately. 10% away from that ult. And there's the sound barrier. Just the cherry on top for Space Station here. Numbani, an absolute slaughter as Disguise fall over. But that does mean we get a Map 5 banger here coming up.
You know what? I feel like we might see an Emre ban. I feel like
it's
we
gotta come.
just
Please.
might see, because I mean, we're gonna look at these stats. Oh boy, is Lethal about to be up there in terms of damage and eliminations. Like, the early kills that he was getting on high value targets as well. You knock out a Lucio at the start of these fights, the rest of your team bags way more kills because they just can't speed boost out of it. Let's have a look. 20,000!
20k damage.
He did
Screenshot
double.
this, front post r/Overwatch, and complain that the character's too busted. That, I mean, that is insane.
He left
double. I mean,
PGE.
Hawk and Sugar Free combined. That he's closer. He's close to that. I mean, that is just absurd. Just
Flutter
absurd.
deadlift? 2026? Flutter deadlift?
I mean, I don't think it's quite a valid deadlift because everybody else is popping too, but oh man. Yeah, I mean, Emre's a good character. That's what we've surmised from this one. And Lethal's a pretty good hit scan player. Who'd have thought? Huh?
Yeah, the accuracy as well. Like, he's a great character, but also he has these windows. Like, the ultimate is short. The thermal blaster as well, synthetic blaster instead. You only get 5 seconds to be able to use it, and if you panic and fire off all of your shots in one go, it does overheat, and you lose the use of it early. But Lethal's just like so cool, so calm. Look at this, just perfectly understanding. Okay, I'm gonna pop my override protocol. They're all split. We already knocked out the Symmetra from the fight. They have no way of evading the damage. They just have to kite inside buildings, and I'll be able to connect the damage with the AoE, if not the direct, before they can do so. Yeah, I feel like map 5 for sure. It's an Emre ban on the side of Disguise. So, like, honestly, if you're SSG, you get the opportunity to ban first, be one step ahead, ban a DPS before Disguise can do it.
Yeah, Disguise, they get a map choice and then they get their ban first. It's got to be, right? It has to be the Emre. We're going to go to a push, so it's Esperança, Runasapi. Is there a world where we go Esperança? I think Runasapi is probably better for the meta right now.
It's also really, really good for Emre. Here's my worry. Like, both of these push maps are really, really good for Emery. Like, Runasapi has a whole lot of really long open line of sights where you're going to be able to get maximum value with the scope.
Moxie.
And then Esperança also has the high ground. But yeah, I think like we're both in agreement, right? The Emery has to go. There's no way. I know the bans are mirrored. I know having access to the Emery still being there allows PGE to come through with it. But like, you just got double damaged on your last map. You cannot afford to let this DPS through.
It was, I don't want to say, well, it was a diff. It was a little diff from Lethal there. And it is going to be a Runasapi, yeah. So no Esperança, at least not yet. Let's see what Disguise banned first, but if it's not an Emery, I'll be very surprised. Let's have a look.
It has to be. It has to be Emery. You get to ban first. You don't have to worry about Space Station Gaming. Icing, oh my goodness. They go for Sugar Freeze Farah?
Interesting. Okay, sure. Worried about that kind of Farah Emery type beat, but yeah, after that performance, it feels an Emery ban is kind of needed. Maybe you really obviously kind of want to play Emery yourself, but
Diva
all right,
ban.
We'll see what they're cooking.
You have to. I feel like if you're going to let the Emery through, you have to play the Diva. Like, the Ramatra just did not work for them. Yeah, Annihilation was winning certain fights and picking up 2 eliminations or so, but you were so reliant on the Sim TP, which also heralded your every move, to the point that we got to see Sugar Free just going for the prediction Tracer Pulse Bomb on the teleport. And yeah, there it is. There's the ban on the Ramatra, because the Space Station, they're not going to be playing it. They're just going to force Disguise to have to go for the Diva.
All right, well. We know what comps they're going to play. No one needs to guess, so, you know, you can put the pencils down, chat. No one needs to study. We know what they're playing. All right, Disguise. Have they got it in them here? Quite literally a back and forward series. Very dominant, though, on Space Station's picks. Like, Rialto, Numbani, destroyed. Absolutely destroyed Disguise. I mean, especially the Numbani attack. Like, that was crazy work from SSG. Actually, same with Rialto. Like, what am I saying? Like, both, they finished the map with like insane time, considering the game type, considering the map itself and the history of the maps. But Atlas, all one-sided. Mate, look, it's kind of funny. You're looking at this like, Disguise are just a controlled. They're a control merchant team. Like, we're playing control type game modes, we win them. We play the flashpoint, we play control, we end up winning those points when we can fight around them. Whereas Space Station, they're like payload merchants. Like, okay, we play the payload maps, we win. So this is, I'd say it's closer to a payload map than anything, to be honest with you. So we'll see if Space Station end up coming out on top. Here we go. Map number 5, Moxie. Disguise versus Space Station going all the way.
Oh boy, here comes the Emery mirror. Like, it really is. It feels just going to come down to the Emery mirror. Can PGE find the win against Lethal, which has just been the back and forth between these two players constantly for the whole series? Tread at least was playing the Diva previously for Disguise, so the Ramatra ban, I think, is actually more favorable since it pushes them onto that tank, having Defense Matrix being able to react to things like the Override Protocol. But Space Station, like, they could also just decide to put Hawk onto something like the Zarya and walk the Diva mech down.
Yeah, a lot less places you can kind of hold as the Diva. Of course, there's those shops kind of you can hold in mid, but a Diva very, a little bit more vulnerable here, because there's also no kind of crazy high ground that you can kind of sit on and poke the Zarya out and then force a bubble away. At least not in the midpoint, right? So
Lethal's on the Cassidy. They baited Disguise onto having to play the Diva and then didn't even play the Emery.
Very early Suzy usage as well. They've got to be careful, though. This is a very fast comp from Disguise. Lucio and the Sim to teleport on people.
I mean, Space Station, though, they're going to want to just walk on the team. But like you said, Rocket with that Symmetra TP, Lucio with the speed boost, they can just disengage it. So feels like we're just in a game of poke at the moment. Both teams waiting for one to band.
Waiting for Lethal to potentially find a kill is what Space Station are looking for right now. There's the Blaster. Oh, the Tracer disappears, though. Oh, so does Tread's mech. That is not a pick that you want to see if you're a Disguise fan. Tread's mech going down first. Yep. not a good look. And you have to take these fights quick, right, Moxie? Against the Zarya comp, you can't let her just chill for a little while because she's going to be full charge, bubble cycling, Tread's mech is going to get deleted, and they win the first fight just off the back of that.
PGE is actually going to go for the Sojourn over the Emre now that he's seen that Lethal was not on the match. But I mean, Lethal in that fight alone, because you were shooting into a D.Va hitbox, was able to pull a good way to the first Deadeye, which means that Space Station, they're just going to want to walk again. The moment Tread's mech falls, the floodgates open.
Yeah, now you can really start punishing Hawk too. That's a very early Suzu usage. They end up trading Lethal for... Oh dear, that was a good stick. My word. Sugar Free, seriously, escape artist, Houdini, whatever you want to call him. 99% of the time, you're not even seeing him when he's hitting a stick on you. Nice little fight win for Space Station, keeping the payload going. And, well, that is the checkpoint right in their sights.
Disguise, they do have Kitsune Rush, but unfortunately for them, Space Station also have that and then some. They've got the Deadeye to be able to zone it. Tread, at least with the D.Va, should be able to matrix it since Rocket does not have the wall. But I mean, Hawk's Graviton, how'd you deal with it?
Nice bubble. Nice high noon there from Lethal. Double bubble, in fact, on the Cassidy to try and keep him alive. Graviton Surge can be freely thrown in now, but they want to try and win this without it. Nope, you know what? Doesn't matter. Take the point, take the fight, take the lead even more so. Space Station Gaming rolling over Disguise as they take that checkpoint with not even a meter in Disguise. Pushbang.
Yeah, just melt Tread out of the mech so that he doesn't have that defense matrix threat to stop the Graviton. The moment Kitsune Rush sticks, these guys are all going to want to stack inside it, which means they all get stuck inside the Graviton. And now when we hit the sound barriers, it's a mirror, but Space Station, look at Lethal playing on the off angle. He knows someone has to drop off the high ground and contest this, and if they don't clear the Cassidy, someone's going down early.
TP, but remember the bot is still moving, by the way, so they're TPing on one person to try and get the kill and then turn the fight. Graviton Surge used, of course, by Hawk, so this beat from Lep a little bit more freely used. Oh, hello. Nice Suzu, actually. Wow. Okay, Lethal. Good luck hitting those shots. And there's the sound barrier. They lost Rocket, so they decide, actually, now the fight is to be turned. Admiral, Lep, both using theirs. A couple of nice shots from Lethal, though. Takes Tread out of the skies, but Tread does him one better. Two-man self-destruct as Disguise. They end up winning that fight.
They finally got control of the objective as well. They might be able to get a stagger pick here onto Lethal as well, who went all the way to their own high ground.
You gotta clean up. You gotta get these kills. Lethal still manages to get one from Rocket. Like, oh man, I mean, sure, it's Rocket, it's got TP, but that's a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, you want the sim. Surely you need the sim to be able to deal with this Deadeye. PG has got to go for the overclock because they're one person down early.
Gonna hit some bodies there. No headshots just yet. 150 energy, railgun going wide. These guys need a plan here. This Deadeye is going to be deadly. PGE down. A plan, unfortunately, did not bear fruit. I mean, that wall is definitely something. I mean, they can try and push off of this one. Stick on the D.Va Meg. Did manage to eat it, so Tread almost ends up going down. Bot's still moving as well, by the way. This plan from Disguise. Maybe I have to borrow on from Disguise Toast Among Us gameplays back from 2020 because they need something real special right now. There's going to be a rush to be able for Ultraviolet, but Scar's going to match him. But Moxie, they're so far in the lead that they have to use stuff to get back in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk's just going to play the same again, right? Melt the mech, then use the grab.
Right, exactly. He doesn't even need to, by the way, because Tread's behind him. Okay, they eventually end up killing Hawk, and Hawk saving that Graviton Surge is honestly quite good. You don't need to use much, to be honest with you, because you're so far in the lead, and Disguise need to catch all the way up. And now, it is just going to be a mid-off. They're just going to be fighting mid for the next 5 minutes.
And since it's distance, Lethal off of the Cassidy over to the Emre, getting to play those distances, getting the scope, getting as well if the fight moves directly on top of him with their D.Va to be able to use the blaster and get the self-heal. Like the Graviton should force the sound barrier early, then Admiral just gets second sound barrier and Space Station can walk on second turn.
Oh, Lethal. Crispy headshots from PGE there with Sugar Free cleaning up. Admiral ends up dying to an NPC turret there from Rocket, but it shouldn't be too bad. Graviton Surge does end up connecting, teleport away though, but Lep still falls prey to Sugar Free. There's another kill onto Rocket, and still Space Station Gaming permanently in control. Ult cycling perfection as they win yet another fight and reset their bot back at their checkpoint.
Yeah, PGE is too far away from overclock as well to be able to use it before Admiral gets sound barrier online. Like, Disguise at least took the Lucio out of the fight early, so Admiral wasn't getting all of the ult charge then. So Space Station can't just use sound barrier as the fight breaks out and walk into Disguised faces. But it's still going to be a really tough time for the Sojourn to be able to find any form of value outside of just stripping off the extra health.
They got forward spawns, like you're chilling. It's a very good look for Space Station right now. I mean, Disguised. How do they end up responding here? They've got a wall, of course, but I'd be very wary of Sugar Free's post bomb. He's connected two thus far and got a kill with one and almost a D-mech with another. So let's have a look how they end up playing this one. Tread, obviously quite scared to peek around this corner. There's Admiral. He's going to pop the beat. And straight to the back line they go. Lep obviously using the beat in the last fight means they got no sustain. Pulse bomb goes wide as Ultraviolet ends up going down. Wall deployed too, but a nade from downtown from Lethal. That shot put skills coming into good use. However, Lethal still running and gunning as he takes two before gets eliminated. And, well, Hawk, high energy, self-destruct used. He is still alive and kicking and still stalling out time, but he's going to get escorted out by Admiral so he can maintain that energy.
Tread had to use the self-destruct though to be able to maintain that mech. So Disguise, they do have good momentum in them for this next fight. PGE is coming through with that overclock. Space Station do not have the sound barrier, and we are going around a corner into a long strip of distance for the Sojourn, but it's so early. Where's the rest of the team to shoot?
You gotta get kills. You really do. Hawk ends up using the bubble, the perfect timing, as PGE just slinks away back to the bot.
Oh, this is not good, Jaws, because Lethal's coming back with Override Protocol. Like, all of the Space Station are giving up right now. It's temporary. They're going to be able to pull it back right now.
Oh, straight from the high ground, though. Lethal looking juicy with this. Gonna have to eat a couple of these shots. Rocket in the front line, too. He's isolated right now, but still Hawk ends up going down. A nicely perfectly placed shot by PGE as Lethal inserts himself into the back line after not really finding all too much with that ult. And this is Disguise turning this one around. Flipping the fight completely on his head after Lethal gets shut out of the skies by Tread.
Yeah, Tread on the Diva with the defense matrix, getting into the Embrace space, works wonders at being able to dismantle what Override Protocol was setting out to do. Still, Space Station have a lot of ultimates to be able to make this one work, but Disguised, they get the former positions now. They don't have to stack all up together, which means that Hawk's Graviton should not catch the full team.
I mean, still, at this point, Disguise need to win this fight, but they just haven't got a lot to do that with. Hawk's looking for another grab, like you said, and there comes the beat. Suzu needs to be used to try and keep Hawk alive as Lep goes for the boost straight onto Admiral. Graviton Surge connects and Lep ends up going down, but still Hawk's super high energy right now, and Disguise are losing numbers thick and fast. Rocket falls, Hawk basically immune at this point as well as they win the fight. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go as we see Disguise turn tail and run.
Yeah, great reaction from Hawk. Just sees Disguise coming straight at him with the aggressive sound barrier play and instantly grabs the ground to be able to take all of the momentum away. PGE, he's got the overclock. It was a little bit too early in the last one. This time, though, Space Station, they might just walk first. The moment Admiral hits the sound barrier, they've liked to just push aggressively.
Can Sugar Free find some magic with this pulse bomb? PG looking for a railgun shot, but I mean, if you're Space Station, you can't just stall here.
Yeah.
Almost indefinitely, right? You just hold this corner.
Just don't lose someone early to the railgun charge, which they almost lost Lethal.
Yo, they're close. Lethal ends up getting saved there by a nicely timed Suzu, but here comes the sound barriers. They try and make an overextension. Wall to try and waylay the damage, but already Space Station have forced their way in. Straight past the wall go 5 players. The Override Protocol from the high ground from Lethal is just going to rain hell from above. Self-destruct is going to be good as Lethal dodges out the way. Manages to snipe Lep as well, but still the fight going in the favor of Disguise. They've only lost Lep, make that 2 actually as PGE falls, and now Lethal just running and gunning down. Skyle ends up falling, and with 10 seconds to go, they need to be able to survive, but with Tread's mech ejected, this looks just about over. Sugar Free still holding on to that pulse bomb as well as they look for the final touches to come in. It is going to be Lep maybe on the Lucio to try and get there. A nice little touch from Rocket, a TP, a speed boost, but that will be that. All she wrote. Space Station just need to clear off PGE, but that is going to be that. Space Station Gaming in a map 5 banger. Take it to Disguise and finish up the series.
Oh, not the clean 3-0 that I think a lot of people were expecting, but Space Station win it out in the end. Honestly, I'm just like hyped for the potential that we have coming on through from Disguised. after that one, they were really able to like make it quite competitive in certain areas of those maps. But yeah, Space Station, the expected winner, Lethal just looking absolutely insane on any DPS that he decides to turn his hand to. Hawk as well, getting to play that Zarya full charge thanks to the Sojourn, just constantly peppering in those shots and keeping up the aggression. You can see here, yeah, Lethal, 11,000 damage coming on through. So not quite as much of a screenshot opportunity as the previous map of Nambani, but also he was not getting as much opportunity to just play the map distance, as they did have to be constantly concerned about PGE and Rocket a lot of the time too.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one threat, and that being Lethal on the team, sure. Not putting up as big in numbers as the last map, but it don't matter. Lenny's still going to be there in your backline too, and then Hawk. I mean, it's kind of a tough tank matchup as well, right? With Tread and Hawk. Tread playing the Diva Perma, and then Hawk's like, I'm just going to play Zarya because we banned Ram. Like, it felt perfectly executed. Big shout out to Christopher as well in the coaching position. I mean, look, the guy is an absolute beast. And I think with how Hawk has played this series, and just in general over the last couple of years, guy's not lost it. Guy still smokes people.
It's kind of crazy that you can retire and then just come back as if nothing ever happened in between. It's like I feel every time I'm ready to call an Overwatch player washed, they are in fact not washed. They are filthy, and they're showing it on the server. So yeah, today, incredible performance, I think, from both teams. This is, I dare say, the best this guys has looked yet. Also, a first Mizuki sighting, thanks to Skyle. They were forced off a bit on that second round on Lijiang, but they won both rounds. They were on Mizuki. So usage case is there now. Okay, someone had to do it. They were doing it.
Yeah, I want to see more of him, but yeah, the usage case does come down to what supports the ban. But yeah, it was nice to see him at least.
It is, and it's just nice to see also that the teams are willing to play around with things, to pull something out of the bag, especially in those high-stakes matches. A lot of teams just have a tendency to play it really safe. Now, Mizuki obviously really not part of the meta, so that's the opposite of playing it safe, but it can just, you know, if you can throw your opponents for a loop because they're just not used to going up against something like that and don't know how to deal with it, and you win a map on the back of it, like, that's all you need, really.
I mean, we sort of saw it yesterday, right? The thing is, a lot of teams when they're scrimming, you get to decide if you're spending all of your time scrimming the meta teams or if you're going to take time out of your normal scrim hours to go for the non-meta teams. And a lot of the time, non-meta teams play wholly different compositions to the rest of the non-meta teams. It becomes really hard to be able to split your time against all of the compositions you potentially have to go up against. So for a lot of these teams, time value worth is just way more valuable to just continue scrimming the hard meta. So yeah, you can get caught out with surprises like the Mizuki, just curveballing on through.
So true.
Hey, look, oh man, this...
Lethal, just a lethal highlight reel. Anyone?
Yeah, this Nambani performance
20k
was like...
damage. Like, excuse me, sir, they have families. What are we doing?
Me downloading the VOD right now to try and look out to play that character.
Oh, we have UB joining us here for a quick chat. So, first of all, of course, congratulations on the dub. This was a lot closer than what we expected to see. What was your read heading into this match against this guys? What was your read on this guys, and how did you have to adapt throughout the series in order to come out on top in the end?
I think we didn't think they looked very strong, or that they kind of fell short in the clutch moments against Fuel, but actually I think some of their comps caught us a little bit off guard, and especially in the ult fights, it felt a little bit hard with some of our comps to win out those. So yeah, I think they definitely had some strong preparation, and they played pretty well today.
I want to ask, you are one of the best NA flex sports to ever do it. Give me some use cases for Mizuki.
I think especially he's really good into Diva, but I like what they're doing a lot. The Mizuki is using as a second speed. It's really hard to catch their characters a lot, I think.
Was there something that was the reason why you were struggling to play against the Mizuki? Was it the map potentially? Was it the composition that they were on? Was it maybe the hero comps that you were up against too?
I mean, we scrimmed against them and we knew that they would be playing that comp, and we struggled with it before. I think maybe we thought that this new comp we tried would be different, but I think we also just didn't play very good on Lijiang. I don't know if it was as much the comp as much as just not a great first map for us. Maybe the other map I think was a lot more about like the ults and comps, but I think that first map I think we just like weren't playing to our usual selves.
So how's the team coming together? Obviously, you get the wins on the board here in our first week. What's the team synergy like? Obviously, it's thrown together, but the players are familiar with each other. I see you slapping each other with tortillas, you know, in your off time. So you do you, but what's the mood like? Give us a vibe check for SSG.
It's very good. I think especially like we could see that like in the match. Like I feel like we're making a lot of like really good adaptations. You know, like not really like getting like too like tilted or held up on like a previous map. Just like, okay, maybe we should try this here. Maybe we can play this here. What do you want to play? You know, like a lot of trust, like just in each other's picks.
I'm not sure if you watched much of the other regions yet, but how are you feeling about the strength of like EMEA, Korea, etc.?
I haven't been able to like watch too much, but like at least like with Zeta, especially in Korea, like Korea looks like they might be able to level up a lot this season. Europe looks really good as usual. I think it'll be a very competitive year for the internationals.
Yeah, we're super excited. We have 3 hype internationals. The first one just around the corner, and we hope, of course, to see SSG in Japan. UV, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck next week in your matches.
Thank you.
Great to hear from UV. Also 10 out of 10 stuffy on the bed. I don't know what it was, but it was cute AF, so we take it. And that's a win for SSG. Yeah, but this guys, they did play up to their opponent.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, I think there's something special about this Disguise team, like for sure. Going this close with Space Station, this front runner Disguise, maybe? I mean, on a good day, I think they could have taken Space Station here, but SSG kind of proved that, you know, the DPS powerhouse and Hawk as well. Like you said, Zoe, bro retires and then comes back. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Dude could take like 3 years off. He comes back and just starts rolling people. It really doesn't matter. So I have big hopes of Space Station. Shore a few things up. Yeah, I think they might just be #1 seed. We'll see.
I mean, one thing that caught my attention that UV mentioned in the interview, they were scrimming Disguise, and Disguise have been scrimming that Mizuki comp, which means there's potential that we get to see it brought out yet again. I don't think it will have the same like level of impact neither. The secret is sort of out of the bag, right? This is something that you could potentially have to worry about if you go up against them on Lijiang, so it might just be worth banning the Mizuki out since it's highly unlikely you would want to mirror it.
I'm just thriving because every time Mizuki is mentioned, Jack dies a little inside. I'm just watching his facial expression, and something doesn't. What is do you hate Costa? Is that what it is?
No, it's the opposite. I want to see his hero played, man. I want to see his hero played. It looks like I think he's a sick hero. It's just like, man, Kiri is just so good.
Okay, so
like,
it's nothing against Mizuki. You're just so pro
No,
Kiri.
I want to see it played. I also love Kiriko, but I just think. They just got to delete Kiriko for maybe a month, and then we'll bring her back. Like that's my balance. That could be put in the patch notes.
And that's why you're
month.
not on the balance team, Jack.
Yeah,
I'm a friend, so I can tell you that
yeah,
honestly. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and then we're going to set the stage for our last match of the day. You don't want to miss it. Also, of course, in the meantime, whilst we're all running to the bathroom and getting our drinks ready for the last banger, you can cop yourself the Elysian Keeper crowdfunding mega bundle. I mean, look at that Lijiang skin. It's nice. I like it. Thank you.
Okay.
Fan
Not hiding the
service.
feelings there, Zoe, at all.
All of what you're seeing on your screen right now, that's just pure fan service. A Ryan skin,
Facts.
always cop it. Live
Yeah,
Weaver,
Johnny's popping
always
his
a
fist every
believer.
single time he sees the Ryan skin, and then ints him ranked. Just
I
great.
talked
It's
Matt into
fantastic.
cosplaying this particular Lijiang skin for the World Finals
there you
as
go.
well. Not that anyone wants to see that, but you might see it because he did say yes. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean,
he didn't have
we'll have
to.
to wait and see. You will have to wait and see. You will have to attend. to find
Exactly.
out.
So we have so much to look forward to, not just good Overwatch, but so much more. For now, a quick break, and then we're back with the last match of the day. See you on the other side of this. Welcome back to our last match of the day. We're about to conclude week number 1. 1 week out of 3 of intense gameplay here in stage 1. Jack and Moxie will be calling the action, but first, let us set the stage and talk about the two teams. We're gonna start this one with Lunex. Lunex, listen, like they qualified through the winners bracket in the open qualifier without dropping single game, but they got a bit of a reality check yesterday from SSG. That said though, Zomba was off to a really strong start, okay? Zomba came in and Zomba was shooting.
Oh yeah.
Quickly got shut down, but it was good while it lasted.
Zomba fries on the Tracer. That's all you need to know. Stick the lad on Tracer. Domination. Yeah, exactly, right. I mean, he's been so impressive, especially last year. I remember we were kind of talking about how wasn't around for like Overwatch League, or couldn't be, it wasn't eligible for Overwatch League, was playing against the best players in the world, some of which are still playing, and some of which are still the best players in the world. So bro was training in the gauntlet, and it's been good to see his number turning up with X10 too. A lot of X's in the start of the names, not Z's as well, Z's.
Z's and X's of the world. But this is essentially, you're looking at the core of Sakura Esports here, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, this is the core of Sakura Esports that we got to see a little bit of last year. They look like really good in certain parts of the maps. I definitely think that we're going to be seeing, as we talked about, Zomba on the Tracer, which means that we might be in for old school classic Tracer v Tracer, because talking about Tracers, Extinction, they've got a really good Tracer too. Like Ryan yesterday was popping off on Flashpoint. So we'll have to see, because I feel like when you look at the rosters, Extinction were a little bit happier getting to flex between both the Vendetta and the Tracer, as opposed to Lunex, who really wanted to just stay static with that Tracer a lot more often.
Yeah, I think after what we've seen from Extinction yesterday, the talk of town had to be Sniper on that Diva. They were cracked. Like, I cannot just understate or overstate or whatever state how insane that Diva looked. Like, the Diva was just everywhere, peeling for the back line, for the front line, front, mid, center. The defense matrix has gotten so much value in Sniper's hands. It prompted a quick Diva ban right after, but yeah, they were doing so well.
Oh yeah, it looked like a mini hawk out there, like literally.
It was mini hawk.
Yeah, like
it's a little falcon.
Yeah, is that a mini? No, that's not right. Is
no,
that
not
right?
really.
No, not really.
Actually,
okay,
same size. I actually think hawks are smaller than falcons.
Okay, well, we're gonna get bird checked in a minute.
On the brand.
Hold on.
It depends on the
bird Reddit's not going to be happy with this chat. I'll tell you right now. But yeah, I mean, Sniper, they dominated. They really did. I think this team has a lot of potential to do extremely well. And going this far against Team Liquid, sure, it's Liquid in an odd spot. Ascanor, we don't need to harp on that too much longer. They are going to get it better eventually, but still, I think having moments of brilliance from people like Ryan, PDK, Sniper is a very good sign for this team. And if they just keep this up, there could be a bright spot for them. If not regular season, playoffs just around the corner too. It's only a round robin. You can still get there.
I mean, yeah, Sniper on the Diva, it's so interesting the sort of way that America has taken the meta, because, yeah, I mean, we talked about this Zarya being the thing that just gives a bubble to Vendetta, so Vendetta can be your engagement option and just essentially be a pseudo stand-in tank. Almost feels like we're back playing the 6v6 instead. But America, they really like playing this Diva, and I like went back and properly watched how exactly Sniper was playing the Diva. Sniper was being the one to take those first engages yesterday on Oasis. Sniper would actually go in, put the pressure on the backline, force the Kiriko to have to use the Suzu and the Swift Step, and then the rest of the team would come in from very different directions and pile on top of a backline who had very little resources. So I expect we're definitely going to be seeing a Diva ban, but potentially something like an Orisa as well on the other side to interfere with the Diva's movements.
I very much hope to see these teams being more evenly matched. I want them to take this all the way to map 3. If we give predictions, I'm gonna give my vote here for Extinction, because Grapes is not a coward and he did roll out on Jetpack Cat and he meant it. So I'm here for it. Jack, what about you?
Yeah, I wanna a little 3-1, I think. I'm gonna be a 3-1 Andy, I think, for this one. Going the Extinction's way. I think.
I was about to say, which team? Can't
yeah,
you
that's
say
true.
score?
Yeah, that's facts. I think Extinction are gonna take the dub here. They looked impressive versus Team Liquid.
I agree. I think Extinction take it, but I think it might actually be a closer series. I think it's probably a 3-2. Like, for sure, I give Lunex the one where they ban out Sniper's D.Va, because that was when Extinction looked the most uncomfortable, but we did see yesterday, even when the D.Va was still in play, there were still ways to deal with it.
The chat is with us here. 65% are in favor of Extinction and 35% are backing Lunex in this one. Last match of the day, last match of week 1 in stage 1. So here it goes. Jack, Moxie, take it away.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, last match of the week. Week 1 is over already in a blink of an eye. That was quick. Feels weird. Next thing you know, the season will be over, Moxie. It always happens like that in esports. Not sure why. Extinction, they end up banning the Zarya here and a Tracer ban for Lunex.
See, interesting that it's actually Lunex who go for the Tracer ban, because we were sort of talking about it, right? Zombo is way more comfortable wanting to play the Tracer. It was Ryan who was happy to be able to flex between both the Tracer and the Vendetta. And since we're going to Control Center at some point, potentially on Lijiang Tower, I feel like the Vendetta is going to be inevitable. Though the Zarya ban does mean that if the Vendetta's in play, it will be alongside something like a D.Va instead.
Let's have a look what they end up popping off with. I do want to see X10 as well. She has been extremely good on hit scan throughout her time in OWCS, taken it to the big dogs a lot of the time as well, but has not found the kind of success on the team, and I hope Lunex is able to kind of prop her up in that way. I think with how this character plays too, Emre, I mean, it just feels like it might be one of X10's characters. I know she was very good on the Freya when that came out as well. Let's have a look, though, what the tanks are going to be playing here. Because Sniper, of course, we know it's going to be Lock and D.Va. But Zeb, Domina.
Yeah, Domina coming through, which means that the Echo being able to do similar things to the Pharah, get to play above the shield, is going to be problematic, but this is a tank with range on it, so Ryan's not free-flying just yet, as the Sniper is also finding out what Domina can do with the primary, since it's also pop beam.
And now, just the grand poking of the D.Va mech as they eventually go low. Oh, they got boop. Oh, is that a boop kill? It is!
That was a boop.
Oh, no.
She's clean with it.
The
Nenwai
kill.
sees the kite from Sniper and sees that the boosters are on cooldown.
Look at the
and
ult
finds
charge
the
for Nenwai.
environmental. Yeah, 61%. Because Sniper was not able to get the jump to stop the ult charge going the way of the Lucio. I mean, that's such a huge lead over Grapes for first Soundbar. You can play super aggressive with it too if you want.
Well, Dominic taking a little bit of damage there. Zeb having to recoil slightly behind the shield. As part of it, gotten a broken open. Zombikind shilling off the off angle. And now Ryan trying to punish that off angle positioning, but the point still, remember, in Lunic's favor. However, now Ryan trying to put pressure on the front and maybe turn a rotation or force a rotation from the team. Perfectly timed Suzu from Z. Which ends up saving the front line there. The captures that are coming through as PDK pops the ult. Override Protocol having to deal with his own for health from the beat. Yeah, it means there's not going to be much found here. Nice little shot, though, connecting with Zomba. He's going to result in too much. Just an escape from the Vendetta. And Zomba even taking out Ryan. Yes, she can fly very high. Who'd have thought, huh? Lady with a giant sword. Well, there's going to be a soundbite from Grapes that doesn't end up connecting, surging Extinction forwards, and Zomba eventually falls. A nice little couple of shots there onto Zeb, brings down the tank. And eventually, Extinction, they find the fight win.
I mean, Extinction as well, they're going to be able to stop this Domina from being able to set up. Though you do have to be careful, you don't have a support ultimate. Unless Ryan goes for the copy onto the Lucio to be able to have access to the sound barrier against X10. Honestly, I think you're just going to go and target Sniper for the D.Va to have double defense matrices against it, as Lunex will not be pushing bridge just yet. They deal with some of the incoming cloak and then decide to cross when Override Protocol can act as cover.
Yeah, it's quite literally covering artillery fire, isn't it, really? Zomba takes down Ryan again. Oh dear, not the best of starts here for Extinction. Nice slash and dash. Ooh, a little boot kill as well from Zeb. Not too bad. Sniper goes down. Not too much ult charge, though. Obviously, just the baby D.Va. But chilling and Panopticon available.
I mean, I think you're more worried about Sundering Blade on the side of Zomba, especially if you're Sniper. Can't use any form of defense matrix against that one, as it is just going to be a little bit of poke coming through, and then like so much closer too great in terms of her charge for sound barriers. Again, Ryan playing the off angle.
Please duke the Vendetta. Please, Ryan. PDK up into the skybox now, flying super high, looking for the kill. Maybe onto Zeb or Nenwai. It's so low. Panopticon popped there, but I'm not sure it even went off. Sound barrier from Nenwai a little bit late, unfortunately, but they still ended up trading fairly well. Sniper with a nice little run over kill onto Sombra as Ryan's duplication working as intended with Extinction capping the point.
Yeah, Ryan just goes for the dupe on the Domina instead of the Vendetta and bunkers up inside the point with the shielding to be able to protect them. The semicircle, the back of it, at least it has the point covers. Oh, Sniper gets stunned! Has to use the self-destruct to be able to keep themselves up, but they get taken out.
What? How did Zomba die from that? Ends up killing Sniper, dies to self-destruct. Ryan now moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour, make that Mutt 4. He tries to get the beam kill on Nenwai. Nice tracking too, actually. That pesky Lucio brought to his feet. Ryan still on the point here, almost forcing OT. Scuff comes back. Z ends up falling flat on her face on the point. And now, well, Extinction could just run over this front line as soon as Sniper gets healed back up to full. Shield deployed. Sniper looking for somebody as the sound barrier coming in, just like you said. 4 players connected, and Ryan finishing off the rest. Well, X10 saves herself at the very end there by using that ult to get up to the skybox, but the round is unfortunately over for Lunex. Extinction with the first.
Yeah, Linux just not able to finish off the eliminations. Extinction gets Sniper back into the mix. They've got one-sided sound barrier, and it's all hands on deck the moment that the Lucio's beat hits the ground. We do head into Night Market, so not Control Center, which does mean that the Vendetta doesn't quite get her best map on the Lijiang circuit as a Zomba barred out of the Tracer by Lunex's own hand. Has just not been able to find the same level of value that you're looking for when you look at what this DPS can do. I mean, it's thanks in part to Extinction just getting to continue to harass Ryan, PDK both getting to play the distance, and Sniper being an absolute menace with the mech as expected.
All right, no real changes here. Zeb's still on the Domino, really liking this pick. I'm curious how much they've ended up practicing this one. Obviously quite a lot considering they're playing it, right? That's kind of the answer is kind of in the question.
But they're not on point though. Ryan's already cut them off the rotation. They have to play Courtyard instead and move into Extinction setup.
They do indeed. Sniper not really taking too much damage either in the front line, so more than happy just kind of stand up, stand tall. There you go. There's the push. Vendetta doing a lot of damage. Sniper retreats the mega health pack to sustain himself at the point regardless, actually. There. It ends up getting the points. Nice little slash and dash, and Grapes gets booped off the edge. Meeting his maker there, unfortunately. I mean, look, Lucio's pretty good at booping people off the map at this point, but turns out so is one of the newest tanks added to the Overwatch roster.
Yeah, Domina's been taking lessons, I guess, from Lucio.
Oh, for sure.
As Linux being able to win at this first fight, this is absolutely crucial at being able to shut down what Ryan on this Echo can do. No Tracer, no way of getting onto that point and forcing Linux's attention away from these chokes.
Shield's not going to last too long, not with Ryan shooting at it, but they're actually just going to fly over the top. Shield down now for Zeb. Panopticon available in a couple of moments, but the rush is going to be more important here for Lunix, you've got to imagine. Rush out onto the point, Scud 1% away, now gets it. See with a fantastic Suzu there. Big value actually, heating up a ton of people who are standing on top of each other. Ryan ends up falling over to X10 as Lunix continue to hold in the point. Extinction, looking the way of the dinosaurs at least on this point. I just can't believe how much little they've gotten. They didn't end up pulling the rush there either, so a pretty cheap fight, all things considered, for Lunex.
I mean, yeah, X10 has the override protocol as well, so she's going to be able to use that one the moment Extinction try to move forward as they're relying on PDK to clear the space for the choke. Fight moves on point. Lunex just kite it out. Nenoi gets to hold on to his area.
Where did Zomba come from? PDK a little bit scared there, a little jump scare from the enemy DPS. Sound barrier connects with the ground there as Lunex now more than healthy to fight this point in the front line. PDK going melee mode with that pick. All good though. Great for the backup. Ends up using that sound barrier to co-him in green over health, and now Ryan with the copy onto that M-Ray. Doesn't get the any kind of value there with the ult, unfortunately. A little bit of damage though, aiding in the kill of the mech, so maybe speaking a little bit too soon. Scuff Ryan ended up getting a couple of kills for themselves there as Lunix eventually failed on the point, but they're still fighting strong. Scuff, someone needs to touch it. Okay, someone needs to touch at some point, but Ryan, unfortunately, a little bit too far away, despite Lunix still having a tank.
Control center. We go the full free rounds, which means that, yeah, this is where you're really worried about the Vendetta. Like, this is where the Zarya ban is going to be absolutely huge. On the side of Extinction, like, they still have the Kiriko as well to be able to Suzu the moment that Zomba decides to set up that engagement. But, like, if Lunex win this first fight, they were able to steamroll momentum from first fight Night Market. They're going to be able to do the same on Control Center. It is so important that Extinction managed to win. And they're actually swapping. Yeah, Ryan's going to go into the Vendetta to match.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, it does feel like whoever has the better Vendetta here does win out.
Yeah, for sure.
See who can do that. Little 1v1, little head-to-head. Zeb's still picking up that Domino. Love to see it.
Sniper, though, has more mobility to be able to disrupt Lunex's composition, buy space for Ryan to go in.
Yeah, Barrier's not going to live long there. At least one of those panels being taken out. PDK suffering here. Not from success just yet. Just kind of behind that center column, waiting to get healed. Peeks a little bit too aggressively. Oh, good little stun, actually, into the wall. No follow-up damage, though, so PDK lives yet another day. Sniper going dangerously low here as the point unlocks. The Extinction with most of the cap. Z on a nice little off angle here, trying to punish people chilling out in the server room. As now Zomba goes for the aggressive push. But it is actually going to be Zeb under a lot of duress. But XN actually picks up the first kill. Ryan extremely low, but with Z in hot pursuit, lands a nice little kunai shot to kill off the DPS. But it is all Sniper all day for Extinction, taking down 2, but chased by Zomba. It's going to be a Suzu to save his life for a brief moment, as Extinction gets 7% for Lunex with a quick flip.
Ooh, quick down barriers here for Extinction. They spotted Lunex down players, and they want to go before the regroup.
Oh, here comes the flip, though. They're going to be able to get it. So Reset comes back from Lunex, and they're going to be happy with this. Soundbar from Grapes. They do get the flip, but a quick re-engage from Lunex here is going to be put them in a good spot. There is going to be a rush with Scuffed, using one in turn, only just getting it online. Every single ult at this point being pressed as soon as they get it. Soundbar connects with the ground to 2 support ultimate investment here for Lunex with a Panopticon in their back pocket. A cap there for Lunex now as Extinction turn tail and run as Sniper gets demeched and Grapes ends up going down soon after.
Yeah, great kite from Lunex at the start when Grapes goes for that really aggressive sound barrier for Extinction to get the flip back. Lunex just kited out. They know they can give up 7%, lose that part of the fight to win the one that comes afterwards, and they get so much more point percentage off of the back of it. Not just that, they have all of the ultimates to be able to play with, and Ryan has to close up the distance, which means vulnerable.
Ends up getting the D with the Panopticon there, but Sniper shrugs it off, walks away, all expended for Lunex.
Zomba's still holding on to Sundering Blade as well. Like, you have to imagine when Extinction try to move into this fight, if they don't scout where the Vendetta is, they're going to lose someone early.
Got to control this high ground as well if you're Extinction. I've got to be honest with you, Moxie, but Zeb just fell over. My goodness. Health bar just disappeared. Can't really tell you where it went, but he's dead.
Extinction just can't move until X10's ultimate's over, though.
And they do end up moving on to the point eventually here, with Ryan kind of holding down the fort. Zomba ends up going down. Nice little slash. And a dash from Ryan, straight to the back line. But there's the retreat.
The Extinction can go for the same power play too, with the sound barrier. Like, Grapes has it, and this time Lunex, they don't have the Kitsune Rush to be able to just walk on to point. They have to get through the choke first, but it looks like Extinction, they do continue to deal damage, which means that Z actually gets to pull her rush before the fight breaks out. Lunex Battery give us a little bit of point percentage and then walk with the Kiriko ultimate in hand.
What I'm going to do, a little amp speed there to get through the choke point. NY going to put Z in a position where she can pop that ult. Pretty decent value too, although that's a lot of AoE damage coming sent her way. Another rush coming in from Scuffed. Honestly, lights, colors, sounds, everything's happening on your screen right now. All we know is Zomba just assassinated Ryan with that ult. Grapes ends up getting stunned, and an NY late sound barrier here is going to be good for Lunex to convert this fight. Sniper and Ryan still in though. They've still got ults. Grapes ends up going down, but Sniper has lost the mech and decides, you know what? This fight is not ours. Not going to press ult. We're going to go again.
Yeah, no support ultimates for this next one. I mean, X10 is super close with the damage that Emery does in neutral. I'm sure she's going to have that override protocol, which is going to be problematic for Sniper. If they use that self-destruct, they're not going to be in the mech for that defense matrix. As we do head towards final fight territory, this one could decide it all.
Retribution!
Yeah, and there comes the submarine raid around the corner, looking for one. Clears people from the point at the very least. Actually spots Zomba dashing away. Can they actually collapse on this Vendetta is the question. Playing around the shield right now is the Vendetta, going extremely low. Receives the Suzu just in time, and that is a beautiful self-destruct into the remake. Ends up getting out of the fight as well to guarantee yourself another life, but it is all X10 right now with this override protocol. PDK bites the dust, the blast is pulled out, a mega health pack taken by Scuffed, but that nade not quite connecting is Scuffed. Fancy footwork, my god! The differential there by the Kiriko, but no chance to heal the team as Lunix end up coming up with the win.
That's the value, right? You're taking a 1v1, you end up losing it, but like you pointed out, Scuffed spends the entire time fighting X10, then not healing the rest of the team, so you actually just see the kill feed in the corner of your eye flooding in with blue as Linux pick up those eliminations. Like, the moment that they knocked Scuffed out of that mech, forced the self-destruct to be able to get the remech, the D.Va just was not in a position to use the defense matrix and take away the threat level of the override protocol, and Extinction just lost too many squishy players too early on in that fight.
Wait, Scuff died one time? That's insane. How like chaotic and quick that game was. People kind of pressing ult as soon as Q came up, or that was ridiculous stat line. Holy. Well, yeah. I mean, that was yeah, like you said, Scuff kind of not being able to heal the team there, and it kind of fell apart from there. How do you feel about this dominant from Zeb right now against Sniper's D.Va?
I feel like it's really, really good against the D.Va, right? Because literally 3/4 of your primary is a beam. So
yeah,
defense matrix, like it can be problematic because as we saw in certain fights, D.Va boosters can just go past the shield. It's also a shield, so if things like the Vendetta gets up close against the Domina, unless you have the perk where when you push back, hitting the shield actually counts as a wall and you get the stun. It can be pretty hard for the Domina to be able to hold her ground, but when she hits those perks, my goodness, she can be a powerhouse.
See if Domina's going to get played again. These fights were very chaotic. A lot of the support ults, like both teams, in fact, being able to survive the initial flurry of damage. Okay, so the beat comes in. We're going to hit this one. We're going to run at them. We're going to hopefully find a pick, collapse someone, and then it's a 4v5. But then, both Lunix and Extinction, when they see that, they're instantly kiting. They're doing a really good job of it too. And then they use their own support ultimate. That leads to another support ultimate being used. It's very, I don't want to say messy, but like, it's very chaotic. Like, they're able to kind of push and pull. Like, both teams are extending these fights past like the ultimate's use case. Like, the beat has like disappeared, the rush has disappeared. Both teams very good at kind of engaging and disengaging, leading to these long like extended brawls, which is quite interesting. And you'd expect, at least from my perspective, like the D.Va comp in this regard, to run people over. Like, when you got momentum as the D.Va, you're deleting the backline, right? But like, the amount of mobility, not only from the Vendetta, but the other characters too, like Kiri or whoever they're playing, right? It's hard to actually lock someone down and go, okay, you're dead now. Like, it's real tough. But Lunix coming up with a map win. That's 2-1. Very close.
I mean, it also shows the ult tracking for both teams is really on point, right? The understanding one team has one-sided sound barrier, ergo, they're going to pop it and walk at you, so you have to make sure that you're not too far ahead, because what was also really impressive, no one was running sim, so they couldn't, like, if they made that mistake, if they were too far extended when one-sided sound barrier or one-sided rush came through, you can't just hop into a teleporter and get out of dodge. Like, there's no get out of jail free card. They just have to be able to perfectly kite it by predicting what is about to come, running at them 5 seconds before it occurs. So really, hats off to the backlines. Like, that is your support players, as they're the traditional ones. Like, usually it's the support who goes for the ult tracking, since they're the ones healing all of the incoming damage. They have the best read about what the enemy team is doing.
All right, here's the stage 1 map pool on your screen. Zone control already. Where are you expecting we go to next? It is going to be Extinction's map choice, and the series they played against Liquid, it was an Oasis, Gibraltar, Esperança, Suravasa, and Blizzard World. They ended up picking Esperança against Team Liquid, and they also ended up picking a Suravasa against them as well, which they did end up winning.
I mean, I could honestly see them, yeah, just going for the Esperança and trying to run the Diva again, right? Because as we talked about, like, there's going to be a point where Extinction lose the Diva in the ban draft. You want to just try and knock it out as quickly as possible. As we're actually going to get an initial Ramatra ban, followed up by a DPS ban. Sojourn gets taken out, so Emre is going to be the DPS for the hit scan, I'm sure, if we're going to be seeing a hit scan come through.
Yeah, 1000%. Ain't no way no one's playing Emery on this map, especially with how the like topology of the buildings are. You're able to send yourself to the sky, hit the skybox, and then either poke over like the various ledges and like quickly hide away, so you're not getting like perma spammed out of the sky. So yeah, the Emery ultimate, very good when there's even the Spire in the center of the map, right? I mean,
yeah,
you can hide around that with the ult. Like it's a very good one on this particular one. Let's jump into it though. Esperança. This was Liquid's win against Extinction in their match yesterday. 142 meters. That was a full cap from Liquid versus just a 24 from Extinction.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough one coming through from Extinction, but that also allowed them to play out that map and see, okay, this was where we were weak, this is how we can improve the next time that we're able to play it. I'm fully expecting that we're going to be seeing the Emre shenanigans. I wonder if it's going to be the Tracer versus the Vendetta. Like, what is it going to be for Zomba and Ryan to lock? Since the Sojourn was the DPS ban, potentially we see the Tracer, maybe we see the Vendetta. It couldn't even be a mirror, like potentially it's one versus the other, and we'll get to see the Vendetta being able to just like jump onto isolated targets at the drop of a hat with the Soaring Slice to drop on top of them, and Ryan just getting to play full map Monopoly, disrupt, force attention, split the team, and allow the rest of Extinction's players to clean up house.
Then why? Okay. Well, half a second of the cat. All good, though. Yeah, PDK on the Emery. Same with X10. But Ryan, Zomba, Vendetta, Tracer.
I mean, you're not really going to want to play the full high ground with your team as well. Like, X10 and PDK, they can find value with it, but if you're running the Vendetta, you have to get close at some point.
At some point. Oh my goodness. Well, there you go. That's an opening kill. I would say, out of all weapons on DPS, I think Emre's might be one of the more satisfying ones when you're scoped up. It does. Man, that feels good. There's something
the
about...
lack of movement debuff, I feel,
Yes.
is it. Like, if you scope in with a different character, you're like, oh, I'm so slow. I feel like I'm moving
Exactly,
through jelly.
right?
With Emery,
Yeah.
you're just like, wee, full movement, tee.
It feels kind of illegal, perhaps. It is a little crazy. I'm definitely like millennial posting as well, like Halo 2, Halo 3 posting, when it's like the burst rifle. It feels so good, but it's very satisfying weapon. And now as well, winning this first fight, or at least small engagement, they're able to put themselves up on the high ground, and Zed can kind of chill out, right? I mean, that's going to be the big problem. Getting Sniper to a position where he can actually do any damage. Look, instantly forced away,
Just
Moxie.
can't. Yeah, like every time they try to jump up with those boosters, push by the Domina or boost by the Lucio. It's not a fun time for Sniper to get much of anything done at the moment. Like, you're just quietly battering your ultimates. Then at least with all the incoming damage is pulling the sound barrier faster. Yeah. X10 might be able to find an elimination here.
Ooh, I think it's straight in there. Not a good start here. Sound barrier's going to come in just the perfect moment. Sniper 3% away from a potential remake there. Extinction kind of losing the life of their tank just a fraction of a second too early. And this might just snowball out of control as well for Extinction. This barrier is going to hit the checkpoint.
Yeah, X10 can also just go like super aggressively forward and try and force Grapes into using sound barrier, so that Extinction don't get to walk with one-sided sound barrier advantages. We can see, like, they're continuing to take damage. PDK is taking a lot of damage, will get healed back up, but like you said, Linux, uncontested, get first checkpoint, get closer respawns, and now don't even have to commit around the corner. They can literally just play to extend the fight while still controlling the high ground. Extinction are the ones that have to come to them.
And PDK getting an off angle on Zomba. No support there. X10 though, she's popped the ult. Looking for some damage in the backline now as Graves caught out unawares of X10's position. And they kind of flip the map on them, but they can't let the bot get away from them. And that's exactly what they've done. PDK on the high ground as well is going to make it next to impossible for them to push this choke. So they're going to have to go through Mega.
Yeah, it's a two-sided heist, both the high ground as well as the objective. But Linux, they've got Nenoi on the Lucio, so she's going to be able to reposition the team to take the high ground control and try to deal with PDK, who is just getting spammed down.
Oh, someone help my boy PDK. Well, Zeb ends up going down. Eventually, PDK finds a kill. And that is a good fight win. Like a momentum-shifting fight win as well. Panopticon was used too by Lunex. To little to no success.
I mean, Z does have her Kitsune Rush ready and available, but Extinction, they now have space to be able to kite it. Plus, that Kitsune Rush doesn't instantly get you access to high ground, so it's not the greatest re-engagement option here available for the side of Lunex. But if they don't do something soon, Extinction will be able to pick up early checkpoint too.
And there's the barrier, and the bot's in a good position now as well, and it's going to prompt both teams to use that rush. Sniper instantly demeched. Ends up getting the self-destruct pop though, so all good. Gets straight back in. Zombra up to the high ground, briefly booped away, but they've got control of the bot most importantly. Forcing Ryan's recall there, but the Tracer gets out with a couple of blinks.
Nenoi is so close to Sound Barrier too, so the moment that she gets it in hand, you can only imagine how aggressive Linux is going to want to play.
PDK is extremely low, same as Sniper. Can't afford to lose the mech here. For Extinction, they've got to be able to hit the reset. Ryan with the pulse bomb could be the difference maker, but it's actually PDK that goes down to Zeb of all people. Okay, Extinction now running, turning tail and running. Like, this is not a fight that you can afford to lose. You have to wait for PDK to come back.
I mean, silver lining, you're actually allowing Grapes to be able to have match against Nenoi's beat, but unfortunately for Extinction, they just don't have that high ground. The moment that Sniper tries to take it, boom, Lucio boop.
Oh, Nemoi. Oh, and Sniper loses mech. Ooh. Disaster.
No defense
Disaster
matrix.
for Extinction. Yep. And they're just going to move this for free, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, like, Extinction, they just can't push. They know. If they try to, they're going to get absolutely melted. They lose the Baby Diva super late as well. Sniper is going to have to respawn physically with the rest of the team to be present in this next fight, which means that a lot of objective presence for free.
I like this tempo ult from X10. She takes to the roofs. Trying to hunt for somebody, but, you know, a little bit of damage. That's fine. Because you said it, I think, in the previous map. You have to hide from this ult. Like, you cannot stand up to this. It's impossible, almost. Post one from Ryan still. Needs to force out some CDs first. Zomba checks the Tracer by dashing into them as PDK unleashes a barrage of hellfire from above. Override Protocol not finding too much, though. But again, some more space here for Extinction to work with. But still, 117 meters to 37 is an enviable time bank. Or meterage bank, I should say.
You've still got high ground. You also have to worry about the Panopticon, though you do have to worry about Sniper. Nope, Sniper's mech's gone.
Oh, nice pulse. Susu exists, though. Sorry, Ryan. And two sound barriers come out as Sniper needs to find a way to get back into mech. Ryan, Sniper down. Blaster doing its job. X10 online.
Yeah, like this Diva mech, we talked about it. You have no way of defense matrixing the Vendetta damage, so Zomba's attention just turns to dealing with the tank instead, and there it is, bending the knee. Tracer was not managing to get past the team, was not splitting the attention to allow the rest of your team more space to move. Wait, they go back to it. I guess the Vendetta was just to get out of spawn faster?
I guess so. A little bit of spawn tech. Oh, Zeb is just sniping people from the back line. All good, though. I mean, look, 128 meters. You're smart.
Dry fight from Linux, too. Like, they use nothing. Z still has her Kitsune Rush to be able to force Extinction to have to kite this out because you have nothing. Like, the only thing that you're going to be able to have to cover your exit is Sniper's self-destruct. And that's not something you want to rely on when Linux can just bear down upon you with all of the map terrain to hide from the explosion.
Yeah, see how she ends up using that one. Z right now currently on the high ground, but using it in the mid here might be what they need. Oh, they delete the forward spawns. Okay. Something at the very least for Extinction here. Self-destruct as well for Sniper. PDK, they're probably just waiting on this ult. He's got it online. How quickly does he end up popping it? There you go. That's how quick. Right now. Ultimate getting popped from PDK, taken to the high ground with the Override Protocol, but incoming X10 in just a moment, you've got to imagine. Doing a little bit of damage, but all of that getting healed up with the help of that rush, and it's actually Ryan that goes down first. This Tracer is just not it from Extinction right now, with Lunex taking a cheap fight once again.
I mean, hats off to Zomba. I think that's the first time I've seen a Vendetta actually have the guts to use Projected Edge in the face of a mid-ult Emre. My goodness. But yeah, Linux will be able to secure a space for Zomba to bring the blade down.
That was close. Oh, and there it is. Ryan, sneaky beaky like from the sidelines, ends up taking down Zomba. Well, there's X10. She's ripped the ult again, and now on the high ground, a perfect position to actually deal some damage. But unfortunately for her, everybody's just seemed to have disappeared in front of her eyes. Sniper with a couple. And that is a team kill for Extinction. But they're going to need a couple more than just that. 1 minute and 45 left.
I mean, Extinction don't have a great ultimate bank as well. Like, you have ults to be able to win this fight, but if you have to use Rush to win it, you have nothing except maybe an Override Protocol from PDK to win out the next one, which is the important one. Like, Linux have so much distance ahead of them.
Never mind, they've got beat. Grapes, 30%. So they've got that advantage at the very least. TP in for Scuffed, and there goes the rush. Sniper looking good targets to try and force CDs out of. They've spotted Z, and she ends up teleporting away. However, Sniper's extremely low. Self-destruct deployed as Nemwai waits on the high ground for this sound barrier. But meanwhile, though, Extinction still pushing this bot. Zeb ends up joining the rest of the squad down on the low ground there to actually stop that from going on as PDK rips the ult. Scuff already going down to Zeb as PDK a little bit too scared to pick over this high ground now as this sound barrier has to be chewed through. Still 2 ultimates for Lunix as Somber just slices PDK in half.
Oh, that spike. Oh, the overhead strike when it hits people flying. It just sends them crashing right down. What comes up must at some point come down when Vendetta is involved. And Linux, they're just going to get the bot right back up. Zeb's got the Panopticon. Z as well. Unmatched Kitsune Rush. So that Linux have the confidence to fight around this corner.
Yeah, they need some straight fire, some just all-out perfection here for Extinction to win this. It's 15 seconds to go, Moxie, and there's 2 ults, almost 3 for Lunix.
Yeah, I mean, X10 gets Override Protocol in overtime as well. That's going to be brutal for Extinction to deal with.
It might just be GG. Well, there's the post bomb from Orion, and Panopticon is going to hold PDK. And that is some nice shots there from Zeb, just distracting the team. Sound barrier comes out from Grapes, though, doesn't end up hitting Scuffed, and that is going to be their demise. Maybe not. Ooh, tricky with it, actually. TPing to get the frame of him from Rability as Extinction win the fight in OT.
Ryan was absolutely clutch. Ryan actually manages to untangle the fight happening on the back line and goes after X10. He drops X10 early, so she doesn't get to use the Override Protocol, but it's slapping a band-aid on the problem, right? You've only delayed it. You still have to ride out the Override Protocol and all of the rest of the ultimates Linux have, because it's an overtime fight. You just burn your ultimate bank in one go. Extinction have no way of kiting them. They have to just hold their ground.
You've got Rush. And Z can just kind of wait until they come around the corner if they want. But no. Oh, Ryan got deleted. Probably had the recall there as well. They got to touch the bot, though. They got to touch the bot. They got pushed away. Oh. It's kind of on their side of the map as well, but it felt like a sinking ship anyway. Lunix end up taking the map win. And that is a 2-0 match point versus Extinction now.
Yeah, I mean, like, Linux, the moment that your ultimate economy hits what it was in OT, and you have that distance, like, you can just afford to first go for the Tracer, because then that forces Extinction to have to scurry. They wanted to play some of their players up on the high ground to be untouchable, while also putting up pressure, crossfire, harassment potentially on the squishies left around the corner as well. They don't get to do that the moment that the Tracer drops, because you just have to be ready to jump onto the objective before the overtime burns out. It puts them in a much more vulnerable position for all of the Linux players to jump on.
Yeah, and unfortunately, no matter how many Karki videos you watch, nothing really can prepare you for a 117 to not even a checkpoint lead, right? Like, it's very, very tough. I mean, look at this. 128 meters to 37. No checkpoint in your favor. It is horrible to come back in. It really is.
Push is cruel. Push.
It's a brutal game mode. No, it is.
Cruel mode.
Seriously, it is. Avril's got the theorem for the reason, right? You end up hitting over 100 plus meters over the other team with a checkpoint. It's especially that early, like it's so tough to come back in.
Yeah.
But Lunix, with the Domina, 2 maps in a row, Moxie, end up taking the dub.
Yeah, Domina as well. Like, we were talking about it a little bit yesterday where we were theorizing, is there room for Domina in this meta because of how sort of slow she is in comparison to the rest of the tanks, right? She's not going to be able to take you all of that much space the way that something like a Diva or a Winston does. She's not going to be able to use something like Nemesis Form the way Ramatra does to just barrel straight into a team and force them to have to adjust. He sort of just like sets up his shield, says, okay, this is where we're fighting, and then just rolls up the sleeves and gets to it. That's part of the reason why I guess they gave her a gun, so that she has a little bit more distance and can just play inside her shielding. But they're doing a really good job of making this Dominant look like really good and not getting punished when they're in the mid rotations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with the comp that Extinction are running, like Sniper, it's like, okay, you have to die now. We jump on you, we kill you, and then we look for the next, right? That's how those comps kind of work. Like, we want to run people down. We want to be able to focus a DPS or, you know, better, like focus a TP from a Kiri and then focus the Kiriko down. But with the Domina, it just kind of aids in the stability too, because when the shield comes up, if you're the Kiri, you can just hit the little shield dance real quick, AD spam, and just survive a little bit longer than maybe you normally would, you know? And if you're playing on off angle, TP to the Domina, shields up, and you're kind of grooving, especially with the pushback as well that Zeb can throw out. So it's been tough here. It's been real tough.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper, like, every time they try to go for the high ground, like, we saw it time and time again. We talked a little bit about when the Diva started struggling yesterday on Oasis University. It was when we saw the swap up onto the Orisa, and you were just, every time they tried to use their boosters, suddenly there was a javelin spin from the Orisa interfering with the movement. It's sort of that same maths, right? Just applied to the Domina, this time with her push, and then you cycle through the knockback. Domina uses her cooldown, then Lucio uses that. And all of a sudden, Sniper, despite the boosters being on such a very small cooldown in comparison to something like a Winston jump, just was not able to gain any disruption, any space, wasn't able to split the backline, couldn't force out things like the Swift Step from the Kiriko, and that bled into what the rest of the team were able to do. We didn't get to see grand entrances from something like a Vendetta or Tracer jumping on an isolated player when the Diva had pushed them out of position. It was just rough waters for everyone on the side of Extinction to have to deal with.
Suravasa map pick. Orisa banned from Extinction. This is obviously Extinction's map choice. It was a 5-point banger versus Team Liquid. They ended up winning.
Ban on the Pharah as well, coming through on the second, since you weren't able to target out one of those tanks. I'm so interested to see, is the Domina just going to like continue? We already got to see a little bit of the Domina here yesterday, and it was getting a lot of value. Like, Linux have been running it on both of the maps so far. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. And especially with the ban against the Pharah, like, Pharah was one of the things which really put the Domina under pressure when they tried to play it earlier on Suravasa. Taking it out means that if Extinction want to go for range play and just play above the shielding, you'd have to turn over to something like the Echo, but that then forces Ryan and PDK off of what they want to pick just to go and take the Domina out of commission.
Man, I'm gonna cheer for Lunex if we continue seeing this Domina pick. If that's their kind of style, that's their kind of look, yeah, mad respect. I really want to see them continue kind of improving on this play, and maybe even like some of the top tier teams kind of quiver in their boots a little bit at Zeb's Domina. But we'll have to wait and see. It's a rock out on this first point. Of course, we're expecting this as well. Moxie, Sniper back on the Diva.
Yeah, Extinction though, they're on the point first, which means that Zeb can't just set up and say, this is where I'm going to play. Extinction can get ready to cut off the Domina before her defenses are through.
Extinction laying a good bit of covering fire down. And now it's all about really focusing Sniper's mech out. And like you mentioned before with the beam damage, it's a little tough actually for Sniper to kind of stay up and active right now with the amount of work that's being done to their mech.
Not just that, but Zonda as well. Like, every point that Sniper tries to play the off angle, boom, Vendetta on top of them.
Oh yeah. Ooh. That was nice. Nice from Zomba. It's been really cool, actually. Zomba, obviously known as a Tracer player most of the time. Tracer main, if you will. But Vendetta, wouldn't say, oh my god, if they got that kill, that would have been insane. No, all good. No one panic. No one panic. But it's been really cool to see Zomba actually pilot this character. It seems like this character was made for Zomba. The movement from Zomba has been really clean. Very much a practice hero, not something that they've kind of thrown together because it's broken.
Oh, look at how aggressive Linux are being as well. They know how one-sided that fight was. They want to try and secure an opportunity for Zomba to be able to go in, disrupt Extinction so that they get the most amount of point percentage before this fight moves on to the point, and the D.Va yet again is forced to brawl into a set-up Domina who gets to play inside a one-sided Kitsune Rush.
One-sided indeed. I mean, what can you really do here? You got to deal with this barrier to start off with, and then you got to touch the point. You've already lost mech.
GG go next, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and there's no shot in touching again, are you?
Don't lose your players late so that you can regroup fast and just try to set up to cut the Domina off before Zeb can get into position on the next. Like, Sniper's off the D.Va, by the way, as Extinction have identified this is just not working. Flashpoint forces you to, at some point, have to go to the objective, and D.Va, when her position is forced, like Sniper, they're just getting absolutely melted through. One side the Vendetta, the other the Domina.
How do you feel about the Sigma into this Domina comp?
I mean, the shielding, at least, and the shift to be able to eat up and absorb some of this damage coming on through from X10's ultimate, as PDK's actually used his early Override Protocol just to make sure that Extinction get their foot in the door, but they still have not capped first, and X10's just going to use theirs.
Yeah, there's the rush. There's a beat available here, actually, for Lunex, as X10 is being rather sneaky, hiding in that small little alcove on the top of the point, as now Zomba with basic immunity with that beat is just slicing Sniper in half. I mean, that's like a hot knife through butter when you're on the point like that.
Yeah, and I mean, Sniper caught in the animation of that shift, but same problem as the D.Va, right? Sword just cuts through. Like you said, knife through butter. At least with the accretion, you can interfere with the Vendetta's entrance, since we don't have the Zarya bubbles to provide Zomba that particular form of cover. But like, this is still just going to be such a rough position for Extinction to oust Lunex from.
Oh, they're going to go in. Zomba jumping over as they just kind of destroy Sniper. Panopticon use, and yeah, this is... Oh boy, this is a game of Overwatch we're watching right now. This is not that close. Like, Extinction, they cannot find a leg up, Moxie.
Zeb was so close to getting the style pushback of the Domina onto Grapes, who was just wall riding. But I mean, yeah, this is looking like a rough one. Extinction, PDK is off of the Emre over to the Sojourn. You do have pick potential when the railgun is charged up, and you will be able to accrue that rail charge by shooting through the towels of Zeb. But Z with one-sided Kitsune Rush, this one should be done for Lunex.
Yeah, easiest rush of your life as well, right? This point is so good for the rush. And then Extinction, they got a pulse. Maybe a flux even here too. 96% and counting for Sniper, but they've actually got to find a good place to use it. He ends up getting pushed back slightly, and oh, the whiff from Sniper. They hit nobody, unfortunately. A lot of damage though going on to Zeb, but PDK's already down, and X10 just being ignored pretty much. But we are not ignoring X10, that is for sure. She deletes Sniper, turns around, hits Scuffed, and that's 2-0. Already hit. Extinction, they end up swapping back to D.Va.
Oh no, Lunex as well. Full team's gonna be set up on point by the time Extinction show up for the first fight, which is really problematic because like Zomba's gonna be able to get poke pressure to be able to build up into that Sundering Blade. Susie, though, forced early out of the hands of Z. She's going to want that one back, especially since PDK is going to have the overclock. Extinction with both support ultimates. Surely they win this one.
Yeah, what can the boy do? What can PDK cook up here? What secret sauce did he buy from the store? Unfortunately, yeah, expired, unfortunately. And, well, now it's X10's turn. Straight round the side. This ult is pretty good considering you can fly as well, although PDK finding that railgun shot eventually now. There's a Sundering Blade. Dodged, though. So both DPS ult from Lunex not finding too much purchase as Zeb goes down first. A chase of Zomba is actually going to result in Extinction picking up a fight win, and they should be able to get point cap as well.
only costs Sound Barrier too, in terms of support ultimates, which is huge. You're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Kitsune Rush when it comes on through. And like, this should be where we see the pressure come out onto the Dominant comp, right? Extinction are just going to hit Lunax before you're on point and established in a position for the Dominant to be able to bunker.
Ryan. Uh-oh, yeah, okay. Z saw them. Yeah. Oh, they're kind of ignoring Ryan now, though. But yeah, Ryan's 100 HP, so has to back up. Headshot from Zomba. Overhead strike. And Grapes is down. There's going to be a rush from both teams, actually. Panopticon available as well for Zeb. Can play extremely aggressive here. Tries to go for the boot onto Sniper, but they're going to find a point flip instead. And now they're going to continue this pressure, in fact, as PDK gets stunned into the wall. Nemwe with a good pickup on the Sojourn.
I mean, Zeb, like you said, gets to hold on to that Panopticon, but so too does Sniper get to hold on to their mech. Extinction, they'll get an overclock fight as well before Lunax have support ultimates to be able to deal with it. Though Lucio, with the speed, can just kite the team away. It might come at the cost, though, of point flip.
I'm going to see what Ryan's going to do here with the pulse. Kind of hanging around. They look like, oh wow, they're quite extended. She goes down. Good shot from PDK. And now Ryan can just have a little mix-up in the back line. Ends up having to recall there. Teleport away from Z, but the micro-missiles find her.
Yeah, there's certain characters in Overwatch who just get to ignore the ultimate economy and blow a fight wide open, and Sojourn is one, and that's sort of a punishment against the Dominant, right? When the shield is down, it's static, you can't move it. The Sojourn with Power Slide can take angles against it, and especially on this point of Flashpoint, there are so many angles for Extinction's players, PDK and Ryan, to take advantage of and split up. As Lunax, last fight territory for this one, will be walking directly into that overclock.
Gonna try and cut them off, Extinction, trying to get them before they reach the point. Zeb 1 HP, Suzu, and shield already used, so now they have to swing this corner basically dry, unfortunately. Overclock is gonna make good work of this. Look at the damage coming from PDK right now. Zombies already go down to Sniper, and Extinction cap the point.
Huge play from PDK. Like you said, like that early point of contact, forcing Zeb shield so that they have no form of cover against the overclock. They do at least have both support ultimates to be able to go head-to-head against Scuffed and Grapes for this next one, as Lunax continue to be point within claiming this map as a whole. We'll probably get to see a close quarter scrap as well. Zomba getting Sundering Blade online could be the difference maker to deny support ultimates. Shred down the overhead from Sound Barrier and hold the space against Rush.
Yep, Sound Barrier available for Grapes, like you said. There goes both rushes, waiting for his Lucios to pull the trigger. However, Zeb going pretty damn low. Late beat from Nemwai doesn't quite save Zeb, so Extinction. They got a player advantage currently. Zomba, Sundering Blade doesn't find all too much, but still swinging away at anybody who dares to touch the point. Does end up getting the D-suit on Sniper, but a quick self-destruct is going to be good for Extinction. Scuffed, meanwhile, though, is filling the kill feed blue, as they do win the fight and cap the point. Roxy,
yeah, I mean...
I don't want to say it. Reverse sweep stars here, just saying.
The threat of Sundering Blade around the corner meant that Lunax were able to get that first point cap, but now they do not have it. And I imagine Extinction, they're going to do the same that worked on the previous point, right? Apply that little bit of pressure, force the Dominant shield early so that PDK can find a pick.
Right, they're going to be able to rotate to point pretty easily here, and X10 is going to lay down some covering fire. Mortars from the sky. Oh, she gets trapped there in the bush slightly, but no, all good. Going to back up. Got the point, hopefully get the free flip, and then set up for the fight. Ryan finds his way into the backline already, but with a pulse bomb in hand, has to be a little bit more careful now without that escape tool. Suzu goes in, pulse bomb thrown in, literally lobbed, as Zeb ends up falling over to Sniper despite the shield getting deployed. Nice little fight here from Extinction. They're going to find another one here, Moxie.
Ryan just gets to go the other avenue as shield covers one staircase, not both of them. So Lunax now, that fight went really long as well. There's very little opportunity, especially with the boop. Both the D.Va and the Lucio waiting for the interception. Lunax gained no opportunity to touch. And yeah, Jules, it's feeling the reality. There's a potential here. Extinction 2-2 tie up Suravasa and could potentially send us to another map in the series.
And this would be a complete reverse sweep as well, right? I mean, reverse sweep in this map itself, and then maybe the series. Hey, you don't want to put it out into the universe, but it can happen and has in the past. All right, Ryan, what you got for us? Yeah, wants to get out of there. Doesn't want to mess with 5 players. That can be said for certain. Extinction, though, with 4 ults. Oh, Ryan actually ends up going down. Bit often a little bit more than he could shoot. The Zomba takes to the skies with PDK ripping that overclock. There's going to be a rush for Z, though, to supplement the heals on the point. But Z, she ends up getting sniped by PDK. Double body shot there onto the Kiriko. Sends one to the grave. As Extinction end up using an emergency sound barrier, which only hits 2, I believe. Sniper, self-destruct, but Baby Diva have a spin kill. So Lunix in a fantastic spot to cap this point. And do that they do. Do that they do. That's a sentence of all time.
Scuffed have the Kitsune rush, but the problem is Linux have point control. So the moment Extinction use it, Linux can kite it or they can challenge it. They have Sound Barrier, they'll have Override Protocol, as well as the Thundering Blade. As Extinction try to bait out this wall so that Scuffed can use the ult.
Oh, everybody crowding up on that high ground. Perfect aim here for Extent is needed to basically to get past that Diva mech. A lot of those shots getting eaten, and most of the rest of them got dodged. Pulls out the blaster, gets a bit of move speed, ends up backing up to the choke point. They're still in control. Some ends up going down though, but beat from Nemwai should be good enough. And there it is, yes. A push with a Panopticon to kill Scuffed. And they're going to continue to hold 80% now on the ball with Zeb. Sharp shooter on the tank. Who said tanks can't aim? 84%, even though they lose the cap.
Yeah, Linux doing a very good job of just absorbing the pressure from the Kitsune Rush with both of their DPS ults, understanding that they've got Sound Barrier. As long as they keep the Lucio up and out of danger,
Sniper.
they can still play for the recontest. And now we have OT. Sniper has to touch with the mech, and they've already lost it.
Yeah, they lose the mech, and now they have to fight into this one real rough and dry too. No ults on their side means very little hope of coming back into this one. And that's all over. A denial of the reverse sweep, not only on this map, but the series too, as Lunix find a 3-0 against Extinction.
Well, not quite the result that we on the desk predicted, but my goodness, Lunix were looking clean with it. I'm loving this pick of the Domina, like getting to see something a little bit less hard meta for the rest of the teams and getting to see how Linux are adapting around some of the weaknesses of the Domina, but also getting to play both the Vendetta as well as the Emirate. Like, they're just looking so good.
If that is the flavor they are bringing to the hot pot, I am down, you know? Like, I think with how the meta is looking, it's heavy Diva, a little Bizarria, a little Ram, but you're coming into the table with a Domina pick. I think teams are going to have to start almost preparing for them in that regard, right?
And you can only ban it once as well, because like what we were seeing, I feel like it's going to be the most impactful when you have to play around these hard objective-based points, like Flashpoint control. The places where the Diva has to give up total map control, getting to boost anywhere at some point in the fight to go to the point and brawl it out for the point cap. That's where the Domina was getting the most amount of value, being able to force the Sniper into the positions of brawling up against the beam.
Production really did the pigeon highlight, huh? That's crazy. The years change, but some things don't, and that's that one. Yeah, a 3-0, a fantastic match here. We thought it was going to... Like, I predicted Extinction. We all kind of predicted Extinction here, you know? I think with that
I'm
very
just saying,
close game...
I said 3-2. I said it could potentially be a good series. And
but you still said Extinction.
Linux had grounds. No, true.
But I think everybody expected Extinction to do very well, considering their series versus Team Liquid. That 3-2, it looked so good. And Team Liquid, they are no slouch for players. Absolutely not. But this is kind of proving here, like, everybody is very competitive.
Yeah, Zomba as well, being able to play the Vendetta. Like, when we looked yesterday, it was Ryan who was floating a little bit more between the both of them, getting to pick up both the Tracer, but also his Vendetta. Zomba kept that real quiet in terms of what we got to see yesterday, only playing the Vendetta when they were, like, fully forced into it.
Yeah, this certainly was not the close series that we hoped for, that we, well, I do want to say expected. So at this point, apologies to Lunix, we're not familiar with the game, which is actually a lie. We were familiar with the game. Like, yesterday, they did impress us in their loss against SSG. They nearly took a map away from them. Could have been 2 maps as well. I remember that very painful Ajax from Nenwai, which kind of cost them really dearly at the very end there. So, you know, like they played it really close yesterday. I expected to see the same today. I just really don't think that that Extinction had an idea on how to approach this match with the Domino in the mix.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's really what it comes down to, is this Domino pick. And you best believe Lunix are going to double, triple, quadruple down on this, considering it worked here in a 3-0 in this series. And if that means every other team is only playing D.Va, is playing Ram, Zarya stuff, preparing against this might be a little bit difficult because maybe no one else can do it like Zeb does. So
the Faro band too. Like they saw what was working against the Domina on Suravasa and they just took it out instantly. So I feel like, especially when we see like the Faro, the Echo, that's what a lot of these teams are going to turn to, as long range is your friend against the Domina. Get to play around the shields, get to play away from the reach of the beam from that 25 meters, and you'll be able to put a lot more pressure without trading your lives for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna open things up once again in this region, right? Where you felt like after the first day, like, okay, maybe we know, like, the top is establishing itself, but now it's again like, how do they actually measure up? That's the beauty of round robin play as well. Next week we get a better idea, hopefully, on where to place those teams, because it's just 3 weeks of play. There's not an awful lot of time to like make big adjustments at this point. Most teams need to have found their identity already, and it's very clear to me that Lunix has done just that.
Yeah, the next series is against Dallas Fuel. So that is like the game that they're probably looking forward to least, if I'm really honest with you. But pulling out a win here, I mean, anything's possible. Dallas Fuel probably looking at this one going, Domina, right? Curious, how do we deal with this Domina?
Who'll be scrimming this week? Who'll be scrimming?
Exactly, right? And then Extinction, their matches are against Disguise and Space Station, so there's still a lot of hope there for the squad.
Absolutely, it's doable. I feel like it's doable for all the teams in this very region. Like I don't actually think it's as black and white as some people suggested it is when we talked about the NA region over in the EMEA.
Yeah.
Not naming names, just saying.
I mean, I think it's all about how fast you adapt, right? 5 new heroes, something is going to be changing the meta. You have to be able to adapt super quickly because all of these matches are super important.
They are indeed. And you know what's most important to me? Chatting to our players. We have Nenwai joining us here for a quick chat after the dub on the board. Nenwai, welcome to the show. I love your hair. Just gonna scream that at you first thing straight out of the gate. Also, congrats. I don't know if I already said that. Let's talk about how you guys got it done. What was your read on this team? Did you expect a close match? Because we all predicted Extinction here in the desk. We kind of felt like they're going to have the edge. Why do you think were we so misled? Why did we not like put more stonks in Lunix?
Thank you so much. We always think we're better than like most teams in the region. We always like, if we're ever going to struggle in a match, it's going to be usually to ourselves. And we're pretty confident in Extinction. Like, our ability to beat them. We are pretty familiar with all the players, good friends with them. We know like what they want to play, and we like had really good bans against them. So even though they had a map 5 game versus Liquid, we didn't really care too much about that because we also don't think Liquid looks that strong, especially with the new changes they've had. But yeah, we felt really comfortable coming into this game, and I think we got what we wanted.
I want to ask you about the Domino, obviously, because no one's really picked that up apart from you guys. Like, what's the thought going into that? How strong do you think the pick is currently in the meta?
Well, Zeb really likes playing Domino a lot. He has mixed feelings about how good or bad she is, but he feels really confident playing her into the D.Va specifically. Like, we have other directions I've been working on, but this has been a comfort pick, especially for a team like this, who we can easily ban out the Domino counters and just make a really strong counter comp into their D.Va comp.
So then, sort of jumping off of that point, exploring it a little bit deeper, you as a support player obviously are going to be affected by the fact that your tank is playing Domina. How does it change your behavior in the game, having to care for a Domina as opposed to something like a D.Va?
Well, we had to we were figuring that out yesterday after our tough loss against SSG. We had to consider some different fundamental plans on how we want to play the game as a whole team. And for me, that pretty much just changed on, do I want to speed Zevin and kill the whole lobby, or do I want to sit in the back of the map and let Ellie play the game for free, or extend, sorry.
So, what are your big takeaways for you personally from this first week of competition, and what do you feel like you and the team need to focus on heading into the week number 2?
Just keep working on practice. I think when we came into SSG, first of all, we think they're going to be the best team in the region, so we're not too upset about the loss, although we try to win every game we can. We're not too bummed out about the loss. We'll just continue to keep grinding, put more into practice. We feel comfortable about playing every team, so we'll just keep practicing, keep trying to learn as much as we can, and just most importantly, just show up on game day. That's all that matters.
That's so true. Nenwai, thank you so much. We're super excited to see more of you and the squad in the next 2 weeks. Once again, congratulations and rest up this week.
Thank you so much. You too.
That was Nenwai. Yeah, some brilliant insight she's giving us here. Kind of hearing that they're still trying to figure out like how to work with and around the Domina, and that they're specifically using the bans to counter Domina.
Yeah. I mean, look, if it works the first couple of weeks, I think that's a good stead. You only need a few wins here. You don't need the world. You don't need a perfect stage.
Yeah, like you said, you have so little matches before we go into the ones that determine who goes to the promo and the relegations. Like, get your ban value in so that they don't have the opportunity of just swapping to something like the Pharah, which Nenoi, she literally just said they struggled up against SSG yesterday on that same map with the Pharah in play. Today, hey look, Pharah banned when they wanted in.
I'm also hearing from her answers that, you know, it's very team-led, the decision-making, that they're kind of all in this together. So it's not just one person like dictating what they play. They want to make sure that everyone's comfortable, even though they might not all agree on the same thing. So that's super valuable. And there you can just see that pre-existing friendship and synergy from them having played with each other previously for quite some time. That's really coming into play.
Yeah, I think their toughest match obviously is coming up, and that is going to be the Dallas Fuel. I don't think they're going to be tricked by any of this Donovan stuff. It's going to be a tough one. But again, if they can kind of squeak out a win here against the Dallas Fuel, I think it'll be tough. I think it's probably going to go the Fuel's way, probably in a 3-0-3-1. But there might not be enough time for Fuel to really prep for this, and the Domina might surprise them.
Yeah, and then even if you're just sneaking one map or two, there's still a map differential that might come into play at the very end of the regular season. So like everything is valuable. That's why when you're losing close maps rather, you're gonna kick yourself for that. Like, because that could in the end very much be what takes you over that bottom line here. 5th, 6th is just not where you want to stand. 0-2 in the first week for Disguised and Extinction, that's not where they wanted to see themselves. They are, of course, going up against some pretty steep competition in this region.
Yeah, Linux getting that win against Extinction does secure them the current 4th position, so they're avoiding the relegation potential currently, but oh my goodness, do the matches not get any easier from here. Look at the lineup that we have next week.
Oh man, Liquid Dallas. I'm excited to see that one in action.
That's what Jaws has literally been counting down. The last time we cast those teams, he was already just checking the Liquipedia,
ready,
like,
man.
when is it going to be?
I'm ready. I'm ready for that game. It's gonna be fun. Look, I just love calling Dallas Fuel. Okay, is that wrong with that? Is something wrong with that?
You're just getting mileage off the jersey at this point.
Hell yeah, I'm getting mileage off the jersey. Of course.
Someone has to, until we all have received said jerseys. Yeah, and of course in EMEA we got some juicy matches there as well. Since, yeah, this was a super interesting. Week. Yeah, this was such an interesting opening week. I feel like we've learned a lot. What's your major takeaway for now? Starting with you, Jack.
Kiri Lucio is very good, guys. It's not going away anytime soon. That's my big takeaway.
Yeah, and you know what? Water is wet, and Emery Ultimate is overpowered. I think that's the main takeaway for today. It feels like it's just going to be like those staple metas, and the curveballs come through, maybe pull a couple of maps, and it's up to the teams on the other side to just adapt or die.
I'm honestly very excited of how much, or about how much the teams have utilized some of the new heroes that were thrown into the mix just very recently. The fact that they played it unironically as well, like there were some real cases to make different team identities, different regional identities. I think this should make everyone very, very excited, not just for the rest of the regular season, but also for the international competition, because once again, if you're looking over in any of our Asian regions as well, the meta looks very different over there. So this is going to be so juicy once they clash. But that's a wrap on day 2. An exciting opening week of the OWCS for sure. We're leaving week 1 with, as I said, a lot of impressions, meta divided between EMEA and NA, new storylines already emerging and writing themselves. But remember, we do have just 2 more weeks of play in the regular season before the top 4 teams from each region will battle it out in the playoffs for their ticket to Champions Clash in Tokyo. That really is just around the corner. But for now, huge thanks to our casters, of course, and the production team for their stellar work this weekend. And of course, a thanks to all of you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we will see you again next week.